good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. It's me, Legal Vices, and I don't even know where to start. It is that time of my life. It's a Drex stream. We're all here for that. We're wearing the Drexel commemorative headphones and hat today, so we have to do that. Have to pay homage to one of the folks that's a legend of YouTube, a legend of all podcasts, and a legend of Twitter. So, all right, before we get going, just wanted to say hey to the mods. You mods are great. Good to have you here. We've got two new mods in the house today, but add Rose. We've got Rose here. We've got my Beavers unit here. But we also have Crystal and Alan Tempest. They're our newest guys. As Rick Nikita once told, as Nick Nikita told me when he made me a mod, hey, congratulations, you're a mod. Now don't ever do anything. So that's it. Just monitor the chat. If anybody thinks they want to do something stupid to deplatform me, let me know. I'll take care of it. And that's about it. So without further ado, we got a lot of ground to cover today. We have way too much ground, so we won't jerk around here a lot. Just be sure to remember to hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And again, YouTube is doing their purge, so make sure you're still subscribed. If you're not, resubscribe. Hit the bell end there for notifications and come back later and leave a comment to feed the algorithm gods. With that, like I said, we've got a lot of ground to cover. Let's just bring him on here right now. I was waiting for him to take a bite of cereal so I can catch him in mid-cereal bite. But Drex, welcome.
Oh, that wasn't even cereal. This is some, packaged oatmeal. The kind of oatmeal that doesn't look. That's upside down. Oh wait, a piece did fall out. Look at that. Well, so one little piece, right? So, you know what, LV, you actually talked about your mods, right? And Nick has the same mentality I think everyone has or should have when it comes to the mods. Here's the thing that kills me though. When you say don't do anything, what do you think about? I'm noticing this isn't a mod issue. This is a content creator issue. These false flags, right? These DCMA strikes, when people are making reaction videos to you and all that. What do you think goes on through the mind of someone who's false striking people?
They think they're being fucking awesome. They think they're doing the Lord's work and they've got power over some creator. So it's it seems like the more people that you get watching these people, they just get the pleasure of being a dick and hating you. And I don't get that mentality. That's just being a pussy. Straight up.
You know what's funny? I just hopped into a new server last night on Discord, and Elb, who's also a Nick's server, was like, "Hey Drex, can I use a clip of you for something?" Of course you can use a fucking clip. Anyone can use a clip of me. You can use it. You can take the whole episode and start reacting. Here's the thing. Maybe it's because I'm sure you felt this way too. When you come from a certain era, we had a different take, right? Because remember, we grew up in an authoritarian right era. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Where everything was evil. It was Satan. The satanic panic. And so what ends up happening is they were trying to ban everything, right? They were steamrolling the Beatles. You couldn't film Elvis unless it was above the waist, blah, 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 right? And then you got to the 80s and 90s. Video games are evil. Oh my God, we can't do this. Anytime you tried to have fun, it was authoritarian right there to put a boot in your stomach, right? So what we ended up saying by the time Eminem and Marilyn Manson got popular, right? Two Live Crew, took their case to the Supreme Court. That was the era where people went like this: if you don't like it, don't watch it, right? Or don't listen to it. And that became the new standard where people were like this: yo, you don't like the words Marilyn Manson saying, yeah, Marilyn Manson's bad. Then why are you watching him then? Well, I don't think anyone else should have the right to it. No, if you don't like Marilyn Manson or Eminem or rap music or grunge, whatever it is you don't like, right? Just divert your eyes over there and go listen or watch whatever you want to do.
That's exactly what we did last week. We did the 1985 Senate hearings on music censorship. We went through Frank Zappa's testimony, Dee Snider's testimony, and John Denver's testimony. And that's one thing Frank Zappa said. My 9-year-old children don't go into the store alone. They get the money from somewhere. And some righteous senator, I think it was Senator Hollins or others, like, well, I don't think that you can expect parents to take the time out of their busy schedule to listen to an entire album. It's 45 minutes long. What's more important? your time or your children. You control what they listen to.
Well, that's why I think the rating system was fair. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, okay, so the whole idea of the rating system, right? Like when it says parental advisory, explicit lyrics. Now, you and I both know if you were a certain age, the record companies and everybody, they were focused on making money, right? Like they just wanted to put that on there to shut those people up, right? Because I mean, we walked into like, Record Town in Sam Goody at 13, like, yo, I'm buying this new hardcore rap CD. They were like, yeah, give us the money, right?
Yep.
Because they know that you're gonna listen to it anyway. Like, why block a kid? Like, here's the thing. I think this is where people got confused. Okay, content you consume is not content you produce in real life. You see what I'm saying? Like, one of the biggest hypocrites that I found was, do you remember when Walmart was all against parental advisory?
And that
CDs?
came straight out of those hearings.
Straight out of those hearings. Now, do you know what the biggest irony to Walmart was? The reason why I always put them out over everyone else, like they took the Nirvana song "Great Me" and made it like "Wait for Me," stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I love that album, by the way, In Utero. Made here in Minnesota. That's where it was mixed up. And the thing is, though, Walmart was so against it. But what Walmart sells? Hardcore movies, right? Rated R. Any movie you want to see with any kind of violence, cursing, right? That's the only thing you can do on when it comes to Audible, right? You can only have words coming out. So they sold movies that had all the cursing you wanted to hear, all the killings you wanted to hear, and then they went like this: "Hey, you want to buy these guns?" Right? Now, if you had to guess, what do you think would make a bigger impact on an impressionable, stupid person? Would it be music, or the movie that gets the music and the images? What would you think?
Oh yeah,
if you had to guess.
You're absolutely right, and that's one of the interesting things they do here in Korea is they still censor movies on when they show them on TV. What they'll do is they'll show the guy with the gun, they'll show some guy beating up a woman and raping her, and then they'll blur out the cigarette and the knife he's got in his hand. They blur out cigarettes, they blur out knives, but guns, shooting, explosions, rape, that's all good.
Well, you know what? My first experience with Asia.
How am I doing on the Drex wear though? How are we doing?
It looks nice. I mean, look, that your hat game is just look. That's A1 right there, man.
We've got the headphones reversed apparently.
Oh, do we? Oh yeah. Well, look, my headphones are in white face. You got your headphones in black face. Here's the thing: diversity is our strength, of course.
But our shirt color matches a little too close for my comfort.
Yeah, right. So mine is pink. What color is yours?
It's kind of somewhere between lavender and pink.
Was that fuchsia?
We'll call it fuchsia.
Do you remember the Crayola boxes that had like 5 million colors?
Yeah, and someone's like periwinkle.
Yeah. Hey man, give me a blue. Here,
I'll have
like
that
this.
Burnt umber if you're not using it.
Yeah, you're like, it's like, what is this? Hey, bro, man, can I get a brown? What the fuck is this? Copper. You remember you had to like roll like
copper.
This? Copper, like.
Yeah, and like gold
copper,
gold crayon.
Yeah, I was like, when am I using this? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I want to go back to those days. Like, here's the thing, I want to get the sensation of just coloring again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to be able to sit down and have like the wide-eyed gaze and just like this, and just color in something. The sensation of coloring can be matched only by the greatest feeling in the world, which is cutting the construction paper with the safety scissors. Yeah. I don't know if anything can really match that. You remember that like that crunchy? It was like
the safety scissors with the jagged edges.
With the jagged edge. Remember that? Yeah. You were like, oh my god! I had so much deep fulfillment from that, and like I just like I never like was able to recreate it. You know what I'm saying? Like you go. I've flown places. I've done things, and like I mean, think about it. There'd be a chick riding, right? And I'm like this. I will think about something like safety scissors, right? Like where does this stack up? And I hate to disappoint these broads, but it doesn't stack up to the safety scissors on construction paper, man. That's how great it is.
Well, that probably makes the people that don't know you go, who the fuck is this guy? So I guess, I mean, I got acquainted with you through Rick's, God, why do we keep calling Rick Nikita today?
Well, yeah, he has that, the name in his,
yeah.
Well, no, he has someone that has his name reversed, right? It's like one of his mods. Yeah, Rick Nikita. I was like,
yeah. So, anyway, so yeah, Nick Stream is how he became acquainted with Drex, and then Andrew had him on a few times. They've been doing. Then just I've been kind of internet stalking him, thinking, all right, this is somebody we need to talk to. and then I had half my vacation ruined with the shit he's tweeting to me. And but who are you, Drex? Tell us about yourself here.
Well, I'm the guy who grew up with Nick. We went to elementary school together, middle school together, high school together, and we also did a year of college together when I moved back to Minnesota. I was just the guy that was out there living his best life until karma caught up with me, and had a daughter. That's what happens to a lot of dudes, right? You're out there, you're living the life, and hell, before she was born, I had a stripper pole in the house, right, with a stage from Platinum Stages out of Arkansas, right? And I thought, man, life is great. And then, you get hit, and you're like this. Well, this shit's going out. And this is the beauty of it, though. When you go through all of these like trials and tribulations, right? Literally trials and tribulations. When you go through it, by the time you come out, right, the core of you is exactly the same, right? It's like the sphere around you changes, right? So I used to hate kids. Now I love kids, right?
I love my kid and I love other people's kids because I can tell them to go home and I'm fucking done.
Yeah, you're like, this is great. Like, well, in like the
now that he's 21 and living on the other side of the world in the States, I really love him.
You really, right? Like, just send me a text.
Yeah.
Well, and so many things happen. Like I said, and I remember, I was out. Like I said, I was working a lot, traveling a lot, doing my thing, and so Nick and I, there's this huge gap, right? Where when Nick moved out to the middle of nowhere, we just didn't really like. Don't get me wrong, we still like would text every now and then, but like he was so far away from everything that we weren't able to do the normal stuff we did, right? So what ends up happening is, fast forward, and my daughter was at a certain age where Nick's kids were at that age where it's like they naturally would like, very well coexist together, right?
Yeah.
And she was around, I want to say around like 8 or something back then, and I remember I said something like, "Oh yeah, Nick, we'll have to hang out," because like we had seen each other a couple of times, and I only remember the birth of Nick's first kid, right? Then I think I kind of remember him having a second kid. By the time we went out there, I was like, "Yeah, 5 fucking kids," like because that's how big the gap is, right? Because when both people are kind of working, doing their thing, there's that gap in adulthood that you just don't see each other, right?
Yeah,
Because people, he's out doing his thing, I'm out doing my thing, and by the time you finally reconnect. And I'm like, you have 5 fucking kids? And
even if it's 10 or 15 years, it's just, you just pick it up like you were there yesterday.
And that was the thing. I found it funny because it's like, although there's like that huge gap in years, it felt just like the old days, right? So we kind of came full circle, right? And because there was a time when, because Nick was the first one of all of us, all of our buddies to get married, right? So he gets married to Lady Rackets and has a kid and everything. And you remember how that feels. You are you guys are the crew. You're looking at the guy who goes off and gets married. You're like, bro, what do you mean you don't have time? A kid can't take up that much of your time, right? Like, because that's your mentality. By the time you have one, you're like, okay, like I'll never forget, man. By the time I had my daughter, I was like, okay, I now see what Nick went through. Like, you just don't have time. You just don't.
And then you add 4 more to it. And
you had 4 more kids. I'm thinking to myself, it
was one and done. I blew the tracks, and that's it.
Oh,
it was
dude.
like bridge on the River Kwai shit, man.
Yeah, just
boom, done.
Boom, you get gone. and that's what ends up happening. I ended up reconnecting with Nick, and I'll never forget, man. I'm out there. It was October 2018. And so we're over there, and then like, cause I didn't know Nick was on YouTube, and he's like, "Hey Drex, I have a YouTube channel now." I remember when he first went into law. I do remember that because he was commuting to the cities, and I remember him saying like, "Oh yeah, I have a YouTube channel," and I was kind of like, "Oh okay, cool." He's like, "Hey man, you want to come on my YouTube channel?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." I don't even know what the hell we're talking about, but why not, right? And that was my introduction to YouTube. So I hop on there, and then Nick moved from his place in the middle of nowhere to a place right next to the place in the middle of nowhere, and before you know it, COVID was like the best thing ever for us, right?
Yeah.
Because when it went to distance learning, it's like, okay, so how are you going to entertain an 8-9-year-old girl, right? 10-year-old girl. Yeah. Well, you just go to Nick's house, 5 kids. 5 kids, devices, middle of nowhere. I was like, this is great. So we ended up going through like 500 movies when we were over there, man. We were playing games, we were doing streams like every day. It was a wild time. So it's like, when people were telling me how horrible it was, I'm like, dude, I never stopped working. I never stopped working during the lockdown.
Well, as an introvert, I kind of found it comforting. I'm like, I'm a personal introvert, but a social extrovert, if that makes any sense. I hate going out, but once I go out, I'm fun to be around.
Yep.
I just don't want to leave my house. And so I'm like, hey, everybody, welcome to my world. I'm comfortable. And then after 6 or 8 months, I just want to see people again.
Yeah.
So that is the disadvantage of being divorced with a son off there. You're just literally here, me and the 2 dogs in this big house going, all right, which chair am I going to sit in today?
Right. Well, Tom Hardy had that famous quote about being alone, right? That, it becomes so comforting and all this stuff. Like, it's so great, right? And so I think that's one of those things that, like, you kind of find yourself in that mode almost accidentally, right? Because, I mean, let's face it, before the lockdown, everybody was just busy, right?
Yeah.
Everyone was doing something. It was like, the hamster wheel, right? Mm-hmm. By having something go like this, stop. Just having something say stop, right? Just for that moment. Do you remember like the first 3 months, especially, right?
Oh,
that first 3 months, like the streets were empty. I remember driving to work going, I mean, it'd be like me, like 2 other cars on the road. I'm like, this is great. Like, so other people, remember, certain people thought this was horrible, right? They'd be like this is awful. I can't go to the gyms or the clubs and blah, blah. And I was like, so my work had the only gym open like in the state, right? So I could just work out. Right, I was getting paid to work out, and I was like, "This is beautiful." I was like, "What?" I was like, "I wish it could stay like this forever."
Yeah.
And then as things normalized again, I was kind of like, well, yeah.
Well, I had a good send off because it was January 19th, and then everything went to hell about 3 weeks later. But January 19th, me and my best friend got to go to a Queen concert in Seoul, and then it's just like boom, the world ended. And Brian May is such a fantastic guitarist. He was a bucket list guy for me to watch. And so hey, that was a great way to get into the quarantine and shutdown and lockdown. Hey, at least I got to go out in style.
Well, what did I'm sure you were talking to guys like whether it be on Discord, locals, YouTube. What did you find out like from everyone in their own part of the world going through all that was like, that made you go like, whoa, you guys get to do this or you guys can't do that? Like, was there anything that like kind of like shocked you?
Well, Korea never went into a total lockdown. There was time restrictions. You couldn't have more than 4 people in a group. Restaurants would close at 6 or 9, and then to 10 and 11, then to 12. So there was, and you had to wear masks. You still have to wear masks indoors. It's kind of fucked up, but outdoors is okay. So there,
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Like,
no, I mean, you would have to wear a mask on the beach, and you were fined about $100 if you didn't wear a mask. And in the water, you're swimming in the fucking Pacific Ocean. And you have to wear a mask. They closed the beaches after a while because there were too many people on the beaches. You would have to wear a mask in the water.
Okay, when you say that to me, and my brain is trying to process how do you do, because so if you get any water on a mask, right, it's gonna start drooping.
It's like waterboarding.
It's like, well, you can't. I mean, can you breathe if water? Like, what?
I don't know. I didn't wear a mask in the ocean. That's all I know.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, like we didn't do like these states in London where you went into a forced work from home lockdown. We never had to go through that here, so that was a good thing. And I always felt bad for the people that had to do the mandatory stay at home, work from home things. I mean, I always wanted to, but at least I got to go outside. That was a good thing.
Jesus.
But during Korea, I mean, right now there is no reason to wear a mask inside, but nobody wants to be the politician to say, okay, you're free, because they know that there's going to be some other spike in the numbers and they're going to get blamed for it. So it's like everybody's just kind of waiting to see who's going to flinch first.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
I mean, and everybody's fucking tired of it. You get in an elevator with someone and they don't have their mask on. You've got your mask in your hand. You're like,
right? Like, well, do you know what though? I'll tell you. The only thing that really affected me during the lockdown was I was thinking about how these kids are going to be going forward, right? Because based on your age, that's a pretty big deal, right?
Oh, no,
imagine being like 3 years old and you had like 2 years where like no real contact. I mean, what is that going to do to your social development, right?
Oh, it's fascinating. I don't know how it affects someone like Nick who homeschools his kids, but I'm on the board of directors for an international school here in Korea, and I was talking to the headmaster about 6 months ago, and he said, "Do you realize there are people that are entering 3rd grade this year that have never seen their friends' faces?"
Yeah.
And then you're saying from a developmental, we take so much of our social cues from people's facial expressions. They've never seen their friends' facial expressions.
Yeah, you just got this, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. And so now when they take the masks off, you don't have that initial, recognition, that initial response.
They probably haven't even seen teeth, right? They're
Yeah, because
teeth.
you can look at someone and say, okay, they're in a shitty mood today, but you don't have that social cue. They've just never developed it.
Yeah,
I thought that was really deep.
There's something that's kind of like in the opposite here. If you're walking around, there were a lot of women during the lockdowns who you thought were attractive because the mask covers up.
The nice eyes.
There were some women out here. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. They had gorgeous eyes, right? And if they wore like any hat or wrap or anything, you went, man, not bad. Then the mask came off, right? Oh, you'd be amazed how hideous. Okay. So when it comes to like the look, right?
Yeah.
Because they were basically all in hijabs, right? You would be in a situation where it was like this. A chick was she was like a strong 8 or 9, right? When you saw the body, you saw the mask, you were like, oh man, yeah, nice. All of a sudden the mask came off. Bro, she went to a 3. You were like, like you didn't think that like there's like this triangle right there could make such a big difference? Oh, it can. It can, definitely.
And there's nobody that does makeup and skincare better and more rigorously than Korean women do.
Yeah, you know what? For better and for worse, though, I've seen the videos, LV. I've seen those.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've seen shit go from a dime to a 1. And I was like, oh, she had cheek fillers.
Everything, yeah.
I've seen everything. And I'm like, okay, let me ask you this, though.
Yeah.
You're over there, right? What do you think about the obsession? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Andrew said South Korea is #1 in plastic surgery on Earth.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Probably. Yeah. If not, per capita.
And he said you see people like coming around with bandages and stuff. Like, what do you think about that coming from the West?
Well, I was talking to Andrew about this the other day. I have this thing about noses. It's not a nose fetish, but the nose is the first thing I see, and I enjoy a unique nose, whether it's big or small or whatever, because it's something that not everybody has. And here, every nose looks the fucking same. Everybody has the same nose, and it's way too thin.
Doctor or
it's just like way too thin for Koreans, way too pointy for an Asian nose. And what I'm saying, look at Jennifer Grey from Dirty Dancing.
Yeah,
she got a nose job, and her career was over.
Thanos snap, right? This is no lie. I was just talking to wifey about this a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about, I don't know how we got on that topic of Jennifer Grey, but we literally had that exact same topic, right? We're sitting there, and I was on my way to work, and she said the same thing. She's like, yeah, do you remember? I think we're talking about like insecurity in women is what the topic was. And I'm like, because what happens is a lot of these women grow up and they're like, I'm insecure about pick a feature, right? But I'm like, you got to understand. Okay, let's look at the 2 women who also have unique noses but never changed them. Barbara Streisand, Lady Gaga, right?
Yeah.
2 women who have gotten mocked, I'm sure, since childhood for their nose, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that probably did a number on them mentally, right? But there had to be someone out there that was like this, don't do it. Just don't do it. And the irony is, someone like Jennifer Grey might have been like the cautionary tale, especially for Lady Gaga, since she's much younger.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To be like, hey, let me show you this. And you show her the Dirty Dancing and kissing and she's probably thinking like, I think the girl's cute. Like, her nose is kind of like mine. Like, hey, want me to show you what she looks like now? Sure. Who the hell is that? Yeah, her career ended when she got the nose job. It's like, wait, what?
And she talks about that. Yeah, it's like, boom, done.
Done. Overnight it ended.
Yeah. Let me clear a quick few of these super chats here. Koopa the Goblin.
Oh.
Woo, Drex time. Hey, Legal Vices. Thank you so much for that. And again, also Drex, Daisy is #1.
That's a Mario Party reference.
Okay. All right. All right. What's
I don't respect dudes who play female characters in games, man. My brother is one of those guys. He refuses to play male characters.
I'll admit I've played female Shepard in Mass Effect a couple of times.
Oh, I heard Jennifer Hale did a great job on the voice acting, though.
You haven't checked it out. You just heard about it. Yeah, but sure. So someone told you. Soy Mafia, Drex, say hello to my little friend Baldo. Don't get us started on the Baldo yet.
Oh man,
not yet.
Baldo.
That's just the question. Wherever you are, yes or no yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
So, dude, look, this is what's killing me.
Go there.
My schedule, and I don't know, man. I don't know if it's. Here's what's crazy: when you don't want something, It just it always like falls in your lap, right? Because like, okay, let's say you got a chick over, right? And you pull out the baldo. Oh my God, what's that? That's what happens when you want to use the baldo, right?
Yeah.
You almost wish it was the reverse, right? You almost wish it would be like this. Hey, who's that? Yeah. Hey, Drex. Yeah. So I know that you're insane. I got this thing that was just gifted to me at a sex toy party.
Because then you're not the pig. Then you go, hey, that's cool.
Because if the girl pitches it, hold on. Do you notice that though?
Oh yeah.
If the girl pitches the sex toy, no one looks at that as weird, right? Like, oh yeah, cool. She just wants to try something different. Everything's cool. This is healthy. But if the dude's like this, hey, daddy's got the baldo. They're like, oh, it's like, oh, come on, man. It's just a ball. Look, the chicks want to get DP anyway. Look, just go ahead and give them the rubber D. You know what I'm saying?
I suppose now is the time to give my consumer trigger warning about Drex. If you don't like what's going on here, just walk away, shut the door behind you, come back tomorrow. We'll be back to normal tomorrow. I swear to God, we're going to be talking about the Arkansas police beating tape tomorrow, and a tape.
Wait, who got their ass whooped?
Oh, you didn't see this video? All right, we'll pause the Baldo convo here just to bring this up real quick. This was Arkansas yesterday, and I believe the guy's white, so that solves a lot of problems. But let's see, share screen. Yep, of course, me instead of sharing, I remove. There we go. This is the video. Where's the play button? There we go.
Oh,
by the way, they say he's resisting.
yeah.
And what people are saying is he seemed to be kind of mentally not there. It's Arkansas. It's summer. He doesn't have any shoes on. I mean, in like Arizona or Utah, that means something, but maybe he just doesn't have shoes because it's Arkansas. I don't know. But he was just sitting there, and the cops were allegedly asking him something. He got up and acted like he was going to run away, and this commenced. And this is a beatdown.
That is like Rodney King-esque.
Damn. We gotta get out of here.
Concrete head.
What, bruh?
Watch their behavior change.
When they see the camera, here it comes.
Yeah. That was the other day, yesterday, I believe.
Now, LV, I got to tell you this, man. As you know, I make it a point on Twitter to post all articles that show cops behaving badly, which is, daily. They're state-sponsored thugs with badges. And I tell people the cops are not your fucking friend. I don't know why. I don't know where conservatives got this idea that, like, cops are my friend. No, they're not your friend, bro. They're not your friend. And I like to show these kinds of things and talk about these things and all the horrible, all the transgressions of the police department, because I always remind people, I have this issue, right, where people will say, you are good because of insert X, right? Whether it be your gender, your ethnic group, your profession. No. That just means you are a person in that profession, right? So when you bust, it doesn't matter. You bust a pedo, you bust somebody, a drug peddler, whatever. It doesn't matter what it is, right? A domestic partner abuser, right? You arrest people for these things, right? And people are all so, oh yeah, they're this, they're that. It goes into what I said about Deshaun Watson, right? There's a bunch of people who jump on Deshaun Watson and say he should be banned, blah 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 blah, right? Because something that happens off the field, right? And I said, hold on now. If you start talking about canceling people for their behavior, their alleged behavior, out of their place of employment, right? I said that means we got to start going into every time a doctor does something, right?
Yep.
He's somewhere, right?
Yep.
He's somewhere and does something. Yeah. Do you know the high rate of domestic violence when it comes to law enforcement?
Oh,
super
huge.
high, super
Huge.
high. But you see,
Huge,
when
yeah.
you say that, people start going, "Oh," and they started trying to twist their words, right? I go, so should these cops be canceled? And the same people that are fire and brimstone, they move the goalposts, right?
Yep.
They just move it. They sit there because they pick people that they like or professions they like, and they say, I don't ever want to hold these people accountable, right? You see this in politics all the time, right? Like, okay, regardless of the political aisle you're on, right? Whoever the opponent is when they do something, you're all fire and brimstone, right?
Oh,
But
sure.
when someone in that's quote unquote your party, right? It wasn't a big deal. Well, it was a misunderstanding. It's like, wait a minute now, because see, I always tell you, man, these are bitch-made people. They possess care-based morality, which means they're less than scum. The only morality that should be promoted in our society is what? Justice-based morality. When I see, the moment I hear someone with care-based morality, man, I'm like, yeah, you gotta get the fuck away from me. I can't even, I don't want you near me because you're beneath me. I can't tolerate it because I see it time and again where they go like this. They'll be like, I've seen it, man. They will say these crazy things, right? And they just flip on a drop of a dime. They just flip. And they're like, wait a minute. So you're excusing this person's behavior. It doesn't matter what it is, right? They excuse it. And you're like, wait a minute.
Well, because they agree with it.
Yeah, it's like, or they agree with that
do.
person. They like that person.
Yeah.
Is usually what ends up happening. They're like,
Yeah.
like, I saw this because I saw this with every administration, right? I saw it with, okay, I can go back in history. Reagan, H.W. Bush, to Clinton, to W. Bush, then we get Obama, then with Trump, and now in Biden. Whatever side of the aisle that people are on, that they are pro that president can do anything, and people excuse. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, man, come on now, come on. You can't call a spade a spade. Nope.
That's why I don't talk politics with anyone, because you're never ever going to change anybody's mind.
Never.
And just as you said, my guy is right, your guy is wrong.
Yep.
Orange man bad. Now, Biden does the same shit.
It's corny to me because it's like, it says a lot about you as a person. Like, do you remember when there was a time when, when everything wasn't far left? Do you remember when you could watch, whether it be SNL or something, like they made fun of whoever was in office, right? Any little that was just what comedy was, right?
Sure.
Everyone pokes fun at everybody else, right?
Oh, absolutely.
No harm, no foul. Now it's gotten so, it's kind of become some perverted version of itself, right?
Well, I mean, you see it, I guess. It was a tragic interview with Mel Brooks. They were talking about how comedy's changed, and he said, not only could I never make Blazing Saddles,
Yep,
I could never even think of putting that on paper at this point.
Yeah. Well, they neutered the comedian, right? Like, one of these days, I told everybody I'm gonna make sure I get this show done in whiteface. So I'm gonna go into whiteface. I'll probably put Nick in blackface or something, right? Because as you know, we're trying to bridge the gap, right? And I come from a world, man, where, like I said, I didn't grow up in this environment where, I pen and pad, and I'm like, oh no, I can't say this, I can't do that. Anything I felt like saying or doing, I did it, right? Got me in a lot of trouble throughout my life, right? And I was like this, I would rather be in trouble for something I did than to be punished for something I didn't.
Well, was that from the freedom you were given as a child, or from your rebellion as a child? I don't know. Did you have a religious upbringing?
I think it was a bit of both, because I come from, Southern parents, right? And anybody who grew up in the South, they came,
Baptist?
like it wasn't like that like fire and brimstone church thing. I mean, I left the church at age 8. My parents used to take us to church every Sunday in the cities, right? We were in the burbs, so we drive to the cities, right?
Was it Baptist, Pentecostal?
It's been too long. Maybe Baptist. I mean, it was the same coonery you see in all black churches, right? You got pastors up here wearing nice suits,
until they get robbed from their $1 million of jewelry,
right? Yeah. Oh God, I love that story. Well, and the thing is, though, is that here's what kills me. I'm 8 years old and I was able to figure that out, right? So when I see people out there who haven't figured this out, I'm like, this is the reason why I was like, I see why the world is the way it is, right? Because if people are this stupid, the fact that Joel Osteen gets $1 of anyone's money, right? TD Jakes, all these, Creflo Dollar, Twerk for Jesus. Yeah. The fact that someone gives them even $1 lets me know that, no, it's already over. Because you should have been able to look at this and go like this, wait a minute. So let me get this straight. I'm at this mega church. I look over. This guy is in a G5 aircraft, right? That I'm paying for. But if I say, hey, look, man, there's an issue, Pastor. I need you to, you can maybe, fly, my kid over here to get a surgery or something. Whoa.
Or God forbid you need a little help with food or rent.
You need any help, right? You heard about those churches. They had millions of dollars stuffed in the walls. Yeah. And so I'm looking at people like...
I grew up in Utah, in a Mormon family, and I still consider myself, I'm still on paper somewhere, but we have what's called a bishop's storehouse, where it's the LDS church, the Mormon church welfare program. And the surprising thing is that you don't even have to be a member of the church to go in and get this. It's basically, it's each one is essentially a grocery store. You can just walk in, take things off the shelf, whatever you need, whatever you do. But to get out the door, there's we need help down at the bean canning factory, or we need help on the egg farm. How many hours can you put in? Well, I don't want to work.
You ain't getting
sorry. Come back when you're hungry.
I like that.
I respect that, but there's still a lot of other bullshittery that goes on because it's an organized religion. But I do like that aspect.
You already know what I've made those comments about. I mean, God bless these Mormon girls in the back door. Same with these hojabbies, right? These Arab chicks.
Yeah.
See, I knew about all this years ago, and I had, and you know what this is like. I love talking to people who are from those communities. So here's the thing: I'm on the outside, right? But I've dealt with people from every which angle. So when I say things, people start getting offended. I can't believe you saying that, Drex. You saying that all Mormons? I said, I didn't say all Mormons. I said it's well known Mormon girls are huge turbo thoughts. That's not true. And then watch this. If I ask anybody who is Mormon, what are they going to tell me?
Oh yeah.
This is well known, right? Like this is well known. So imagine what it's like being me when I'm on Nick's show and I'm taking flack. I'm like, bro, have any of you guys lived outside of the internet? I'm like, bro, when you're deep in the streets like this, you know what ends up happening? You come across so many different types of people and you collect all of this information, right? It gets stored up here. And you go like this. You start to form beliefs based on it's like someone telling you, no, Drex, the best possible thing is to leave a child in the care of a single mother. And then you think of every single mom that you've encountered. You're like, no, that's a terrible fucking idea. But then what happens when there's always that one person, right? I was raised by a single mom, or it's I have beautiful kids and I'm a great mom. It's like, oh, here we go, because they take everything personally, right?
Yeah. But it's that deal where I'm part of this and I don't want, I call it, it's my car. It's the my car syndrome. Yep. I had one of the exploding Ford Pinto panel wagons back in that was my second car I owned. And it was silver on the outside with black and red pinstriping, and it was ceiling to floor black carpet. I just called it my silver bullet south of the border Cheech and Chong drugmobile. And my friend would be like, this is a piece of shit. Well, this is my piece of shit. If you don't like my piece of shit, get the fuck out and walk. And it's the same way, you attack someone's religion or you say something negative about it. You have to defend it because you have this weird complex that if you admit there's something wrong with something you're part of, somehow that means you're a bad person.
Yeah, look, now, LV, this is where I differ, man. This goes back to justice-based morality. I am quick to point out all of the fuckery in the community, right? There's no one that I look like. Here's the thing. When you look up, right, if you were to go on Google right now and look up renewable resources on Earth, do you know what's not listed on there as the most renewable resource on this entire planet?
People.
No.
Okay.
BFF. Black female fuckery is the most renewable resource on this planet. Because every time you hear about something horrible, see, this is where people start getting, they get in their fifis, right? Like, watch this. I can tell you a story. You already know the ethnic group. What does that tell me? Watch this. Hey, LV, there were some women twerking on the freeway.
Damn it, don't make me admit this shit on the internet.
There are women twerking on the internet or on the freeway, right? Now, if I say something like, if those words come out of my mouth, you immediately had an image in your head, right? Immediately, you're like this. Like if I told that to anybody on Earth, they would go like this. Twerking on that. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. There's traffic on the freeway. Cars are coming and going. You're telling me women got outside on top of the car and started twerking. The moment you say that, like nobody was thinking to themselves, I'm sure it was an Indian woman. I'm definitely sure. No, everyone to me is like this. Oh, yeah, I already know who it was, right? Whenever you hear about something completely insane, And this is where my problem is. You can call out, like I said, if you're a black person and you call out the failures of the community, right? Mm-hmm. You'll see people going like this. People who are not black. Oh, this is so funny. But as soon as you say something like this, yeah, man, I be seeing white dudes doing X, Y, and Z. Whoa, hold on. I'm like, look, dude, there was a time, you remember this, right? When everybody was fair game. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
A white guy can sit there and be like this. Like, look, this is no lie, man. Do you know who I just had call me when I was in Alabama? Mama Vic. So Vic Mignogna's mom had to call me.
Wow. Okay.
She needed to know something, right? You know what she needed to know? I thought she butt dialed me because she's butt dialed me a few times, right? So I text her and I said, hey, did you butt dial me? She goes, no, I didn't butt dial you. I need you to call me. I have a serious question. I call her. You know what the question was? You're going to love this.
Nope.
Now, Drexel, I need you to tell me, what is it with black women and these weaves? They wear that hair. I just
especially as many fights as y'all get in. What?
All these fights, and they immediately go for the hair. And this crazy thing, when you look, man, shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. I don't know if you heard about this story. There was a weave shop that caught fire, would burn down. Right now, watch this. Without knowing the story, I want you to tell me what happened. A weave shop is burning down in the hood. Tell me what happened.
I would guess there was people were braving the flames to loot the place.
What people?
You're gonna make me say it, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Black people.
Oh yeah, people. Hold on, what gender?
German Shepherd. Yeah.
German Shepherds.
Okay, now
German Shepherds were out there.
You need to explain this in the 305.
These people
go for my largely white audience.
Oh man, I love when white audiences can see the truth. Like, here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you something that I do love about social media though, and camera phones. For decades, no one believed black men in particular, right? Black men were saying all these things like, yo, man, it's fucked up out here. You remember this, right? You remember back in the day, people were just kind of like this, oh, here goes those black guys complaining again. They're just making up all these stories. And people are like, no, man, dudes are out here telling you the truth. And now, you know what you're seeing?
You have no German Shepherd shirt on. That just sank in right now. That just worked its way through my synapses there. Okay, continue.
Here's the thing. When I was growing up, you were hearing black dudes making all these complaints, right? They had a long list of complaints, right? Now, don't get me wrong. There were a lot of black dudes out there that were doing stuff, and they basically creating their own misery, right? So yeah, don't talk about police brutality when you're doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna give that a pass. I'm like, yo, bro, it is what it is. That's on you. But when guys are talking about like the treatment, the smell of these women, and just like the attitudes and stuff. And people kept on saying, no, that can't be. And so when guys would say certain things, people kind of like looked at them sideways like, don't be talking about somebody, don't be talking about your sister like that or your mom like that, or blah, blah, blah. Don't say anything bad about women. Why are you talking about your baby mama like that? And dudes were out here popping off and no one understood what they were talking about. Then the cell phone hit, right? The camera phone, right? Once the smartphone and social media gave way to, so now you guys see, when you go on YouTube and you type in twerking in insert place, right? Doesn't matter. It's always them. Here's the thing, LV, it was them from day one. Every time, here's the thing, and if it wasn't them, because when someone goes, well, Drex, what about the crime statistics, 13/50? LV, you're aware of the penal system. Most of the people in prison, what kind of households do they come out of? Broken homes. Who is the primary parent in these broken homes? That's right. Do you know how you want
and fuck you if you disagree with that. That is a statistical fact.
Wait, who disagrees? I'm just saying, single moms and bitch-made simps raised by single moms. Like
if there are people out there that disagree with that, that is a statistical fact.
Yeah, go into prison, right? Watch this. How do I get you to join a gang? You know what's the easiest way to find someone to join a gang? There's always going to be outliers. You know, these are the people that point to the outlier, right? In general, what's the easiest way to get someone to join a gang? Who has to not be in the home? The father. The father. Because watch this. Thug and thought culture, which is what the black community is, right? The community. It comes from a lack of male leadership and male presence and male authority. Therefore, when someone says, yo, man, Drex, how do you wind up with all these German Shepherds? These German Shepherds were, here's the thing, the nature of the German Shepherd was always in these women. It's female nature. It's not a black woman thing. This is where people get confused. It's a woman thing. The only morality women possess is tyranny. They don't actually possess the ability to be moral. And if you look in any religious book, does it say women can possess religion? No, they can't. Do you know why? As Kohlberg stated, there are 6 stages of moral development. Women, like children, do not ever progress beyond the 3rd, which is care-based morality. That's why, if you notice, I can prove it. Going to prison, in a female prison. LV, I want you to tell me a crime that a woman can commit where the other women will say, we're not going to allow you to live because you committed crime X. Go ahead, name it. Come on, can't think of anything, can you?
Nope.
She killed her kid.
Can't.
Oh well. She did something to her husband. Oh well. There's an explanation. There's always a story, right?
Yep.
Oh, I see how you felt, sister. Now watch this, LV. You go into a male prison. Tell me what crimes you are not allowed to commit. Like, you're not allowed to live if you committed them.
Child molestation.
Anything with kids.
Abusing women. Graping or SA of a woman. Anything to do with elderly.
Yep.
Kill someone's mama. I mean, there's a long.
There's a long list, right? Like, remember, these are criminals, right? These are the bad people of society. What's that tell you? Even amongst the condemned, they still have rules and codes of conduct. They say, no, here's the thing, dude. If you went and yeeted somebody in a bar fight, we go like this. Hey, man, it was you or him, man. It is what it is, right? Yep. But when someone says, yo, man, what are you in for? Oh, I just got some stuff. They go, okay. I'm gonna look at his jacket. I need to see
look
what
at
he's
his papers. Yeah.
Let's check your paperwork. They check your paperwork in whether they go to the law library. They got dudes. They got goons who that's their job is to check on everybody to find out who's who and who did what.
Oh,
right?
and all you got to do now is break the phone call out and go, hey, check up on this dude. And you
check up on this dude. Yeah, who's the dude on the street? Yeah. And when the word comes back, wait, who? Oh, and they go like this. Yeah, man, he went ahead. And he was breaking and entering a bunch of places out here, robbing people, right? He broke in on the elderly lady, hit her upside the head with a crowbar, and then raped her. Mm-hmm. Yeah, about that. What happens when that word gets back?
He's dead.
Done. Same day. The moment they find out that you are in there for harming elderly people, harming children, you did something that was way out of bounds, right? You did something that people go, nah, yep. Or you ratted on somebody, your life is over.
And it does not matter if they know you personally. That it's
nope.
Stranger A hears this about Stranger B. Stranger B is going down.
Grab the shank. They start sharpening toothbrushes on the floor. You see what I'm saying? You get the padlock in the sock.
Yep.
They have to end you because, see, even amongst the condemned, you have broken certain man laws. Women don't possess this. They think opportunistically. Therefore, when I say things, like I've said things about women, and people thought, oh, Drex, I think Drex hates women. No, I don't. I understand them. I understand that when a war breaks out in Ukraine, the women aren't going to stand up and fight by and large. Someone's going to always show, look at this one woman, Drex. No. Women as a collective will not stand and fight anybody without surrounded by men. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I was just talking about this with Andrew 2 nights ago when we were getting drunk because we were watching some shit go down in Seoul. And you're saying, watch, she's starting shit and her boyfriend's going to have to clean it up. And that's when you just go, hey, you getting this shit? You deal with it. I had nothing to do with this. Don't put me in this. I'm walking.
Yeah. Well, and they get
my man will take care of you. And
they'll get you.
And the man's like, what the fuck? I get an ass kicking that I didn't sign up for?
That you had no part of because of her fuckery, right? And this is look at the men that they choose, right? Hybristophilia, right, is a term used to describe these people, women, who are attracted to thugs and low lifes and all this. Look, have you ever seen the mail that serial killers get in jail? Have you ever seen that kind of mail?
Oh, yeah.
These women are lusting over men who have murdered, 30 women? 50 people? Their parents? Now watch this. LV, let's reverse it. Don't get me wrong, I know there's some simps because someone told me there were some simps, but we're saying a man of any level, a modicum of self-respect, just 1%.
No.
Are they into Casey Anthony? Do you hear any dude be like, oh man, I sure want her? Nope. What about Amber Heard? Is anyone out there like beating down the door for Amber Heard right now?
Well, they might be if in a game of yeet murder.
Correct.
And well, speaking of which, Andrew suggested I ask you a question.
Ooh, what's that?
Yeet, marry, intercourse with Oprah, Lizzo, and And I'm trying to think. There are several other third options. I think we'll go with the other one with Minaj, Oprah, and Lizzo. That's from Andrew to you. That's your present from Andrew tonight. He was going to be here, but he's got other things to do.
Hold on, let me. I got to actually write this down. So Nicki Minaj, Lizzo, and Oprah. Okay, so yeet, marry, and smash, right?
Yep.
Okay. Hold on. All right, we're gonna marry Oprah.
Okay.
Because she's got the bag, and I can always just take that from her in the divorce. And she's a carpet muncher.
Gets it.
She's a carpet muncher, so she's not going to want to smash anyway. And I've seen her feet, and that's unacceptable. Okay, so I gotta yeet somebody. Okay, I can't stomach the thought of Lizzo because she's gonna tell all of our business. So I gotta yeet Lizzo.
Gone.
She's gone.
Lizzo's deleted. Okay,
and I'm gonna feel. Look, here's the thing. I'm gonna need therapy afterward, right? But I'm gonna smash Nicki Minaj, not because I want to, but because you have given me. Andrew has given me choices so abysmal, right?
Yeah.
And you know the beauty of this is though. This is what I love about this, is that in the community, right? These would be some of your better options. I'm not lying to you.
God damn it!
These aren't that bad. I'm being serious. The next time you guys, I want you guys out there, especially for all my white folks, right? I want my white people to go to like Gary, Indiana. Go to any big major metropolitan city, and then go to the black area, right? Where shit's all shot out, busted up, burnt out. I start naming them, right? Baltimore, Chicago, Gary, Indiana, Minneapolis. Go to the north side. I want you to go over there, right? And I want you
the paper. Got to get the first clip moment here.
Oh yeah. You know, look, you know what this is, LB. We need. I always tell white people to always observe the German Shepherd in their natural habitat, right?
Oh, come on. We have the white equivalent, though.
No. Here's the thing. You guys do, but here's the thing, though. It's much smaller and it's much more confined. Like, listen, we had the quote unquote trailer trash when we were growing up.
Say,
we had the white trash.
Confined to the trailer parks, yeah.
Yeah, they were basically. Here's the thing. They were so kind of like out there. And here's the big thing, though. They were never given screen time, right? Never.
Unless on
never
Cops.
given. Yeah, unless it was on Cops. They weren't given screen time, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to the black community, right? They only want to show the bad black people. They never, because remember, most black people are not sitting in prison right now. But every time they have a camera, they're like, well, let's make sure we find the worst of the worst. It's like, so that paints this picture that like, oh my God, I think black people are X, Y, and Z. And then people meet them and they're like, wait, this isn't what I expected. Damn, I thought every black guy was a thug. No, not every black dude's a thug. Thugs are thugs, right? Especially when they're raised by ratchet ass German Shepherd single moms, right? And so what ends up happening is you start going through life and you start noticing all these German Shepherds raising these hellhound kids, right? This demon spawn. And when you hear about someone doing something crazy, yeeting people, bringing guns to school, they come from this Lord of the Flies environment, right? Where there's no men around. Let's say, go to any inner city, you know this. You go like this. You see boys and you see adult males, but you don't see men. You see what I'm saying? You don't see guys, buttoned up on a purpose.
My dad's 87. He was born and raised in Afton, Wyoming, Star Valley, Wyoming, out in the middle of nowhere, just sort of kind of southwest of Jackson Hole, farm country, all farmers, cattle, and they remember when there was literally Indians. My grandmother remembers living when there were Indians in teepees across the valley. That's a fairly recent thing in Wyoming. And I remember talking to my dad saying, you guys had the gun, you had the loaded gun above the door, just like in Gunsmoke or Little House on the Prairie from your neck of the woods. It's like, how come there were no school shootings? If you looked at that gun for no reason, you got your ass beat.
And do you know why?
Dad would kick that shit out of you, and that would be it. You would be deleted. Yeah. Because you were taught respect and obedience and fear-based love.
Yeah. Dad. See, Dad was there for an answer. Chris Rock talked about this. He said the reason why these kids are so out of control He said they don't have to fear wait till your dad gets home. When there's no dad around, like I said, it should be illegal for certain things to even exist on Earth, right? It should be illegal for women to give advice. It should be illegal for women to be given primary custody of children unless there's an extreme circumstance where the guy is literally like abusing them. Like I'm talking, he has to be insane. Other than that, these things should never happen. Why? Like you said, when it comes to morality, this is how women think. The kid is crying. Let's appease him. There's no tough love, right? There's either going to be abuse or coddling, right? No lessons learned. Do you know what dad does? Dad comes in there after you get whooped. This is the reason why, if you notice, boys and girls interpret the same physicality differently, right? So watch this. You did something wrong. Let's say you stole candy from the store, right?
Yeah.
You get your ass beat. Do you know what happens to boys when they get their ass beat by their dad after stealing candy? They go like this. If someone walks up to them like this, hey man, what happened to you? I got whooped. What did you do? I stole candy from the store. He doesn't get 20 years older and say, my dad abused me. You see how that works? That's why you don't hear boys talking about they were abused, right?
Yeah.
I don't mean the drunken crazy dude. I'm talking about like just regular men who instill discipline, right? Now watch this. Same scenario. The girl decides to steal a cute midriff top or something, right? From a clothing store, right? She was in Macy's and she thought it looked so cute, so she stole it. She gets disciplined. Do you know what happens next?
Oh, that happened to my family. I do know.
Does she ever say, I did something wrong?
Nope.
You guys should have bought this for me.
This was a foster girl that we had.
Oh, yeah, we did that. Look, you know this thing is actually literally taped on to my thing here. And I think my tape has worn thin. No, so what they'll say is, they don't take any accountability. You should have bought this for me. Somehow everyone in the world was responsible for their decision to steal from a store. You don't hear girls like this. Yeah, I went to the store and I took this because I didn't want to work hard to pay for it, right? Well, you didn't buy nothing for me, so I'm just telling you. It's always on someone else. And years later, you know what they say? It was abusive, right? I was in an abusive. That's why every relationship a woman has been in, what does she say, right? You're a lawyer. You know how this works. What do women say about their past relationships?
They're all bad, first of all, and it's all the other. And that's what you always say. If someone talks about 18 crazy people and they're the only normal one in the field that they know, then that tells you where it comes out. Yep.
You are the common denominator. So when I listen to these women tell me these stories, oh my God, my ex Drex, you got to understand, he was controlling, he was manipulative, he was abusive. Was he though? Because let me ask you this. Is it on paper? Did you go to the police? No, because it didn't happen.
That's the Amber Heard thing. That's the Amber Heard thing.
It never happened. Look, I've been telling people this for years, right? This is long before, people started really getting real heated about Emmett Till years later. I said, they're all lying. Every time a woman opens her mouth, what's coming out is a lie. It's a half-truth. She's omitting certain details. Don't believe me? Watch this. Have you ever heard a story where she's the bad guy? Have you ever heard of a story where a woman is the bad guy in any story in your whole life? She's like, I'm the bad guy. Have you ever heard that in your whole life? Yes or no?
If I have, it's few and far between.
Yeah, but dudes will tell you a story and they're the bad guy, right? They're like, yeah, man, I fucked up. Yeah, I did this wrong. They took accountability. You see what I'm saying? So Amber Heard got everybody in this mode where she said this. And then Johnny did this and Johnny did that. And everyone's like, I believe Amber. I stand with Amber Heard. And then what happened? The facts came out, right? And people went, whoa.
Yeah.
It was so divorced because here's the thing. It's so divorced from the truth because what'll happen is it's like, this is what I tell guys. There's still a lot of stupid people out here that are still dating, right? Because they're stupid.
There's a lot of stupid people. Yeah.
The reason why these girls keep getting over on you is because they are omitting details, right? They'll say something like, oh, I'm going out to the store with Stacy or something, right? If this thing drops one more time, where's my tape thing?
While you're doing that, let me clear off some super chats here real quick. Koopa the Goblin again. More goblin dollars for the majestic beard legal devices. Well, thank you. I'm glad I trimmed it last weekend. Deeply appreciated. Teresa Ferry. I'm happy you're not a misogynist like Andrew, though. Legal devices. Andrew's not a misogynist. He's a realist.
I love that word.
We'll talk. I won't talk about Andrew. We'll talk about Drex here later. Koopa again with another $2. Dollhouse Phil for your goblin needs.
Oh man,
you got
the goblin.
You got to
the
give
goblin
you got to
doll.
give me a couple more than the few $2 if you want me to get a goblin. Dollhouse Phil is expensive. I wish I was drunk. Quick chat before work. That's how you know. I wish I was drunk. Sending me tongue twisters to check my sobriety level. But Doc McFuzzball, hey, long time. How you doing? Thank you. Hey, Jeff. Thoughts on taxing churches? I think you need to tax all churches now.
Agreed.
Flat. They all have too much money now. It's not the
Give me
old
one
west.
sec.
It's seems to me it might weed out the worst profiteers. Yes. But I haven't thought through prior to the super chat. I just think if I'm being taxed, everybody should be taxed. I mean, that's just how I think. Koopa the Goblin Troop again. Weave shop burns down. Gladiatorial fights begin. Are you not entertained? Exactly. Bad Dragonite. You got the super sticker. Thank you so much. That was a good super sticker too, by the way. Sorry for the delay in getting through some of these. It's just we've been having a lot of conversation here. And again, Koopa coming in with another $2. Black W equals German Shepherd, Asian equals Dragon, Latino equals Chihuahua. Yep. I'll disavow any knowledge of this. I think we're gonna send Drex a bill for $100 for every subscriber I lose. But no, this is. I mean, all joking aside, if there's something you want to say, if there's a question you want to ask me or Drex, the absolute surefire way to see that it gets addressed is the super chats. There's no minimum required. You're not required to do it. We try to watch the chat go by, but in a night like this where we're very interview focused and we've got some videos lined up, it's kind of hard to pay attention closely to the chat that's going on, but I'm trying. But the surefire way to get noticed, to get a comment read, to get a question asked of one of us is a super chat. Again, it's not required, and there is no minimum. That's not how I play. That's just let you know that's there. We haven't been taken off the air yet, so if you're listening and you're enjoying, we're up to what do we got? 356 people here now, so
Hey.
259 likes. So hit that like button. We've lost about 7 subscribers since we started, which is about 193 less than I thought we would have by this point. So
Damn.
we've gained 2 back. So
Look. So the goal is, look, before we we have like a commercial break for the baldo or something like that. Look, I've had Nick and Andrew ask me to come in to do their normie purge. Like, Drex, I need you to purge, because here's the thing. So Jeff, I was talking about this, right? And I said, I'll tell you a problem I have with the modern era of YouTube, right? I did a show with Nick last time I was over there, and we had some issues with we didn't realize Nick gave his equipment to me. So when we were looking for the equipment for the show, we're like, what the hell is, and Nick's like looking around like, dude, I don't know where it's at. And then he realized,
that was the last time you were on his show.
Yeah, he's like, oh my God. He goes, I gave it to you. And I'm like, so, face palm, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is what kills me, man. I do that show with Nick, and so you're starting to see what we experienced growing up, which is this righteous zealotry, right? Because
there's plenty
these people are coming out here. They think everything is degenerate now, right? And these are the same people that when you start to investigate, you look at their search history. You know what you see in there? Anime titties, degenerate
Tentacles.
stuff, tentacles, some cheese pizza. These people are into all kinds of stuff, right? But when they're online, hiding behind an avatar, you know what they are? Oh, holy is the
Church
Lord,
lady,
self-righteous. See,
Church lady.
And I talked to Andrew and Nick about this. I said, these people are fucking frauds, man. They are frauds. Because
and I think more than that, we've lost the ability to listen to someone and go, thank you for talking. You're fucked up, and I disagree with everything you've said, but we're still friends.
Yep.
We've lost the ability to do that.
Yeah, well, okay, here's what I find funny.
I mean, not that I'm saying I disagree with you, but I'm just saying, even hypothetically, in
the hypothetical, like, look, when I first got on Nick's show, I'll never forget this, man. There was somebody in the comment section that was saying, like, I don't really believe Nick and Drex are best friends and blah, 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 because, Drex seems to be, he seems to be out there and a crazy dude or whatever, right? And then we have a mutual friend of Nick and ours who actually replied to the guy going, no, dude, I was there. Like, here's the thing, the same people will tell you ask them about their favorite movies, right? Their favorite movies, their favorite stories. And you know what you see this cognitive dissonance. The people who get along best in life tend to be people who are opposites, right?
Yes.
It's not the same. When you meet your twin, I wouldn't want to.
Boring.
Yeah, I'd be like, but dude, you're exactly like me. Like, this isn't fun. Like, it's cool that we can kind of, because there's no pushback. There's no like I always tell people, go back and think of any story you know, any great story. Start naming off like the heroes, like the protagonists, right? Who is their foil, right? It's their opposite, right? Luke
And that's how
Hans.
all the good stories go, with someone going, dude, that's fucked up. Don't do it. And
Yeah,
you do
dude.
it anyway.
What are you doing? Like, look, I remember watching Friday for the first time, right? And I was watching on Mephisto's show, right? Shout out to him. We're watching it, and I said, look, Craig is the straight man. Look, this has been in comedy for years, right? There's the straight man and the crazy guy, right? Chris Farley, David Spade. On the surface, you would go, there's no way these two can get along, right?
Yeah.
That's why they get along. It's because they yin and yang, they balance each other. If you have, Jeff, I know you don't want to be around people like that or just like you all day. Could you imagine how?
God, no.
You'd be like, oh, this is awful. And so that's how you get into these echo chambers. I'm like, look, I've told you, when I'm out traveling and stuff, I love being around people who are different from me. You learn so much more. Look, if you had asked me before I knew, I would have been convinced that rabid feminazis actually hated me, right? And they hate people that look like you, right? Then you're around them long enough and you realize, oh, I see what the problem is. These are just confused, broken people. And like, don't get me wrong, I exploit them for my own sexual gratification. However, what you realize is that like outside of whatever, like you talked about politics earlier, outside of like certain things, I can actually get along with, I'll be honest with you, I can get along with a feminist female more so than a far right religious, like, because those are the people that usually are frauds, right? Like, they're both frauds, but at different levels, right?
Yeah.
The feminist doesn't really hate men. She doesn't really believe what she's saying, right? And when here's the main difference, she'll eventually admit it. You see the difference?
Yeah.
Eventually, that crazy feminist chick, when you got her alone and you get her away from her toxic circle of people, right? Influence. She'll eventually admit, like, I do want a man. I am miserable. I am alone. She'll admit it. She'll at least be like,
I do want a man to choke me out and slap.
I do want a man to choke me out. I want to massage this. Drex, I want you. I want you to choke me. I want you to do all these horrible things. And then the far right chick will say what? No, oh my God, I'm so religious. And they get caught up doing. Do you know what? There's lots of infidelity in the church, right?
Oh yeah.
But they're all religious though, right?
Well, I was telling, weird. You're hitting all the stories I told Andrew the other day.
Oh, what's that?
This was God, it must have been 10, 12 years ago. Itaewon is this degenerate place in Seoul, and there's Homo Hill and there's Hooker Hill.
Itaewon?
Yeah, Itaewon is just it's like it's been prostitute central since basically the Korean War. Since Seoul got liberated again, but God, I guess it was 10, 15. It had been more than 10 years ago. It was about 15 years ago. I was there. I was in a bar. One of my friends, the guy is gayer than the day is long. He's the coolest guy ever. He's funny as hell. And it wasn't a gay bar. It was just a bar run by this guy who happened to be gay. And he made these Long Island iced teas that, as he said, my Long Island iced teas are very long. And they were. I mean, a guy my size, one of them would fuck me up. And I have a high drinking tolerance. And everything, I mean, girls drink Long Island iced teas. And they're like, I want a Long Island. No, you don't. Do not drink his Long Island iced tea. Ooh. I will not be responsible for what happens. I want one anyway. So she goes to tell him, like, oh, he's just trying to get you in bed. I'm like, no, I'm telling her, don't serve her the Long Island iced tea. And this happened with one girl. And I'm like, all right, hey, whatever. We ready to go. And she said, well, I have to go to church in the morning. And I'm like, all right, done. Get in the cab, go. I don't want to deal with the guilt the next morning. I don't want to deal with religious guilt. I don't want to have the Jesus freak crying next to me going, oh, what have I done? So I said, just get in the taxi and go. She never called me back, never said anything. And I went back the next night because I was up there for like a couple days. And he said, well, how'd it go? I said, she talked about being late for church. And I just sent her home. He said, you're so stupid. I'm like, why? He said, if you're going to do laundry on Sunday, you better get those clothes dirty on Saturday. Best advice I ever got.
Yep. Because here's the thing.
You're going to watch
when you realize it.
Yep.
Female nature is universal. Doesn't matter the color. Doesn't matter what religion she claims to be. Because if that were true, right? If that were true, any girl who goes to church, oh God, they're all pure. Oh, Jesus, they're all virgins. No, they're not. Watch this, Jeff. Who's the biggest thought in the church?
Well, I was just going to raise that story. There was the pastors, the ministers in the Mormon church, we call them bishops, and there was always we had the one bishop was like, I'm so glad my daughter has never given us any trouble. Meanwhile, all the guys are going, that is universal. That's a
This is
universal
universal,
truth. Oh yeah, because
Look.
they now that wasn't me. I'm holding the marijuana for a friend. Oh, I don't have a dad believes them because he really wants to. You know,
He's a cuck in denial, man. And I've said these things, and look, if you knew how much flack I've gotten throughout my life for saying this, I said, dude, I've been out here foot to the fucking pavement for decades now, right? I was like, I know what I'm talking about, but you know what I keep getting from simps and women? See, women snowflake, and the simps are just in denial, right? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, no, Drex. It's just the women that you're around. It's the people you're around. No, this is universal. I tell people all the time, if you hear the words preacher's daughter, bishop's daughter, pastor, no, that's a no-go zone. No. Unless there's one time that you can say yes to this, right? It's if you ask around and everybody goes, yeah, no, dude, she's been untouched. Like we're not joking. Like somehow, right? Like there's always, because remember, you and I both know there's always an outlier, right? There's always that one outlier. So somewhere out there, there's a preacher or a bishop's daughter who has not been ran through by every single dude on earth, right? And I mean, I haven't found her. I haven't found her because when here's the thing.
They may be a degenerate, but Nick's Discord is worse.
It is. It is. Nick's Discord is far worse, man.
Chris Dahl, thanks for making me a mod. Love your channel. Let's see how you feel about 2 hours from now. But I hope you stick around, Chris Dahl. Well, that leads me to a question.
What's that?
You touched on it earlier. Do you hate women? Are you a misogynist? Are you a male pig? You hate women?
Oh,
you're just a degenerate misogynist. Explain.
That's great. Here's the beauty of it. Now, knowing me, you know Andrew, right? We have lots of similarities. Who do you think would be my biggest detractors versus my biggest defenders? Who do you think that would be?
Men will be your detractors. Women will be your defenders.
Yep. So think about this for a second. If I were such a misogynist, right? If I was the worst dude in the world, like, Drex, whatever you do not put women around Drex because he's evil. I actually had this Twitter post, right? And I posted last night because I think that it's apropos. It showed, there was some CEO of some company, some woke CEO that got caught with the cheese pizza stuff, right? He was doing some like going beyond just images. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Do you notice though, Jeff? It's always that guy. It's always the male feminist, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Every time, every time you hear like the dude, so the guy that is misogynistic, that's the guy that's not out here hurting women, hurting children. It's not that dude. But when you ask somebody, who is it? It's these little Weasley bitch-made beta males. You see what I'm saying? Dr. Larry Nassar could throw his degree around, right? Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that creep?
Oh,
now,
yeah.
There's no sane person that can look at Dr. Larry Nassar and think to themselves, oh, I bet you he's a strong man who... No! He's going to use his power, influence, all that to slither like a snake, right? He's going to slither in and do what? Abuse girls.
This is a text that Big Daddy Jeff had to send to a female at 2:35 this morning, talking about some feminist guy. Said, "Oh, they're a bitter." This is me telling her they're bigger predators than the man pigs. At least a man pig is upfront about being a man pig. They don't hide behind the facade of supporting feminists and believing what they say. They're utterly dishonest, falsely claiming they believe that stuff just so they can sleep with a feminist who don't like other men, which coincidentally other men don't want to sleep with that feminist either. Those borderline incel beta males that don't have the guts, self-esteem, or ability to find them a woman, so that they resort to latching onto feminists and becoming overly aggressive and ardent supporters of feminism in the hopes that a feminist will find them attractive and put out disgust me. They're creepy, soft little men. Be honest with yourself and be honest with the feminists. That's what I sent to her at 2:30 this morning. He said, "Oh, thank you very much."
That's beautiful. Here's the thing, Jeff. Feminists love me. The love I've gotten from, like, I'm telling you, I have bumped into some women who I'm talking, they are hardcore. I'm talking, they are, like the militant feminists, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
One conversation. That's it. I keep them on their toes the whole time. Everything that they say, I can prove that it's all bullshit, right? Like when they talk about, chauvinists and blah, blah. And I will say the
glass
worst
ceiling, 70
thing.
cents on the dollar.
Yeah. All their little talking points and blah, blah, blah. And they talk about how, men and women are equal. This gender's a social construct. I remember a chick said that once. This is no lie, man. I said, so that's true. She goes, yeah. I grabbed her, flipped her around against the wall, right? So if she's upside down, where's her face? Where's her mouth?
Not against the wall, I hope. Yep.
This is now a standing 69. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I went back down on her. So I flipped her back around, and she kind of had this face like, because have there anyone picked me up before? Yeah, because you're around beta males.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Guys who would never step outside the comfort zone and do these things. And
please check on my app. Would you be interested in coming home with me? Click yes.
Do I have your consent to touch your shoulder? See, when women are around a certain type of dude, all that feminism goes out the window. And I've told guys this, right? In fact, do you know who I actually just had this? I think you commented on it. It was you. Camelot had a post that he was wearing like a MAGA shirt or something, and so he had some far leftist chick over at his place, and she was all, "You're a Trumper," and blah blah, and she was going crazy, right? What do you think happened at the end of the night? Camelot said he had never been ridden so hard. You see what I'm saying? The same chick who said, because remember, you know who these people are, the far left. I hate Trump. Blah, blah. I don't know if you know this. When he was in office, and it's probably still active today, there was I have Donald Trump grape fantasies Reddit post. Did you know about this group?
No.
It's a bunch of far left women, far left, right?
Yeah.
And what do they fantasize about? The guy that they hate the most, that they say they hate the most, right? Which is Donald Trump. They lust. They go like this. They say they would wake up soaking wet thinking about. Remember, Orange Man Bad, right?
Yeah.
They said they fantasized. They said they couldn't get it out of their head. They go, "What? I hate that I'm like this." I'm like, this is what, because here's the thing. Do you know what this is? This is what happens when ideology meets biology, right? When you try to intermingle those things and get them all twisted, women don't want to admit that Donald Trump is the type of man that they actually desire, right? Because feminism has told them they want a soft, weak-wristed beta male. And then what happens when they get that guy? Every time, what happens? Ugh, I'm repulsed. Look, no woman wants to peg a dude, right? I'm going to be the man in this relationship. I'm going to wear the pants. Any woman who wears the pants in a relationship, any woman who's in an equal partnership is miserable, right? Women don't want an equal. They want a superior, right? They want a man who's bigger than them, stronger than them, smarter than them, earns more than them, basically puts them in their place, right? That's what they actually want. Now, there's going to be women out there that say, that's not what I want, Drex. Show me who you're dealing with right now. And I'm sure you've seen this, right, Jeff? They kind of like look down because they know they're with a beta male, right?
Yeah.
Women know. Women can size up a dude and be like, oh, this is a beta provider. He's a good provider, right? He makes good money, right? I'll give him that. A lot of these beta bucks deluxe, they make good money. They're good fathers, right? He's a nice guy. And these women are bored out of their mind. Jeff, you need to see my texts. The text messages I get from these cheating wives and whore girlfriends. They are miserable because masculinity and testosterone is at an all-time low, right? And these women are so starved for someone to put them up against the wall in a standing 69. They will cheat to do it. They will lie to do it. They'll do whatever it takes to get it because they've never had. That's why, look, do you know who's on the hub all day? It ain't dudes. Women are on the hub all day. All day, they're on the hub.
And if there's anybody in the chat that doesn't know that, ask a woman, and a woman who will be honest with you, not a lover, not someone you're interested in. Ask a friend who happens to be a female how much porn she watches. And if you're married or have a girlfriend and she hangs out with her friend, this is something that the first time I ever heard it, it freaked me the fuck out. My ex-wife had some friends over and I was in the other room. I was just coming out, and women think we just sit around the locker room and talk about fucking chicks and bang.
Nope.
We sit around, we talk about UFC, trucks, cars, fishing, hunting, movies, books. The shit that was coming out of these women's mouths when they thought I wasn't listening.
That's right.
And it's all about, well, my boyfriend does this and my husband does that, and I want this. I'm like, who the fuck are these people?
They're the chicks that I love the most. Look, I love feminism. I love sexual liberation. I love that these chicks watch the hub all day and have crazy fantasies of degradation, especially white chicks, because white chicks are always into degradation. I don't know where that came from. They want R. Kelly scenes now, and these chicks are getting flown out to Dubai for the Dubai porta potty, right? And my thing is this: look, it goes back to what we said earlier, right? anything that like when it comes to male sexuality is not opportunistic, right? This is how male sexuality works. Is she willing, right? That's why when women ask men the question of like, well, what are you into? A man can't accurately answer that question because he can only be into what the woman is allowing him to do, right? Because if a guy goes like this, let me show you my search history, right? And he just lists all the crazy degenerate shit, right?
The only safe answer is, I'm open to anything. You tell me what if I please you, you'll please me. So
you'll
I'm
please
happy
me.
to
So
do whatever you say.
What do you want? Wait. She wants the ET? There it goes, right in the butt. Because she asked for it. That's why, look, Jeff, every time I hear these stories, right, about these women saying, he abused me, he was horrible, you and I both know it's bullshit. Why is it BS? Because you know that whatever, like, look, okay, Andrew and I went over the Marilyn Manson thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
You and I both know Evan Rachel Wood asked to be in the bad girl room, right? She asked to be tied up.
Oh, no, there's quotes of her out there saying, this is the first time I've ever been able to be me. This is the first time I've ever been free. And then it's when she's like, oh, shit, I've got a past to reckon with, and now I want to be taken as a serious actor. I need to distance myself from the decisions.
So now I'm going to lie on the past guy, and now I'm going to go date a woman, which was exactly what Amber Heard did. They come from the same playbook. I've been saying this for years. I said, dude, they're all lying. The Duke lacrosse team, right? Did you ever actually do your research to find out why Crystal Mangum falsely accused the Duke lacrosse team?
Oh God, I can't remember.
It's female nature 101.
I can't remember. Something saying it was somebody wouldn't go out with her or something. Or what the hell was
CPS was after her. She was she was trying to do some like stripper escort work on the side at whatever, crazy hour of the night that was / morning, right? So CPS had to, you got questions to answer, right? Like, why are you not in the home with your young children, right? So then you have to try to say that, hey, these guys took me against my will, right?
Yeah.
And do you know where Crystal Mangum is right now? The Duke false accuser. You know where she's at right now today?
Jail.
For what?
Child abuse.
Wrong.
Murder.
Murder.
I knew she was in jail. I didn't know what for.
That's right. Murder.
Yikes.
The same chick. So here's the thing. All of this comes back to it's a core trait, an evil trait that's within somebody that, like, if you can do certain things, I believe you can do anything. If you can falsely accuse somebody, like through the legal system, that means you are capable of literally anything. You can beat somebody. You can throw a baby into a microwave. Like and when people say, no, Drex, you're going way too far with this. No. You have to understand what it takes to falsely accuse. Look, Jeff, let's just say for the sake of argument, right? You have a beef with your ex-wife. But a beef with her is not the same as writing down on a sheet of paper to give to a lawyer or to a district attorney to say, she did this, knowing she didn't do it, knowing there's no evidence of that happening, right? For you to do that, you have to understand how broken you need to become Amber Heard. Like, wait a minute. Whoa. Well, Amber. I get that, the relationship didn't work out, blah, 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 but you want to go this far? Like, look, even slandering my name in friend circles, that's one thing, but like to use the actual legal system, it takes a certain level of evil, demonic spirit.
It's just evil.
It's evil. Yeah. You have to be evil to do that to somebody. Like, look, there was an episode on Ilana Van Zandt, that show. I remember seeing a clip of it. Right, Ilana Fixed My Life. There was a black dude named Monzel. Right, he was a father. Yet another black father pushed out of the home. Right, and do you know what? The evil I need to find that clip for you, man. This chick is evil, Jeff. Pure evil, right? Wow. She's a true German Shepherd. She lied to her 3 daughters and convinced them, right? Manipulated and gaslit them into believing their father had relations with them. You see what I'm saying?
That's what Mia Farrow did with her kids.
Yep. Poisoned their minds, right? And they hated their father. They hated men. So remember, by doing that, you basically ruined your daughters, right? They cannot have healthy relationships with men, right? Ever. And do you know what happened? They finally, because remember that was the whole point of the show, right? Fix My Life. So this family's been completely broken for decades, right? They did the full gamut, ran the test, did the lie detector test, right? And guess what happened? He never did it. right?
Of course not.
Of course he didn't do it. But here's the kicker.
They still didn't believe it.
Watching the episode. No, the girls forgave him, right? The girls were like,
that's a twist. Usually they go, well, still happened.
Yeah. Remember, the girls, because remember, they're the victim, right?
Yeah.
But here's the kicker. What do you think the mom's reaction was to being finally she was figured out? She was lying the whole time. What do you think her reaction was to Monzel?
Denial would be about the only thing I could. I mean, that would be the only thing that would make sense at this point. You still did it. I don't care what the lie detector says.
She did something even worse than denial.
She killed him.
No, yeah. That might have been worse. She did something even worse than denial. Did she do? This is no lie, man. She looks at him. And I have to actually give Alana some credit on this one. She actually did stop this German Shepherd dead in her tracks. She goes, if you knew I was lying, why didn't you fight harder for him? Oh, and Alana stepped in and goes, no, you do not get to do that. You do not get to put that on him.
Oh, shit.
She had the audacity to say that. If you knew I was lying, you should have fought harder for him. Can you imagine? Like,
nobody's gonna fucking believe a man in that situation. No, ever.
All of society sits there. Oh my god! If she said that it happened, she's a poor woman.
And the more man denies it, the worse it's gonna be. That's what you shut your face and you leave and you get a lawyer and you hunker down. That's it.
Yeah, the guy head down, right, tail between his legs, and the fact that like society keeps. You know that throughout history, society itself did not take women's words seriously, right? When women said that someone did blank, people went like this. How many people do you have that can actually validate your story? Do you know why they did that? Because watch this. Hey, Jeff, ask a woman her body count. Is she going to be honest with you?
Nope.
Ask a young girl her age. Is she going to be honest with you?
Nope.
Ask an older woman her age. Is she going to be honest with you?
More likely, but no.
No. They're always lying. See,
that's why you're not supposed to ask. It's rude.
But what does that tell you? Like, if you walk up to a man, 39? Like, dudes don't sit there and sit there and lie. Guys aren't lying about age. They aren't lying about body count. See, they aren't doing it.
And that's my thing. I mean, people I'm 53, and I don't want to have to explain why I told you I was 45, and now I have to tell you why I'm 53.
But here's the problem with this, though. When guys get caught up in some R. Kelly situations, right, where they didn't know, this is where the double standard starts coming in, right? Let's say you're a student, 14, 15, 16, right? Maybe younger, right? You have some kind of relation with a woman who is well over the age of 18, right? Let's say she's in her 20s or even 30s, right? If you try to hit her on a charge, what does society say? How does society treat that woman who had relations with a minor?
Shame if you're lucky, victim somehow. She's the oppressed one. He took advantage of either. It's the broken society.
He took advantage of her, right?
Yeah.
A 14-year-old took advantage of a 31-year-old woman somehow, right? Oh, the physical strength difference, or it was a power dynamic. Wait a minute. If she's the teacher or she's the whatever authoritarian part of this scenario, right? Which means she has power over him. Mm-hmm. How is it a him problem? Well, the boy's brain develops in such a way that they understand that they crave sexual pleasure. We looked at his search history. See, they're trying to put it on the dude, right?
Yeah.
Reverse it. A dude gets caught up with a minor. They don't want to hear anything. Here's the thing. Let's just say for the sake of argument, right, that both sides lied about their age, right? The boy lied and said he was 18. The girl lied and said she was 18 to make it fair, right? But if the boy lies and says that he was 18 or had a fake ID, they actually waive the charge. They go like this. Hey, he had a fake ID saying he was of age. Hey, she thought he was of age. But if a dude does it and they go like this, a guy gets some chick that's, let's say, 15, because you see how girls are built now. The hormones in the food, girls are fully developed by some of these girls by age 13 now. So you're like, oh, this is all jailbait out here. But if a guy winds up getting caught up, right? And he says, hey, hold on now. I met her at the bar. Right? This happened to Dave Portnoy.
Yeah.
You can't meet someone at a bar. You have to be 21, right? You have to be 21 to get into a bar, right? They carded everyone walking in. How are you coming after me saying I did something wrong when I met her at a bar? She was having a drink. So she wasn't just sitting there picking up someone as a DD, right? She was having a drink, Jeff. You would have to assume she's 21, right?
Yeah.
If it turns out that girl is 17, right? What happens to you if you had drinks with her and wound up smashing?
You're dead in prison. That's what happens.
Now you're going to prison.
You go to prison.
Does anyone care? Does anyone say, "Well,
Nope.
this is wrong. This is a travesty, a bastardization of justice"? No, they just go, "Man, you should have been getting on with the minor."
Glad it wasn't me.
Glad it wasn't me. Really? Now I got. Speaking of privilege, though, I got to ask you though, Jeff. Everyone's dying to know. Tell us about white zaddy privilege in Asia and Africa.
What? Am I learning a new term here tonight?
Oh yeah, man, you got that white zaddy privilege, man.
Uh-oh. Well, all right. Hang on. You're a Kappa
it's a good
again.
feeling.
Gino Jennings said it right there,
No.
304. Okay, thank you for that message. We'll move right along. Chris Dahl, I've seen Drex on Arcada's channel. I knew what I was getting into. Good for you, ma'am. Oh, my Lord. Yeah. True. Anna Shabata pressure. Bada Kafker. Drex Unicorn stream with Lady Rackets when?
It's coming. I'm definitely getting. I just did the a stream with Virgin Anna as my bonus episode. I've got Miss Leximus, Lady Rackets, and Virgin Anna as the unicorn stream because remember I'm a misogynist, right? I hate women.
Yeah.
Yet women are always guests because that make it make sense, right? I can't wait because as you know, as hard as I go out there, I also tell women that they've been lied to because these women have been lied to, Jeff. These women are out here thinking that like I saw someone say don't engage in hookup culture. Look, wait, who was that? Was that Ember Fox? Yeah. So let me explain this to Ember Fox. Ember Fox, I'm going to explain this to you. If you have a swinging dick between your legs in the current year, women and the state have made it impossible, near impossible, to have a healthy relationship, right? Look what happened to Johnny Depp. We're not going to go after all the celebrities, right? Because there's endless, Justin. Guys can get Me Too'd at any time, right? So watch this. Hey, Jeff, is it wise to get into a relationship with a woman from where you work, for your coworker? Is that a wise decision now? No. Okay, so watch this. Let's go down the list of all the places that you can't meet women anymore because of feminism. The workplace is off limits, right?
Totally.
How about the church? Is that a smart idea now?
Well, it's encouraged in Utah, but
we're saying outside of the Mormon community, right? With Me Too, not a smart idea, right?
Yeah.
Okay, watch this.
No. Everybody's
Meet her at a bar or a club. Is that a good idea?
Nope.
How about the library, right? Remember that cute girl that you went and tried to talk to? Is that a smart idea? No. The gym, right?
Oh, God.
Harassment. So they've removed every single way that men and women used to naturally interact, right? So you go like this. Okay, that doesn't work. So hold on. Let's go down the rabbit hole. Let's use online dating. There's a bunch of swiping and all this nonsense, right? Now, if you meet a girl today, right? August 23rd, where you are, 22nd, where I'm at, right?
Yep.
You meet a girl today, and you're talking to her. Are you the only one?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Right? So watch this. So, Jeff, should you invest your resources and time and energy and effort and love into someone?
Nope. Especially if she says looking for a long-term serious relationship.
Yeah, looking for a long-term. No, we don't do that. No. That means you've been ran through. No,
you don't find one on Bumble or Twitter.
Yeah. That's where you're gonna find them, right? Okay, so that doesn't work, right? So then so you go like this, Jeff. Hold on now. There's a dick sitting here. It's dry. It needs to be wet, right? It needs to be fed. So you go like this. So what are my options? Okay, so dating that's a bad idea. Marriage is really a bad idea. With the laws the way they are. So as you go down the list of all the things that work best, here's what you find out, Jeff. I've talked to Andrew about this. The easiest chick to hook up with in the current year is the married chick, the cheater. You get so watch this. What are the benefits? Let's go down the line of the benefits. Chances of STDs, slim to none. Okay. She does not want a committed relationship. Check. Let's see. What else? She's going to do everything.
Place. She's got her own place.
She doesn't want to meet at her place, right? Here's the thing. She doesn't want to be involved with you in terms of she doesn't want to be going out to dinners and drinks and movies. Yeah. Great. I don't have to spend money. As you go down the list, Jeff, you come to this conclusion. Here's the thing. This is not what you wanted. It's what you'll settle for. You go like this. Well, hey, I'm getting what I want, right? Yeah. Oh, don't forget, she's got friends. They all have friends who are cheaters. Also, you said it yourself, right? At these women's parties, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Jeff, if you knew what these chicks were really up to, right? What they were really up to. So
They have all these. There used to be Avon parties. Now they have like the sex and lingerie parties.
That's right.
Do guys have those? Do we sit around and go bring over your
It
fleshlights
doesn't
and
happen.
vaginas?
Yeah, dudes don't sit around going like, oh no, you gotta check out this pocket pussy. Oh
Yeah.
This is the one right here, brother. This is the one. No. So what ends up happening is, this is what I would say to Ember Fox. Then Ember Fox, show us where the laws are fair. So that the laws aren't right, and you've demonized male sexuality on every level, right? A guy either does what Koopa does and gets a doll, right? A guy gets a doll, goes his own way, goes monk mode, or he has to engage in hookup culture, right? Who created this environment? Women did. So you can't be mad. You can't look at guys going, you should what? Sign that legal contract with the state? Good luck.
No. That ain't
Good luck. So women destroyed every single thing that made men and women come together for something good. So they destroyed everything. So now, like I said, a guy can't look. You can't hook up anymore under certain pretenses because why, Jeff? It could come back later, right? Regret grape, right?
Yep.
Oh, wait a minute. It was cool when we hooked up, and then X amount of time later, it doesn't matter if it's a month, 26 years later. You heard they meet you, Bob Dylan, right? Did you hear about that?
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
50
years, like 60 years ago.
You're like,
yeah.
So, ladies, was it Ember Fox? I want you to explain it to me. If you've taken away all the ways that men and women used to come together, if you've removed it all, what's he supposed to do? Do you notice that women because women don't actually care about men? This is a common misconception that women care about anything or anyone other than themselves. They're incapable. Therefore, this is what a woman will say. Just get married or just find the right one. Rather than saying, okay, Drex, you're right. The system is broken, right? The system needs to be corrected. No, they go like this because they don't care. Whereas a dude goes like this. Guys helped create the system. You see what I'm saying? Cucks in power said, let's give women everything they want rather than saying, whoa. Well,
I think that's the point. We can't let men off the hook in this.
I never let men off the hook. Never.
And it's like just quick, two things quick here, and then a quick comment from one of our female viewers. If you're talking to a white chick and she owns a big dog, she's a Labrador German Shepherd, and she owns too much peanut butter, that's a white person thing.
That's a white chick. Only white chicks.
Person thing.
Yeah. Only white chicks do this with dogs, man.
Soy Mafia tonight in the log cabin with Drex. Oh yes. Thanks, Soy. And Orange is the way, female viewer on my stream. She brings a good point, which is when the man can't disconnect, when the man thinks he knows what he wants, this happens. You like the married man who have relationships and give their money away to a younger woman who's using them. They're out cheating. They're giving all the shit they should be taking care of their own child and their own woman with, but they're not. And I've just knocked my microphone for you. They're not doing it. This is a thing right here when the man just can't say, I'm done with you, moving on. And be fucking honest. If you're gonna be that way, be honest about it. Men don't get off the hook in this. Don't be a piece of shit if you're gonna be a man.
Let's be honest though. Why do guys do that piece of shit behavior? Why do they do it?
They're unhappy, unsatisfied, and don't feel worthy.
Well, that's the root cause, but the symptom, it boils down to this: it's the system. Watch this. If the system did not if the system did not penalize men for divorce, right? Watch this. Okay, yes or no? Their actions would change because they wouldn't be staying with that woman, right? They would go like this, deuces, and they would kick her out and go with the younger chick, right?
Yeah.
Because of the consequences of a divorce, they go like this. Damn. So they get into that rock and a hard place, right? Well, this marriage is not going the way I thought it was going to go, right?
But then they do that, and they get old. Young girl hits her prime, and she's bouncing for some sugar daddy, or she wants to settle down with someone her own age.
Yep.
Because
your
eyes have been opened. You've been red pilled.
Both sides have been played.
What does that mean to be red pilled? And can anyone be red pilled, or is it something that just?
I think this is my truth about red pill. I think the red pill works the same way the Force does, right? Mm-hmm. When you watch Star Wars, right? They talk about how you have the Jedi, you have the Sith, and all that stuff, right? The potential is there, right? Yeah. But not anyone can just use the Force, right? Like Han Solo can't use the Force, right? Yeah. He's not a Force user. Great pilot, amazing character, but he can't sit there and go like this. Yeah. Telekinesis, right? Luke can, though, right? Other characters throughout the Star Wars universe can, right? So what ends up happening is certain people you can't red pill. Have you ever been around a blue pill simp? Like a real blue pill simp?
Yeah.
The cuck servitors might be the worst. Yeah. I've always said cuck servitors are the worst life forms that have ever existed in the history of our species. They're worse than pedophiles, man. They're worse than serial killers and pedophiles. There's nothing worse than a cuck servitor.
But if we give the fact that people like them are irredeemable and just lack the ability to have that red pill click, how did you get there? You say you've been there since you were a child. I mean, how did you?
Oh yeah, man. It was early because so I was the youngest, right? So being the youngest puts you, because your birth order has a huge impact on you, right?
Sure.
Huge impact is birth.
I'm number 2, so I know all about being the middle fucking child.
Oh,
I get in a fight with my brother. Don't egg him on. What do you do? And if I get in a fight with my little sister, you should be setting an example. It's like, fuck, what's not my fucking fault in this house?
Everything is your fault, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I was the youngest, right? So it was just 2 of us. And then my parents started taking in foster kids when we were, that was 93. So I would have been 11, right?
Yeah.
And so now I end up with 2 foster brothers, 2 older foster brothers. And then of course my biological brother, right? So we're all under one roof. And I started seeing things happen because when you're 11, remember you're prepubescent, right? Yeah. So you're on that breaking point between getting to, because I'll never forget this, man. We didn't start middle school till 7th grade, right? So in 6th grade, I remember my favorite teacher I ever had, right? He warned us about what to expect in middle school, right? And he said, yeah, he goes, there's going to be a word that you guys are going to keep hearing next year. He goes, it starts with a C. Do you know what it is? To show you how much society has changed, right? We were all the kids are like each other, like a C word, like a club, because we hadn't heard the word click before, right?
Yeah.
And he said click, and it was the first time a lot of us had ever heard that word. I was like, what the hell is a click? Yeah. Then I saw it, right? I saw girls who were cool with each other in 6th grade based on how they looked or whatever. They got into
the Cowboys, the Stomer, the Rock.
Yep. You start seeing all these, and I remember. So you have to imagine a guy like me who didn't care about any of it, right? Never have, never will. Yeah. I ignored clicks. And so I was cool with everybody.
Exactly.
And so what ended up happening is I was able to see all these angles. I was like, uh-oh. And then I started seeing things. I started seeing my brothers get into trouble, right? I saw my older foster brother get Me Too'd, right? Yeah. A ghostly pale white chick. She's whiter than this paper I'm writing on, right? She so imagine seeing your older brother get caught up and you're like, and he's explaining, like, I didn't do anything. And then this is Southern parents who came from the Jim Crow era. They had it more like in terms of like a black white thing, like these white girls would do this, but women will do that. You see what I'm saying? That's what you start to learn later on in life. Like no, this is that female nature thing of ducking responsibility when they don't want to, when they regret something, right? They did something they regret. They face social shame for it, right? Either their friend group or society at large, right? So then they say, oh, he raped me or he did this to me. It was against my will. And I started seeing, I was like, wait a minute. And then it really hit. And do you know when it started really hitting? When I actually became a teenager and started seeing all these chicks cheating on their boyfriends, right? We were in a beat up Suzuki Sidekick. This is no lie, man.
Oh my.
We were in a beat up. I'm talking. We called it the No Limit Tank, right? Back when No Limit Records and Master P, Make Them Say was on radio. So it got dubbed the No Limit Tank, right? Mm-hmm. And we were snatching the white guys, right? Snatching their bras. These chicks were down for whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And so I remember hearing what the white guys were saying, right? Oh, you gotta get a good job and do this and do that and make sure you cater to your woman. I'm like, and you see where this is starting to happen, right? At that age, where you're like, wait a minute. Yeah. I'm being told be a nice guy, right? I'm being told bring her flowers, do this. But I'm literally seeing what that does to you, right? The guy who does that, who's a simp, was getting cheated on and getting trains ran on her, right? Mm-hmm. I'm looking like this, Jeff. What the Huh? And remember, as a kid, do you know how a child's brain thinks, right? They're trying to process. So what they do is they go like this. No, Jeff, it has to just be that girl, right? It's just some girls. It's this. So you start to compartmentalize, right? Then it happened. It was when I became homecoming king. It finally clicked. Social status, social credit, right? These people are fucking fake. And I was like, uh-oh. And that was that moment where because remember, I was an athlete too, right? Mm-hmm. And I started seeing it. I said, uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, this is what it's like. Do you know who has the same realization? Musicians. You ever notice all musicians?
Oh yeah.
What happens to every single musician? Jeff, when they were a nobody, right? How did women treat them? How did women treat them as a nobody?
Like shit.
Like shit.
That's why people go into music, so the chicks will pay attention to them.
Pay attention. That's
like
one of the main
learn
reasons,
to play
right?
drums, learn to play guitar.
Or they start screaming into microphones.
Yeah.
What happened? What's the first thing they notice when they're in a rock band? What's the first click that happens? Roll Tomasi talks about it. You remember what it is? It didn't matter if you were a bum, if you had money.
Yeah.
You were in a band.
You're in a band.
You're in the local scene. She gets on her knees with her friends. She wants to get bukkake choke slammed with her friends. And you're like, wait a minute. I saw that woman I was in downtown Dallas. I just saw her, Jeff, with her husband. Hold up, Jeff, what is this? I'm on her Facebook. She's in with the family. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
You know those corny pictures?
Yeah.
You're like, wait a minute. But
That ain't a girl I remember.
on her. Wait, so Jeff, do you see how and look, Andrew and I talked about this at length. We said the ultimate red pill that you can have as a man, the ultimate red pill, is to be the side dude. You can never recover psychologically from being the side dude, right? So this is how this works. You're doing your thing, right? You're in the streets. She goes like this. Shh, Jeff, shh. Hold on. Hey, honey. Hey, my love. Yeah. No, I was just, I had a headache. Just at the store grabbing some things. What do you want me to get you when I'm on my way back? With the zucchini? I know. Yep. I'm going to pick up Ashley from daycare. Yep. All right. Love you too. Bye, sweetie. Jeff, this is you the whole time.
Yeah.
Like,
who was that? That's just my girlfriend.
Jeff, she's lying to the husband or boyfriend. You
Yeah.
are literally, you are smashing, right?
Yeah.
You're like, wait a minute. I've talked to Andrew about this at length. You are never the same. When you understand, like I said, remember.
Unless you knew that going in.
No, but Jeff, even if you did know that going in, it's seeing it that changes you, right? Because watch this. If a chick says, I got a boyfriend, right? That doesn't affect a dude. He's like, oh man, I'm just here to smash, right?
Yeah.
It's when you see, like I said, the movie Get Out. Did you ever see the movie Get Out?
Yeah.
Do you remember when she's on the phone at the end of the movie and she like flips and goes back? You remember that? Yeah. And it's very creepy because she's like,
and like, holy shit, yeah.
You're like, oh, she's diabolical, right? Like Gone Girl, right? She's diabolical. When you see it as the side dude, Jeff, you can't psychologically recover, right? Because look, I talked about this with some guys in my Discord. I was like, yo, man, when you find out how many chicks are cheating, right? These married chicks, when you it's fun in the moment, right?
Yeah.
And it fucks with you later. You're like, wait a minute. She's cheating. No, it can't be like this, right? You keep trying to rationalize. No, it can't be this bad, right?
Yeah.
And it just keeps happening.
I was just looking here that it was I think it was either the very end of high school or the beginning of college when I was going out with this girl and I found out I was a side dude. This song by Ray Buchanan just came like straight to my head. Great blues legend. The first two verses just, when we first met, baby, you said it was me and you, but I found out later that it was others too. I didn't quit you, baby. I hung on like a vine, but when you said your love for me was all in my mind, that did it, baby. Lord, that did it, baby. We ain't no need in coming back. That's the end, and that's that. Oh, you did it, baby. That song saved my life, literally.
Oh, I bet it did. Well, is that a song that you listened to or like you found solace in after your divorce, like during?
Oh, well, that was during a breakup. When I got a divorce, it was a song by Big Bill Brunsey called "Worrying You Off My Mind." I've always been like that. That's what I do. I play like Appalachian blues, like finger picking blues, Robert Johnson, Mississippi John Hurt, things like that. That's what I do. All these old blues songs saved my life. It's like, well, some guy said, "You're like the blackest guy from Utah."
Right. Right.
It's a very narrow pool of people.
You get like a lead belly collection or something.
Yeah.
It's like lead belly. Yeah.
Damn. There's a great this song "Worrying You Off My Mind" by Big Bill Brunsey. Said just the two lines in there. You'll need me some morning when I won't be needing you. And that's what got me through my divorce.
Well, I mean, Jeff, here's the thing, man. I saw so much so early, right?
Yeah.
My parents' marriage, people around me. Because here's basically what happened to me. The facade was stripped away at a very young age. I think that's the main difference between me and like the next guy is that like, okay, if you grow up in a household where it's like, you know, the Brady Bunch, or I'm gonna say Leave It to Beaver, right? You grow up in that environment, you're gonna be kind of like in a blue pill mindset, right? But when you grow up in a household where you don't see your parents hold hands or kiss or show affection, right? That alone makes you kind of be like, huh, what the hell? Like, because you see things on TV, right? Like you see like TV families like, oh, they show like affection and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
that looks weird to me. Over time though, right? And you remember the nasty 90s, right? That's when you started seeing like the divorce rate really starting to, and you start seeing all these like latchkey kids. You started seeing, I saw so much so early. And I was like, wait a minute. See, the narrative didn't fit reality, right? And so Jeff, this is basically what I did. Yeah. I basically used myself as a social experiment. I said, let me go out here and see what is really the truth. In order to do that, Jeff, you have to get your hands dirty. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Because what happens, a lot of people, they read books, they've been told, they haven't actually been out there. You see what I'm saying? That's why when Andrew and I talk, people going, what the hell? Why are they saying these things? I'm like, bro, we've been out there. Like, I told these guys, I was on Nick's show, I said, if you guys don't believe me, just walk up to any girl you know, right? Especially if you're in a relationship with her, right? And be like, give me your phone. Why is she doing that, Jeff? Why does she not want you to see her phone?
Same reason I ain't giving my phone to her.
There's something in there, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Now, Jeff, there's no lock on my phone, right?
Yeah.
There never has been. I don't have locks. And I've always told chicks, I don't have locks because I don't have to hide anything, right? Anything that you want to know about me, you can just ask me. Drex, what about these women? Yeah, I'm smashing them. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm going all over the world, doing whatever the hell I want to do, and I will never commit. Why? I know you hoes aren't loyal, right? Jeff, I got accused of being the cheater and all that stuff. I can promise you, the only thing worse than being a scumbag cheater is being accused of cheating when you didn't do it. I never cheated in any relationship.
Oh yeah,
it's not fun, is it?
That was the deal with the ex.
Yep.
That was a big because she was very. I mean, again, the whole breakup, that was a 50-50. I was a stupid piece of shit. She wasn't the best. It was a 50-50 thing. But that was the trigger for me. Yep. Was she was very insecure. Yep. And
they all are.
I would always be accused of cheating. And back then I was the president of a motorcycle club, so I had a leather jacket with a big fucking zombie on the back of it, fat guy with a hat. And she's like, one of my friends that has a shop in this downtown Somyan, is called in Somyan, saw you walking down the street with a girl. I mean, 5 million people in the city. I'm pretty sure she saw me walking in the same general direction as a girl who happened to be in close proximity to me. But if I'm going to be cheating, I'm not going to be doing it in the middle of the city looking like me. I don't blend into the fucking crowd. And then it'd be like, if I'm going to be in the shit house, if I'm going to be in the doghouse for doing something I didn't do, well, I'm going to fucking do it.
You might as well do it. Exactly. Look,
if I'm getting yelled at for not doing it and I get yelled at for doing it, I'm an idiot if I'm not doing it. And I said, you choose. Keep that shit up and deal with it, or you stop.
Yeah, well, my thing was basically, it was really easy for me because like I would just tell chicks straight up after, like I said, this was after, baby mama, all that stuff. Yeah. And I tried one more time, right? Like I can actually say throughout my life, I did make an effort. Like I tried, right? Every relationship I had from middle school onward, I got better, right? I went from being a guy who showed like no emotion, no affection, and I got better and better, right? Because if women are telling you this is what you're doing wrong, right? And you can be honest with yourself, like, yeah, she's right, right? Like I can be like, yeah, I'm not affectionate, or I don't do this or that. So in your next relationship, you get better, right? So I don't just go around blaming women of the past, right? Ex-girlfriends. Yeah. I got better and better, right? Mm-hmm. However, the same bullshit kept happening, right? And I started going like this. Wait a minute now. Some of this,
it's a pattern.
This is a pattern, right? I said, okay. Because here's the thing, I tried different tactics too, right? Like, okay, you try to date this type of girl, that type of girl. You try different. You don't just say like, this is my one type, and I won't deviate, right? So what ends up happening is the same shit kept happening. Like it was the insecurity, right? Yeah. When you're not insecure, right? It's hard for you to really relate to someone who's insecure. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So remember, I didn't go through a girl's phone. I didn't try any of these. Like, I didn't ask questions. I was like this, no, I'm good. And they would kind of give me this look like, oh yeah, I'm going to be going out with this, such and such.
But then they get mad at you if you don't want to check. They get mad if you don't get mad about it.
Yeah. Why aren't you Drex? You're not. I'm like, yeah, I don't care.
You don't care.
Like, this guy from work, I don't care. I was talking to this dude. I don't care. They had this like they would say things that Jeff, were there to provoke you, right? Oh, you got these Jackson Blues, nice. Well, but you've been there, right? Where like they're mad at you for not being mad. And so when you start doing these mind games, I was like this, and Jeff, and I think you reached this point too, right? You ask yourself this question: is this fun for me? Like, is this fulfilling for me? And
that's why I'm here. I asked you about when you became red because it was late in life for me. And it was a big cycle. Most of it boiled down to religious guilt. There's a saying in Mormon culture that one of the old presidents of the church said back in the 50s. I understand the sentiment behind it, but when you just take the words as they are, it's incredibly insidious and it's sort of passive aggressive evil. The idea is, I mean, family is very important in the Mormon culture. You know, it's family's everything. Your families are forever, families first, this kind of thing. And one of the presidents of the church said, and again, listen to it and you'll understand the sentiment behind it, the importance of family, but the word,
I got to write it down.
No success in life can compensate for failure in the family. I get that. Family first, succeed in your family, having a happy family is the most important thing. But if you look at the words, if my family life breaks up, if I can't make this marriage work, nothing I do for the rest of my life will mean a fucking thing. Mm-hmm. That's how it hit me. So it's even when I should have been divorced 2 or 3 years into the marriage, I stuck with it for 16.
Oh,
and literally because of that, I didn't want to look in the mirror and go, I'm a fucking failure. I failed in the family. I can't even keep my fucking family together. I'm a useless piece of shit because of this statement. And I mean, like, you can see how that on the surface, that looks like a nice sentiment, but
it looks okay. I'll tell you what it is.
Guilt and the pressure.
It's noble and sacrificial for the male path. See, I have a different view. Like, let me explain what happened with me with my baby mama, right? So I'm with the ex. We were together for almost 2.5 years, right? And I said up front, no kids, right? But when that time came, right? And like I said, now I can't say this technically, but let's just say women don't get pregnant on accident, right? Let's just say it like that. So when a woman shows up pregnant, especially when the relationship is starting to do this, right? Relationships have the starting point. They go up,
I did that
decline.
willingly. I did that willingly. I'm the guy that tells the friends, don't have a kid. That ain't gonna help your problems. But then I did it voluntarily. I fucking voluntarily.
Oh yeah. I definitely did not, man. So I ended up getting hit with the baby bomb, right? And then let me show you how different my upbringing is from the Mormon upbringing, right? This is no lie. I remember like I get hit with the baby bomb, right? I remember looking. I was like, are you fucking serious? Like, we talked about this, right? That was what birth control is for, blah, 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 right? Mm-hmm. I was like, oh, that's cool. If you think you're going to try to use the baby as like this bargaining chip, try to hold over, I'm out, fam, deuces. What? I was like, because once again, see, Jeff, when we agree to something, right? A contract, right? Social contract, right? Verbal contract. If this is what we said were the terms and conditions, then God damn it, that's the terms and conditions. If you try to deviate from that, deuces. It doesn't matter what there are certain things that like you know how this works. You can kind of fit within a box, right? Certain things you can kind of move it in, and you kind of be like, well, that's a gray area. But there are certain things you will not compromise on. Just like when someone says, will you compromise on cheating or compromise on abuse? Certain people say like, this is my line, right?
Yeah, you have your line.
It doesn't matter what your line is. If someone crosses your line, you go, that's it, I'm out. So that was me. I was like, no, I'm out. Now, I still went to court for my daughter. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Still a loving father. I just said, look, I don't like the idea of someone trying to use a baby to trap a dude. I don't like the baby trap idea. I was like, look,
that's why I got a vasectomy.
Both people should be saying, this is what we want to do. You see what I'm saying? Because women are quick to, women in society are quick to talk about guys, right? Yeah. Oh, you're a deadbeat. You're a blah, blah, blah. I go, wait a minute. We don't ever talk about deadbeat moms. We don't talk about duplicitous moms, right?
Because they don't exist.
They don't exist. No, all women are perfect. No. If it's not decided between both parties, right? Because remember, they always talk about, this is what women say. Drex, it takes two. No. It takes two to have sex and two to produce a baby. She has total autonomy on whether or not the baby's even allowed to be born, right? I have no say. But let's reverse it, Jeff. Let's flip the table. I want a kid. She said she wanted a kid. At the 11th hour in the first trimester, she goes, I don't want it. Do I have any say? Yes or no?
Nope. None whatsoever.
But when you say that, then women start going, see, no. I call a spade a spade. I say where I fucked up. I say what I should have done differently. And I was like this. Yeah, this is what I should have done differently. As soon as she made a comment, right? I remember because I like, you know, in hindsight, you know how this works, Jeff. You start playing back, right? All the moments that led up to the fuckery.
Yeah.
You're like, that's the thing, man. I remember when she started making comments about like a cute baby and stuff, I should have bounced. The moment we were walking out and about and she made a comment about, isn't that baby cute? I should have been like, no babies are cute.
That's why I have a vasectomy.
I'm going to get mine.
The first relationship I had after we split up. We were great together for a few months, and then I got this call that said, I think I might be pregnant.
Oh.
And I said, don't you ever fucking use the word I think in that sentence. You are or you
are not. Yep.
Don't say I think. You don't ever say that to a man unless you're sure. I don't ever want to have this conversation ever again. I made the appointment with the doctor and never looked back.
Yeah, it's funny. Well, I saw Ember Fox said, focus on raising your kid, be the best dad you can be. I mean, I do, Ember Fox, but you got to remember this, though. The state and women don't want you to be the best father you can be. You see what I'm saying? Like, they want to interfere every time. Like, here's the thing. You know how this works, right? You know how the legal system works. They do everything they can to keep dad out of the picture. And I do mean everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I was out there. I'm in court. Dude, I was in court for almost 2 years, man, on some bullshit. And look, this is no lie, Jeff. My daughter did not spend a single night with me unsupervised. Yeah, I know, right? Because I'm a terrible, crazy person. Even I have no criminal history, right?
That's
no
crushing.
Don't drink, don't smoke, don't do drugs, don't have any crazy stuff going on at the house.
Don't smoke. What you gonna do? Yeah,
nothing, right?
Yeah,
across the board, right? Stable job. This guy's not been in trouble. Everything's stable. Right? Everything's on the up and up.
Yeah.
I want you to explain how my daughter did not show up one night with me unsupervised. She was just shy of 2 years old. That's how long I was sitting in court dealing with some bullshit.
What were the allegations?
No allegations. This is no lie, man. I was not accused of anything. It's just the system. The system didn't like. Because here's the thing. Let me explain why. You know how this works.
Yeah.
You know my personality.
Yeah.
Do you think I walked into court like a cuck? Do you think I walked in there going, please, Your Honor, I just want to see my kid? Does that sound like something I would have done?
You got to know. It's the old gambler, Kenny Rogers gamblers. You got to know when to hold him, know when to fold him. You got to do that sometimes.
I put it to you like this.
Your life is easier if you just do it sometimes. Sometimes you just suck a dick and take a shower after.
I'm literally incapable. Like, I was born. Like, I told this to Andrew. I said, I was born without the cuck gene, right? When someone says, Drex, we're going to do this or we will yeet you, then motherfucker, I need to get yeeted then. Because I will not compromise. You see what I'm saying? So when that's just who you are, right? In the same way that someone else
you can be more diplomatic. There's several ways of telling someone to go fuck themselves. Respectfully, I understand and respect your opinion, but there's ways of doing it.
Nope, I just went full attack mode. Full attack mode. Because that's who I am, right? I'm always on attack.
Yeah.
Because even when I only had one, I guess you could call it YouTube beef with Nick's friend. I don't know if it's a former friend or not, with Bitch Made Q, that marriage stream, the second marriage stream, right? And that's the only time. But as you saw, I'm attack mode. As soon as someone crosses me, dude, I'm a Scorpio, man. What the fuck did you expect me to do? You see what I'm saying? Like, I have never started a fight in my whole life. Never. I've never provoked somebody. I never walked up on somebody. Not once. Not one time, right? I've never been a bully. I was the biggest kid, but I was never a bully. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Imagine what that feels like when you're trying to, do the best you can with your kid and all this stuff. And every step of the way, you remember what it's like to be in court. You had to check the mailbox like you were a bad kid in school, right? Check the mailbox every day. Oh, here we go with this shit again. Oh, God. Every day.
I see police lights and in my rearview mirror, even here in Korea where they don't pull you over. I'm like, oh, fuck. Now what have I been? Not what did I do? Now what did they find out I did?
Yeah, well, you get to a point, man. But you know what ends up happening is that you talk to elderly people, right? And elderly people just don't. They give zero fucks, right? I must have aged improperly, on some Benjamin Button shit, because I reached that age real early in life, right? Man. So when people ask, Drex, why do you talk the way you do? Why do you do the things you do? I was like, I'm unapologetic. Listen, you know me. I will talk about my L's and my W's the same, right? When I talk about what happened to me at Thad's, when I had ED for 11 months because I almost smashed a tranny, when you talk about your L's, Jeff, with the same passion as your W's, then you know you're a fair dude. It's like, look, man, look, yeah.
Conversation, yeah.
It's like, hey, man, it is what it is, man. It almost happened. It didn't happen. It didn't fucking happen.
Yeah.
But there was a chance of it happening, and the chance alone caused me to go 11 months. You know what it's like, Jeff? 11 months. It didn't work. I psychologically was so broken.
Trauma. That's trauma.
The trauma was so real. And look, I had chicks hitting me up. I remember it, man. I had chicks hitting me up, and I just remember being like here's the thing. I could do sexy talk. Like I could do some sexting, right?
Yeah.
I just didn't have that. The oomph was, the mojo was gone, right? I was like, what the fuck? Like, but once again though, but when I finally got it back, yeah. Do you know where I got it back? Of all places, Montana. I had to go to Montana to get my mojo back, fam.
Corn-fed, cattle-bred women.
Oh man, yeah, she was a good gal. Ended up on mugshot.com, unfortunately. But.
Sweet, there you go. Push pause here real quick. Xcomer Zed, thank you for the hippo sticker.
Oh god,
nice. Mild culture plate. Boys to Men video inspired a whole gen of Sims. Boy bands. Jesus, you're absolutely correct. Doc McFuzzball, y'all are casting the last 25 years of my life in a whole different light. My head's about to explode. Glad to be of service, Doc.
Right?
Tish in Tennessee. Okay, the female perspective. They and them are easy scapegoats because they don't exist. And yes, you can get pregnant accidentally. Stop painting men or women with the same brush and you'll find a masterpiece. Well, see, I don't generalize. I don't say all men are this, all women are this. But I can say there's specifically this person who falls into this group. That's different than saying all taxi drivers will cheat you. But you can say that this taxi driver and this taxi driver and this taxi driver have all fucked around with me. So that's creating a pattern of what taxi drivers may be inclined to do. And I think if you hated all women, you would be a misogynist and you wouldn't be smashing chicks.
Correct. Well, here's what bothers me, though. This is what bothers me about this when they say stop painting the broad brush. Okay. Let me explain this.
Well, we all do.
There's roughly 8 billion people on Earth, right?
Yeah.
So when someone says something like guys tend to like watching sports and doing X, Y, and Z and working on things, right? And then someone goes, that's not true. Stop. I know someone that all they like to do is write poetry and paint. Okay. Well, like that doesn't negate my point. Like
you can simplify it more than that. All red stovetops are hot. How do you arrive at that? You one of them just may be painted red. Psst, fuck. Psst, at some point, you stop touching red. You stop hoping that one of them just happens to be painted red.
Look, here's the thing. Only women and beta males make that argument. The whole, you paint them with a broad brush. You generalize. Everyone generalizes, right? Can we agree on that everybody has to generalize to some degree? Because
that's how we survive as this.
You literally would die if you didn't. Like watch this.
Animal world works out. Anything that is bright colors is trying to eat me.
It's trying to delete you, right? Like a prime example. Yeah. Hey Jeff, you're gonna go out tonight. You see a chick who has crazy mohawk hair, face tattoos, piercings all over. Do you think to yourself, man, I want that to be the mother of my children? If you didn't have vasectomy, you would say no, right?
I want to smash the shit out of that.
You may want to.
I want to be my mom.
You don't want to be my mom.
Yeah.
You don't. And someone goes, Jeff, what? Why would you judge her, Jeff? Why would you do that? How do you know? Why are you generalizing? Not every chick with a mohawk with 48 tattoos, especially on her face and neck and knuckles. They got knuckle tats now, right? And she has piercings. She has gauges in her ears, right? Why would you think that she's going to be a bad mother to you're looking at a person like, are you fucking serious?
And she may be the sweetest, nicest person who would be the greatest mother, but and that's why some of the animals in the animal kingdom have camouflage. They look like big scary owls, but they're little moths. Yeah. They don't want to be eaten. They try to protect them. It shouldn't be that way. It's like you get the guys that walk in, like you said, they've got their ears all bored out and the tats and they've got ridges put in their head and their split tongue and like, why can't I get a job as a stockbroker? I should be able to get a job. Yes, you should be able to get a job as a stockbroker, but you ain't gonna get one.
Yep.
And it's fucking unfair, but that's the world.
Isn't
you want to play the corporate dudes, you got to sing the corporate blues, you know.
And that's the thing, like you saying, people say that's unfair. I think it's very fair, right? I think it's very fair. Like when your appearance is such that it's going to make people go like this. Yeah, bro. The corporate world doesn't want people to walk to a boardroom and go. They want people to walk a boardroom and go, and just be cool, right? we have this crazy society now where everything is about feelings. Look, I don't give a fuck about people's feelings. When people tell me that I generalize, I tell them gladly, I know I do. And I enjoy generalizing because it's
You
necessary.
have to survive.
Because if you do not, you will wind up. Look, do you know how many people are in a cemetery? Right? Look, let me tell you why I've never been in jail, Jeff. I've never been in jail because I went like this. Size it up, generalized, or put that person to a category, right? Fight or flight reflex. I sized them up. No. I'm not going in a car with you. No, I'm not going to do X, Y, and Z with you. No, I don't want you near me. Drex, don't be like that. I've never been in jail. Drex, how come?
So far.
The only time I was in court was contesting a speeding ticket in family court, right? But in terms of like doing criminal acts, no, I was never. Why, Drex? Because I generalize. That's why, right? And here's the irony. Jeff, the time I didn't is how I wound up in family court, right? Rather than see, had I just painted with a broad brush, I would have never been in that position, right? That's the irony, right? Had I okay, the Drex of today, had this version of me existed back then, I wouldn't have even been in that situation. You see what I'm saying? I would have been like this.
Oh yeah.
Yo, man, totally look, this because you know this, right? The 53-year-old version of you is not the same as a 23-year-old version, right?
Oh, Jesus Christ, no.
Fuck, you're a different person. Like you've learned so much that you're like this. That's how older people go like this. I want to be out in the woods. I don't want anyone to bother me. I'm not bothering anybody. Is that how they all get to that conclusion?
Oh yeah.
They don't want to be bothered. So when people say, well, Drex, I don't see you out and about doing X, Y, and Z. Yeah, I do, because I don't want to be bothered. Yeah. I would rather so when my daughter wakes up later today, this morning, I'm going to take her to her favorite restaurant. We're going to play Switch Sports, right? Where it's the motion control, crazy stuff. Playing because, we put her in volleyball, so we like to play volleyball on there and tennis and stuff. I will do that and keep myself out of trouble, right? Because guess what?
Yep.
Every time I look out my window and I hear something about what people are doing, I'm like this, that's going to lead to trouble, right?
Yep.
Look, prime example, Jeff, Minneapolis, right? You've heard about how bad Minneapolis got since St. Floyd was deleted, right? Yeah. Since then, Minneapolis has become a complete hellhole, right? It's so bad that police will tell you, just stay away from downtown Minneapolis. Just don't come.
Yeah.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Hold on, Jeff. What if you're just in downtown to smoke cigars and have a drink? You can get deleted even doing that from a bullet not meant for you, right?
Yep.
So just being there causes you to be put at risk, right? So therefore, I'm going to keep my black ass right here in the suburbs, right? Now, could something happen? Yeah. Something could happen. A bullet could come through right here while I'm on the stream, right? And I'm gone, right?
Yeah.
What are the odds of that happening versus being in downtown? Right?
The odds are distinctly in your favor.
Thank you. And you know what though? And when we make generalizations, they're used to help people because, like, prime example, I made comments and other people have made comments about what women were gonna do when the economy went to shit, right? And I said these hoes are gonna be on OnlyFans. The chick, the cute girl you saw at the coffee shop, Jeff, I sent that article to you from straight out of Australia, right? You see those percentages? OnlyFans went up like 96%, fam.
They're right here.
There it is. But I make everything up, right? I'm generalizing.
These are the subscriptions to OnlyFans. It went up from 6,000 in 1 month to nearly 12,000 in 1 month when the interest rates went up.
Yep.
They rose a staggering 67% by the end of July. Despite record low unemployment rates, interest is on the side of the hustle exponentially as people look to make ends meet. Yep. Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Now, Jeff, there's an article that was literally pulled from the internet, right? There's an article from the Miami Herald. This is before the lockdowns. It said, and I quote, they were doctors and teachers, right? Or teachers and lawyers, whatever.
Yep.
To buy food, they became prostitutes.
Oh no, that happened.
This happens everywhere, right? But do you know what country this was chronicling?
Well, I hope you're saying America.
Venezuela.
Well, here in Korea, there was an influx of Russian prostitutes in the early 2000s. And talking with them, because I hang with everybody, just talking with them and being their friends. You buy drinky, that ain't gonna work on me. I've been around the block enough times, but I'll sit here and chat with you and buy you a drink But I mean, they're engineers, lawyers,
that's right,
doctors. They can't make the money in Russia. They come here, they go to the bars, they meet the guys, and that's it.
That's their only play, Jeff. They're literally one-trick ponies. And when I hear people say, "Stop generalizing, Drex. Why are you saying that? You must hate women." I understand them. In the same way I understand men.
Mm-hmm.
I understand. Watch this. Hey, Jeff, if shit hits the fan, I'll show you male nature versus female nature. Shit hits the fan, right? Mad Max future.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to tell me what dudes are going to do to survive. What do guys, okay, when a guy can't feed himself, what's he going to do? What's his first instinct?
Take it from somebody.
He's going to go take shit, right?
Yeah.
See, when I talk about thug and thought culture is the dark side of male nature, which is if I don't have it and can't get access to it by good means, I'm going to go take it from someone who's got it, right? I'm going to go rob somebody, run up on them.
I've already got my plan.
Right?
Honest to God, me and my friend, we've thought about zombie apocalypse.
Yep, yep.
2 miles down the street is a Costco. They have the cargo entrance and the main entrance. Seal those both off, padlock the doors. You've got a year's supply of food and weapons.
That's right.
And I'm going to keep that.
Every guy has to go. You go through that thought process, right? Now watch this. Shit hits the fan. Women all over the world. Oh no, I'm so smart and intelligent, Drex. I got 3 degrees. Blah 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 blah. Right?
They end up slaves.
They end up doing what? When shit hits the fan, what do they turn to? Right? What do they turn to, Jeff? Do they turn to their engineering degree?
Nope.
No. What do?
They turn to men.
That's right. They slang the peace sleeve. The only thing they're going to do. I've said this from day one. If you don't believe me, when people say this is not true, I want women to walk up from now on, ladies. If you're not in a relationship, I want you to any guy that is interested in you. I want you to tell them up front, just so you know. And then I don't know, you have like a Twitter group, something, and go like this. Just so you know, sex is off the table forever. There will never be anything sexual. Watch if the guy is going to keep on talking to you. Is he going to talk to you, Jeff, or is he going to walk around and leave? Why, Jeff? But she's an interesting person, right? She's so quirky and funny and awesome. She's an awesome kind of gal. Why does the guy leave?
That's not how we're wired.
Because guys aren't wired that way. Now hold on there, Jeff. Let's be fair. Let's reverse it. All the ladies out there. Oh, Drex, I like a man that's blah, blah, blah. Okay, sure. I'm going to put it to the test. A man tells you up front, I will expend no resources on you ever, right? 0 resources I will spend on you forever. What does that lady do? Does she keep talking to that guy or trying to want to get him, or does she turn around and leave?
He's gone.
Why does she leave, Jeff? Why doesn't she want that guy anymore?
She ain't getting anything out of it.
She's not getting anything out of it. If he just says, I'm not going to take you out to the movies. I'm not going to buy you a drink. You're not going to move in with me. We're not going to literally do anything that costs literally I'm not going to give you my time. Nothing. 0 resources. The woman she sees no value in him. She leaves. See how that works? See how the genders crave the opposite of what the other provides? That's how that works.
But see, this is why I think movies like Alien, Mad Max Fury Road, things like that with the legit powerful women characters are such a hit with men. They go, that's the woman I want. I want the one that's going to fight beside me. I want the chick that's going to kill the other dudes with me, that's got my back, not one that I have to waste my time protecting.
Yep.
I want that's the intellectual thing for men, is the powerful woman that's going to literally be an equal.
Do you know what I like though? Is that I'll tell you a movie that we all love, and it's a heroine we all love. Sarah Connor. Do you remember when we first meet Sarah Connor in the original Terminator in 1984? Do you remember her personality and everything? She's a typical girl, right?
Yep.
I.e., in terms of battle stuff, useless, right?
Yep.
Completely useless. All she's doing is screaming, and she's terrified of everything. But as the movie goes on, what starts happening? As Reese explains
Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween. She's
Halloween,
the first movie. Now she's out on the fucking warpath.
That's right.
In 40 years later.
That's right. And what are we doing for Jamie Lee? We're rooting for Jamie Lee, right?
Because from Nightmare on Elm Street until about 10 years ago, we rooted for the killers in the movies.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the thing. It's crazy you say that. I was actually hanging with the wifey, right? So I'm out in Alabama hanging with the wifey, and this was on the second trip. So second trip, she went to bed, and I'm sitting on the couch, and because I couldn't sleep, right? So I'm sitting because I always sleep on the couch. I'm passed out on the couch like 80% of the time I'm there, unfortunately. I'm sitting on the couch, and there's a Netflix series called like The Movies That Made Us, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm watching Halloween, Friday the 13th, the behind the scenes of how they were made, right? And they bring that up. They said, you guys got to remember, man, up until this point, it was, the audience had one expectation, right? They said, in that era, right? Halloween and then Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th going forward, the audience is rooting for the killer.
Yep.
The killer, like they're the star. So when you go in the movies, you're like this. Oh my God. Hey, Jeff, I can't wait to see how Leatherface eats people this time. In fact, to prove it, in the newest Texas Chainsaw Massacre on Netflix, right? Please tell me you've seen it. You saw that one, right?
That's one where they go into the town and they want to shoot the movie or whatever it was in the town. Yeah.
Jeff, it is must-see TV.
Yeah.
Leatherface deletes these wokies savagely. Like more like almost too savagely. Like I was kind of like, bruh.
The cops and the woman going, just keep driving. Just
driving.
Don't go here.
Don't go.
Shit. Don't fuck with anything. They fucked with it and they were gone.
And here's the thing though, like the only reason why you were rooting for the girls at the end is because like he was deleting people so savagely. You're like, look, they made a mistake. They admitted to their mistake.
They had sex in a cabin near a lake.
Yeah. You're like, okay, like because like Jeff, he was eating them so savagely, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Look, I love my violence. I love violence. I love violence. I love gore. This was the first time I saw this movie for the first time with Nick. It's me, Nick, and Lady Rackets, right? The kids are downstairs. We turn it on, and you remember how the movie starts, right? The wokies, and they, they're in like the Tesla or something. And so we're kind of looking at each other, we're kind of like, I don't know, man. So we're gonna give it a chance, right? We're like, oh, it's eventually Leatherface is gonna do Leatherface shit, right?
Yeah.
Jeff.
Walk into the house.
Finally. Yeah. When they go into,
it was like they said,
it's my deed. I own the house.
It was like, don't fuck with the Confederate flag on the side of the building. Or some shit like that.
Oh my God. And so Nick and I we're like, we know it's coming, right? So we're like looking at each other. We're like,
this is a symbol of oppression.
This is a symbol of oppression. We knew something really horrible was going to come, right? Because that's why we're here, right? We just didn't know. We're like, okay, something's going to happen. Okay, Leatherface. And we realized, okay, we're like, they're going to mess with this lady with the deed on the house.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, when she dies in the ambulance, right?
Yeah,
it's at that. It's like in those old shows, right? It's at this moment they knew they fucked up because once she dies, you kind of knew, like, like you're like, oh. Now, you wanted these people to get some, karmic justice, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain point where you're like, okay, I think we hit the karmic justice. Like these people are getting deleted a little too soon. Like Jeff, you remember the party bus scene?
Yeah.
It was savage.
That was awesome.
It was pure fan service, right? Pure fan service. Yeah. Because remember, you know how these movies work. It's usually a small group of people who get deleted, right? So I'm sitting there with Nick and we're like, well, what, aren't they gonna get, like these other people have to leave, right? Like, because they weren't part of the core group, right? Yeah.
And they're just in that school bus making their way out of town.
They're making their way out of town. So once Leatherface does what he's doing, we're thinking like, okay, but the people are still stuck on that bus, right? Once he steps foot on that bus, we're like, uh-oh. Like, there's that moment, right?
Just Ron Artest at Malice in the Palace with a chainsaw.
You knew it was coming, right? Like, do you remember, like, the dude puts up like, you're so canceled, bro. And Leatherface goes, brrr, something. We're like, uh-oh. And so I'm looking at Nick, we're like, there's no way they're going to show this, right? Like, no way they're going to. Jeff, when it happens, Lady Rackets is just going wild. Like, oh! And we're just sitting there like, bruh. We're like you were prepared for it, but when you saw it, you're like, this was even more violent. Like I had an image in my mind of how savage this was going to be. It far exceeded. And I have a huge tolerance. I'm like, this is delicious levels of violence. So I showed my daughter, who's, she was 11 at the time. I showed her. That's what great parenting is, right? Yeah. When kids say they want to see something, you're like, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. When the German Shepherd tried to get out of the window, my daughter said it was the stupidest decision in the history of decisions. Because you're like, wait, you wait till now to try that? Like now? I'm saying like, but though, like, Jeff, do you ever watch movies and like deep down, you know it's a movie?
Yeah.
A party. It's like this tug of war going on, right? You know it's a movie. Check. You're kind of rooting for these people to not all get deleted. Check. But at the same time, you're like, you can't be this stupid though, right? Like, you can't be this stupid in a horror
Anytime somebody runs into a basement,
it's always game over.
Yeah.
And it's like, here's the thing though, but imagine if you had smart characters in a movie, right? It would make for a good movie.
That's why, I mean, that it's like the first Predator movie, five of the baddest motherfuckers on the planet.
All jacked.
They can't take out one of these things, and Schwarzenegger barely survives. Now we've got, Pocahontas, teenage Indian, taking out one all by herself.
Dude.
And that's why the Alien movies are so good, because Ripley's not a badass. She's not going in there kickboxing. She uses her fucking brain to bring down these things, and she does it. You don't want to listen. I'm telling you, don't fuck with this thing. Don't do it. And they do. And they go, all right, you all just sit back and die. And when you're ready, just let me know and I'll help you deal with it.
Yep.
And that's why I love the character of Ripley in Alien. She's not a muscle-bound badass. She's just uses her head.
Jeff, that might have been my first Woody, man. Like, I don't remember when it was, but I might have had it when I saw Sigourney Weaver and panties and a flamethrower.
Yeah.
Do you know what that does to a boy's mind? Right?
Yeah, I do actually.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're sitting there, like, I mean, that movie came out, and by the time I saw it was on video, right? And I mean, you're just a little kid. You're like, like in the movie, right? Okay, this is cool. This is pretty cool. And then you see that, you're like this. Oh, whoa. Oh, wow. That's like, because I mean, you gotta remember at this point, this is before the internet, right? Before we had access to all these images that we could just pull up immediately, right? So everything meant more back then, right? Like seeing any woman in panties back then was a huge deal. Like, oh my God, wow, whoa.
How old are you, Drex?
39.
39. Okay, I'm 53, so we kind of sort of vaguely have some small overlap. Before you remember pre-internet.
Oh yeah, it was a glorious time.
You had to find the one degenerate kid in the neighborhood whose father had the Playboy.
Oh yeah, we found him.
Connection.
We found him, and once you found him, everyone found him.
Yeah. And then I was explaining to my son back when you had to use a 2400 baud dial-up modem to call some BBS in California to download a 2 megabyte picture of some tits. And you had to you had first, well, at the end of the day, you had to explain to dad why you had a $35 call to some number in California that's at the other end when he called to find out what the fuck that was about. But then you had to watch tits come out line by line down your screen. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more.
Wait. Here's the thing though. Do you remember the anticipation?
Yeah.
Oh man. And your eyes were like, and look, do you remember playing the reveal game? Right? You would go like this. I'm not gonna look till it's fully there, right? Do you remember that? The reveal game? You didn't want to spoil it with line. So you went, no, I'm not gonna look. So you got the corner of your eye, right?
Watching a goddamn pot boil. It just never happens.
And you're just look, I tell people all the time, man. I tell people how much porn changed my life. My foster brother's the one who introduced it to me. Did my thing move again? Damn it.
Well, now it did because you're fucking with it.
Fucking thing. Don't worry, I got more tape. The thing is though, is that like when this era was happening, right? People don't understand. Like, this is the reason why I don't like, like I was talking to Nick about this. These like far right internet zealots, right?
Yeah.
They try to pretend like they didn't live this life, right? Everyone's trying to. You know what they refer? The modern cuck-servative reminds me of the reformed turbo thought, right?
Yeah.
They try to pretend their whole past doesn't exist. I'm like, bro, I know who all of you people are. All of you tentacle porn people, anime titties. I know who you guys are, man. You're the same dude that if you grew up anywhere near Nick and I's time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were going to the rental store, trying to get to the back room like everybody else.
Oh, the curtain.
The curtain. Yeah.
Or so I've heard.
And
that's where you're standing next to the preacher.
Yeah, everybody was there, right?
And you just the eye contact is, well, I can't make a big deal about you being here because you saw me and I saw you, and let's just pretend this isn't happening.
Well, you remember that? Here's the thing. The beauty of it is, I was talking about this with Andrew. You had this thing like I'm not gonna say like there was a level of like social shame, quote unquote.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And yet like no one in there made eye contact. Once you went behind that curtain, it was like this. Mm-hmm. Like you would be passing by somebody and like you remember like, okay, so let's say he's looking at a movie, right? And he's, you know, and this is the beauty, man. For those of you guys who don't know, man, like I said, this is a glorious time. You would pick up the box, right?
Yeah.
You'd pick up the little rental box.
Yeah.
So you sit there and you grab it. Let me grab some Canadian money. Pretend this is a movie. So you grab the box and you go. You remember this, right, Jeff?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Look at the images, right? He's looking at, damn, shit. And he turns it around, right? Yeah, you get the storyline. Okay, so and remember, he studied the movie the same way you would study a regular movie when you were like this. Yeah. What's in the horror section? And you pick the box, right? Like, oh, this guy looks good. And you went like this. And does it look good? Remember, because there was no internet to check reviews, right? Yeah. Because it was a spicy movie, you couldn't go ask somebody, right?
Yeah.
So you were stuck going. And remember, you only had so much money, right? So much money and so much time. And you had to contemplate. Hold on. Do we go with Constant Cravings #6 or Black in China #2? And you're sitting there like those decisions, right? You're
reading the reviews.
You're like, it would tell you certain things, right? Like the biggest explosions ever. And the guy had to sit there and be like this. Shit, man, okay, dude. Damn, this is gonna be my only chance to rent a movie for a little bit. So this one better be a knockout, right? And it was glorious because here's the thing, it meant more. You see what I'm saying? Man. If a girl twerked,
but then you pick up Blade Runner on the way to the counter and put them both there. And
who can forget yet? But you know, though, I told Andrew the best part of growing up in the '90s was either getting the phone call from the rental store or worse yet, going to the rental store. And you were in line with people behind you, and they told you what movies had late fees. Yeah. Do you remember that? Yeah. Remember you would go to the desk, you'd be like this. Yeah, man. So I'm gonna get my girl's over, so we're gonna watch Titanic, and then you rent like some other movie, right? Like
you owe $3 on Backdoor Mamas.
Yeah, you're like, and there's all and you had those sadistic clerks, right? And you could tell they took pleasure. Like, and you look at them like, really, bro, like. And but Jeff, you remember those guys, right?
Oh yeah.
They took pleasure in it. Like they like this. They're like,
absolutely.
They go, all right. And what's they ask phone number and address, right? Go, oh. They would always, you remember that? They would lean. Do you remember the lean back?
Yeah.
Oh. And then they would look back at you like this, and like you're kind of like, they're like, what the fuck? Then they would hit you with the late fee. You're like, and you're like as they were saying, like, hey man, you know you have, I know man. And you're like reaching out, like,
keep the change.
They try to tell you what you got a late fee. Like, bro, I don't need you to tell me just tell me how much. Do not tell me it's Backdoor Mamas. Just tell me, hey man, you got $8 late fees. And when I say on what, yeah, look, oh,
yeah.
Do you remember that? Because you used to get mad, right?
Yeah.
I ain't got no movies late. Do you remember when someone else rented on your account? Do you remember that?
Oh.
When you showed up and you had a $16 late fee, you went, fuck, like, and then they hit you with it, right? And it was my foster brother who rented on my account. And I'm like, and I get back, you go, damn man, my bad, man. My bad, man. And here's a 20, man. I'm like, bro, are you serious, man? And dude, but Jeff,
then you would move it and they would say that's like $85 replacement fees because that's how much videotapes used to be, like $70, $80, and $90.
Yeah, man. Yeah. The spicy stuff. Okay, do you remember when DVDs first came out? They were like 40 a pop.
Yeah.
You know, now they're basically free now, but like people forget, man. In the 90s, man, Jeff, it's the last decade before literally everything went to shit.
Yeah.
Like you say, there were signs back in the 90s, right? Like, remember, that was when you first heard it's okay to be gay. That was in the 90s. Yeah. But it wasn't like they weren't beating it in, like they weren't like in your face, like you need to be gay, or if you're straight, you're evil. It was just like this. And you remember this, Jeff? A lot of people didn't care. They're like this. Yeah, oh, you're gay? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you're still a cool guy, I guess. So yeah, whatever. Yeah. Yep. You know, like this thing. They keep on talking about all this, like, oh my God, the violence that we suffer, the humiliation. I'm like, but that's usually your own doing because you guys are actively doing something to draw attention onto yourselves that people go, oh, I don't want you near me or my kids. If you just went like this, yo, I'm gay. If you just said that, people would be like this, oh, okay.
No, and see, and I always said that the best thing, and what do I know? I'm not part of the alphabet thing at all, but I would always say, if you wanted to get people behind your movement, put on your business suit, put on your tie, put on your, your good watch, and just walk quietly down the street as a group. Then people go, oh, you're just like us.
Yeah,
And
that's all you had to do.
accept
All you had to do was just chill, right? And if you chilled, nobody really fucked with you. Everything was good. Here's the thing: even the court cases, right? You're Mr. Legal Vices himself. Vices used to be kept under wraps. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like if you did certain stuff, people were like, "Yo, man, just so you know, you do that like over there, out of the sight of basically anybody, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And people didn't really judge you. They were kind of like, it is what it is, or he's cool when he's around me.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing: there used to be people. This is no lie, man. In the 90s, people could be druggies and they would be cool around you.
Yeah.
They'd be like, yo, man, look, there was respect, right? Like, look, man, this guy smokes weed. He's like, yo, I know that's not your thing. So I'm going to make sure that when I'm around you, I'm going to smell and look presentable. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now,
I've got girls I see. They don't drink. I don't drink.
Yep.
It's just respect. It's like, hey, that's your gig. I respect you. Or not going to make you uncomfortable.
Yeah. Jeff, I've talked about this. I was talking about this with Andrew once, right? I was in my Discord and I was like, yeah, Andrew and I had this comment where we're talking, and because guys were always asking me, for years, ever since I was in the lifestyle, about Drex, how do you get these girls to do all this crazy wild stuff? I go, dude, do you guys actually listen to women? Like actually talk to them, and not be like a thirst bucket? Because if you listen to them, they go like this. This, man. They tell you what they want, right? They if you listen to them, they're going to tell you, this is what I want.
Absolutely.
And you just give them the vehicle to do so, right? In a safe environment. Because the only thing that's going to make a woman kinky. That's literally it. I always tell guys this, man. When people say, Drex, how you get? I go, okay, you need to be honest with them. I go, women need trust and comfort in order to do what they really want to do. You have to have both. Because they have to be able to look at you like this. They have to know. Because here's the thing about women's female sexuality. Their version of kinky is usually dangerous, right? It puts them in some vulnerable position. You ever notice that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, why did 50 Shades of Grey blow up, right?
It wasn't men reading that shit.
Wasn't men reading it. So when women say, oh, Drex, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so how did the book blow up then? Why is it that why do women love the whole vampire? So what is the nature of the vampire? Look at that, exposed, right? There's danger involved, right? Women get off on danger. Guys, our version of danger is doing something heroic. We're doing something.
Yeah.
Women's version of danger is something's happening to them. You see what I'm saying? This guy is tying me up. This guy is biting my neck. This guy's doing this. But when it comes to men, it's like when you say men crave danger, it's, yo, man, we're about to be skydiving. We're jumping into a war zone. Like, it's that version, right? It's a heroic form of danger, sacrificial.
Well, I think I kind of red pilled at 42. That's kind of when I realized that I'm allowed to have value. That's when I broke up with the ex-wife, and the first 2 weeks I was having panic attacks, and then about 2 weeks and one day I went, hey, wait a minute, I'm a person, I matter, my feelings and desires are legitimate, and I don't have to take shit anymore. And I stopped caring.
Let me ask you this though. Go ahead.
So that's what I mean when I go out with a woman for the first time. That's what I say is, look, I'm a man. I have a certain set of skills. I know the basics, but every single woman is different. I will do what I know most women like, but you have got to tell me what you want me to do for you, because I'm not a fucking mind reader. I don't have ESP. I don't know what your particular quirks and kinks are.
Now, what's the problem, though?
Say it.
The
problem is they're not comfortable saying it. Men and women can't talk about sex. Men are the same way. Men can't talk about sex.
Here's what kills me though. This like I have to always go at Ember Fox. This is nothing personal against her, right? The only ones who tell the truth, the only ones, right? Unless you find like a complete turbo thought, right? Other than the complete turbo thought, right? The cheater, the cheating married chick is the only one that's honest. It's sad. It's sad that this is where we're at. If you ask just a single, because she's like this, oh my God, he's gonna judge me. The married chick doesn't care about judgment because she's like, he's not trying to date me. So she'll say, I want to be tied up. I want to do this. I want to do that. I'm into all tree holes, blah, blah. She'll just say whatever because she's like, he's not trying to date or marry me. So his value for me is purely sexual. Whereas a single girl is like this. If I tell this guy I like X, Y, and Z, he's gonna be like, how many men has she done this with? You see what I'm saying? And he'll lower value, or he'll only see me. See,
well, it's like we were talking about before. If I bring out the belt or bring out the cuffs or the whip or whatever it is, she's gonna go, what the fuck? But if I go, if you give her, as you said, the opportunity to say, this is what I like, and I go, oh, I've got one. I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah. She has to, like, usually, when it comes to like just the very nature of a power dynamic, a lot of women are going to be okay with something so long as like you're confident in saying it, right? You can't come. I was just wondering if I usually will say something, right? They can call me a provocateur for all that matter.
Well, if they give you the initial, if you plant the seed, if they give you the initial, if whatever the first thing out of their mouth is, you can extrapolate from that.
Correct.
If they go, I like to have the lights on, you're not getting far. But if they go, I enjoy a good slapping every now and then, how far you can go.
Yeah, you start thinking, like, okay, well, she wants that, then maybe she wants this paddle, right? Maybe she wants this. So as you start saying these things, right? Like, daddy's going to do this. Oh, you see what I'm saying? Like, so that's how, because women have to always be able to say it was his idea, right? Because remember, once you understand them, you understand they don't take accountability for anything. So they're always going to say, they want to always be able to be in the gray area to say, I wasn't forced, but it was his idea. He pressured me into it. So it's kind of just the way things are. But my thing was this, though, Jeff. I used to tell guys, I said, dude, if you understand this, you'll embrace it. You start to, because you were married, right? I'm sorry to hear that, by the way.
Yeah,
that you were married.
I learned the lesson.
But one of the things I've noticed about married guys is that the married guys have this like repressed sexuality, repressed desires, and I'm like so this is what ended up happening though, Jeff. So remember, I'm on the outside looking in, right?
Yeah.
In the same way that I tell you, because there's gonna be people out there that say Drex is a scumbag because he does X, Y, and Z with married women. Jeff, what do you think is the flip side of all of my experiences with married women? You know what the flip side is? The guys,
it's a married woman.
Yeah. It's the guys who come to me going, yo, Drex, man, I'm not getting what I want at home. Do you know any chicks? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. When if those two actually put their damn minds together, husband and wife actually started fucking talking to each other.
They wouldn't talk. So Jeff, can you see where like my mind's coming from? Where I'm looking, I'm like, in this thing. If someone were to ask me, Drex, what would give you any say-so or authority on what, how a relationship should work? Because Drex, you're not in a relationship, blah, 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 blah. You know what I would tell them, Jeff? I know why people do the things they do in relationships.
Yeah.
So a therapist is going to fill your head with a bunch of nonsense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Come to me and I'll tell you this is why men are cheating. Because I know about Asian culture, about the infidelity in Asian culture, and they have their ready-made whores and blah, 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 right? I know why the guys cheat, right? I know why the women cheat, right? I know what's causing these relationships to break down. So wouldn't you think the guy who's like, yo, man, I'm seeing from this angle, right? Just like whereas like looking at someone like, let's say my main man, Nick, right? Mm-hmm. Nick is going to view marriage from his perspective. You see what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm telling Nick is, yo, Nick, take it from me, man. You got lucky. That's all that happened. There's no mystical voodoo, right? No magical juju. You just got lucky. I can tell you what's happening with most of the relationships out here, right? So Nick is going, come on, Drex, it's like that? I'm like, no, Nick, it really is though. You see what I'm saying? Because Jeff, would you describe your marriage as typical? Like you kind of, you went through the typical.
Unfortunately,
kind of
yes.
It was a typical arc, right? It was the honeymoon phase. Unfortunately typical. Yeah. It was then like the kid was born, and let me guess, she cared more about the kids, ignored your needs, but it was all about kid. And then it turned into arguments over nothing.
Guess how long it was without sex. You can measure it in months or years.
I know.
That's it.
And that's most people. You guys at some point, maybe or maybe not, you start sleeping in separate bedrooms. You put on a good face just for the kid in society. It's the same narrative over and over, Jeff. What I was saying is, I was telling Nick, I go, Nick, I promise you, man, you are my brother. I love you. But your views of marriage are dead wrong because you're coming from a perspective of your marriage, right?
Yeah.
I go, just because you and Lady Rackets are happy, I can assure you most people out here are fucking miserable, right? Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that to try to, like I said, I'm not saying this to be like, oh, marriage is horrible. No. The idea of marriage is good. It's good for society when it does work, but the institution has been broken along with the social pressures and influences. Social media, dating apps, the courts, all of these things kind of twist into themselves, right? And eventually, I mean, think about it, Jeff, how hard was it for someone to cheat in the 70s, right? Wasn't easy, right?
No.
You had to work for that.
Yeah.
1980s, you had to work for it. If someone caught you back in the day, here's the thing. First and foremost, a lot of times people who cheated had to like go other places, right?
Oh yeah.
Like when someone says mistress, they were like, no, your mistress was not in the same vicinity as you.
Yeah, different state, different city.
Different
at least.
state.
Yeah.
Like, did you go for work out of town in Boston? Well, then your mistress was most likely in Boston on your business trips, right?
That's why they have the saying, a port in every storm. You know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know what that's about. In Jeff, you know about all the military guys, right? They got stories for days. And I tell people, I go, dude, this is just the norm. This is the way it is. I said, what ended up happening was.
Oh no, Tish says I'm laughing because trust me, people were cheating.
Oh no, I know they were.
It was harder, and they didn't talk about it. Yeah.
That's the thing. That's all I'm saying. There was a point back then, right? And look, this is the thing. So Jeff, you know I'm going to do a show with Mama Vic, right? Because as you know, I go very hard at conservatives.
Yeah.
I can't stand conservatives. And one thing that there's a lie, there's a myth that conservatives keep preaching, that the 1950s was perfect. Everybody was happy. There were no problems, right? And I'm sitting there looking like, no. If you did a DNA test on everybody in your family, you'd find out there was a lot of infidelity going on. These people are not related to you, fam.
I look nothing like there's not a single characteristic I have with my father. I'm waiting for the DNA test when I'm able to do that because mom was a player back in the day.
See? Well, look at Justin Trudeau, right? You know, you've heard the stories about Mama Trudeau, right?
Oh yeah.
Castro.
Castro's the daddy. Yeah.
Castro's so we look at, she's a literal sperm bank, right?
Yeah.
And so here we are years later. And I'm telling people, bro, this has been going. That's why, like, this is what kills me. People will read whatever religious book, right? The Quran, the Bible, whatever, right? And they'll talk about all these ancient ways that, these stories, these parables. And then they go like this. However, Jeff, there's one decade where none of this happened in human history, right? This was going on in ancient Rome, in Greece, in Egypt, or in Israel. All these things have been happening throughout history, right? But however, from 1950 to 1959, nothing bad happened. Life was 100% perfect, right? The 1950s. Yeah. And so I'm sitting there looking like, let me get this straight. So you cuck servers are telling me that for one decade and one decade only, every single man got a wife who was a virgin, and they got married, and they had children, 2.5 kids and white picket fence, and there were no problems inside. There was nothing wrong with anything. And they're like, 1950s. I'm thinking to myself, okay, I got some fucking beach property I can sell you right now, right?
Yeah.
This is BS though. You see what I'm saying? Like my thing was this. I just didn't like people lying to me all the damn time. You see what I'm saying? The schools were lying to you. Yep. The church lied to you. The jobs lied to you. Yeah. The media, everywhere you look, everybody was like, and my thing was this. When people were coming after me, I said this. I said, Jeff, why are you coming after me? You should be mad at all these other entities in your life. Your parents lied to you, right? Mm-hmm. The church, remember your pastor that you hold such high esteem. He was lying to you. Everything he did was to make you miserable for his own profit, right? Mm-hmm. And when you say these things, how dare you say that, Drex? And that's why people get so emotional. I said, but dude, did you ever think to yourself? I've actually told people this. I said, my detractors, I want you to humor yourself. Take away whatever bias you have against me and just go like this. I'm going to start using what Drex says in the real world as like a social experiment, right? I'm just going to start as a pure social. I think Drex is full of shit, right? He's a liar. He's a fraud. I believe that if I ask random women for their phones and blah, 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 I believe that there's not going to be anything that is evidence of them in any kind of infidelity, right? No spicy pictures, blah, blah. Okay, Jeff. So what do you think is going to happen if guys go out there and start doing that?
They're going to find out you're correct.
And then what happens? What happens to everything that happened in their life prior to when I said that, right? That women are angels and blah, blah, blah.
That is when they have swallowed the red pill. That's when the eyes are open. That's when the matrix goes away.
Yep. And then what happens? oh yeah, you remember, you said this about your job or this about mayors, and then you start showing them the institution, how they profit,
Yep.
why they wanted women in the workforce, the Rockefellers, right? Why did they want women in the workforce? I don't know, Drex. I mean, but women's equality, it was all a lie, right? Can you prove it? Let me prove it. I can show you video after video and document after document, but watch this. Put women into the workforce. What happens? What happened to pensions? You know how many companies have pensions right now in the United States?
Money
6%.
comes, yeah.
Money. They wanted 2 times the people to tax. And then because of women's hypergamy, the average guy is no longer viable for a woman, right?
Yep.
Because of sexual liberation, she can no longer pair bond. This is depopulation. And then you tell them, hey, guess what? Well, this is what conservatives believe. Well, Drex, the left is losing. You want me to tell you how they're losing? Because they don't reproduce. And then this is me the whole time, Jeff. You believe that, right? And they go this, Drex, why are you smiling? I go, this is what makes you worse than a pedo. You are the most useless life form that's ever existed. You believe that you're going to outbreed the left. You're actually right. And they go, so why you give me that look? Hey, we're talking about for most people, right? We're not talking about Nick Rekieta who homeschools kids, right? We're talking about 95% of people, right? Hey, Jeff, tell me where they send their children to.
Government-funded schools.
Public schools, the Rockefeller schools. Mm-hmm. And what are they going to learn when they get to these schools? Remember your good little girls, your boys and girls? When they go to these schools, Jeff, what are they going to learn about?
Getting jobs, being home economics, doing things, getting out there,
And don't forget,
money.
What are they going to learn about socially? Oh, there's 523 genders.
Okay.
The patriarchy.
Well, I haven't had to
white
deal
man.
with that for a bajillion years, so I don't
But
know
see-
what's going on. My sister, yeah.
But you're seeing where this is going, right?
Yeah.
So the very children that you said you're going to outbreed the left, right? They become leftists.
It's Pink Floyd's The Wall movie again.
Yep.
You're feeding the system.
You're feeding the system.
You're the
So when you
fetus.
say this, and you go like that, and they're like, "Well, Drex, you haven't offered any solutions." I go, "Dude, I told you guys the solution literally like from day one. What is it, Drex? Who are you told to hate? Okay, I'm a white guy. I hate all of these people." You start pointing fingers. Go to the black guy. Who are you told to hate? These people, pointing fingers. You go to the trans person. Who are you told to hate? The straight person, the gay person. And then everyone's doing this. And then you go like this. Are you guys ready to fix the problem? Okay, Drex, we're finally ready. Okay, what are we going to do? Everyone that you just pointed at, go like this. Not to fight them, but to unify and publicly do it. Publicly say that you now stand united with, oh, hey, are you black? I stand with my white guy right here. I know how racist Asians are. I want Asians to stop being racist and join forces with other Asians and non-Asians and see what happens. Do you know what's going to happen, Jeff? You're going to see certain entities very pissed off, aren't you?
Extremely. Absolutely.
And who are those entities, Jeff? Are they the enemy or the ally?
Yeah. Oh, they're the enemies.
Corporate entities will get pissed
Yep.
because they need you to fight amongst each other so that they get stronger and enslave you on a global level. So when you don't do this, the unity is what weakens them, right? And then what strengthens them? Division. I tell people this, Jeff, and rather than people joining forces, you know what they do? They turn on the news or turn on a YouTube video and say, white cop beats black guy. I hate white people. I hate the. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's like they play right back into the trap. It's the endless cycle. It's the endless loop, right?
The news needs an enemy. If everybody was friends and got along, there'd be no news.
There'd be no news. Like, you guys, you're creating your own enslavement. Like, just do. Drex is wrong. Okay, do you ever ask yourself why you've been told I'm wrong? Why do I make you uncomfortable? Well, Drex, you said blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Is the marriage system fair? Well, I mean, Drex, I didn't ask that. Is the system fair? Well, no. Okay, when women question me about this, Jeff, you know what I always tell them? What? Don't tell me anything about anything until you get rid of the laws. And they go like this, we don't know how. Can you vote? Yeah, I can vote. Vote it all away. Do you guys love, you know what women love? Women love to unleash their inner Karen. Do you know when Karen works for you, not against you, Jeff? Is it like this? Ladies, I know this is going to sound crazy, but you ladies don't want to. You guys want hookup culture to end, right? Yeah, Drex, we don't want hookup culture anymore. Okay, this is what you do. This is how you end hookup culture, ladies. You go like this: change the laws by unleashing your inner Karen, right? And getting on social media and all marching and saying, we're going to end the family court. We're going to end alimony. We're going to end the child support. And so when you do that, and then you say, any judge that doesn't do exactly what we tell them to do, we're going to remove them and we're going to go in those spots. Uh-oh. What happens, Jeff? Oh, shit, they figured it out. Yep. Then what do you do next? The ladies go like this. Okay, we're going to teach our daughters legs closed, right? Then guess what's going to be the cost of peace leave, Jeff?
Gee, none.
Shit. I got to get married now, right?
Yeah.
If you're a guy, right? If you're a guy, you go like this. Damn, hookup culture just ended overnight. That doesn't work anymore, right? Then men and women go like this. Yeah. See? You see how easy that is? See how that makes logical sense? But then I'm somehow the bad guy, right?
Well, let's burn through quick thing. Then we got some quick questions here.
Oh, yes, indeed.
You got a quick fire thing. This perfect segue here. Flux, I'm a little behind, but here's $5 to being second best to the second child. We have issues. Yes, we do. Okay, next. There's 4 more here real quick. Tish in Tennessee. If a man said no sex forever, I'm out. Good for you. You should. And oh crap, I just deleted one accidentally. Not Brandon Lesko. I'm not gay. I have relationships with women and sleep with men. A lot of men. Sometimes we even play hide the Jello shot. Oh, Kitty Cat, Legal Vices. Some women are open about their sex lives and good. And that's the thing. Like, we're talking about women because we're men. Women, you're in the same deal. Ask a man what he wants. Ask a man, like, what do you want to do to me? Just ask that once in bed. And if he freezes like a bitch, you've got your answer.
Yep.
If he looks at you and says, get over here.
Yep.
Yeah, then you're good. Now, I accidentally deleted one of these. Now I got to scan clear the fuck back up here. Oh, goddamn, my mouse is in lock mode. There we go. Sorry about this. Stroll. If a man says, okay, just before that. Who did I miss? Where is it? God, I guess I didn't miss any. Shit, I'm smarter than I thought. All right, never mind. That was an exercise in scrolling. If I did miss you, someone let me know, but I think I got them all. If a man said no sex forever, I'm out. Scroll. Brandon. Yep, got all the super chats. So anyway, while we take a very quick break here, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're kind of at a zero balance today. That's pretty good. Super chats, keep them coming. Grift. All right, got that out of the way. Now got a couple questions. Now that we're on this, now we've reached this point where you're almost starting to make sense, Drex. You're almost sounding human. It's almost like when you say you don't hate women, you're serious.
Right.
So let me ask you, how are you different than Andrew Tate?
How am I different from him? Okay, this is my only thing about Andrew Tate, right? Like I said, people have their own criticisms. This is my only issue with him.
You only have one issue with him.
I have one major issue with Andrew Tate.
Right.
This is it. I think he seems to kind of go overboard, like he's playing a character. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's my issue. Now, I can divorce
the shock value. Has he actually drunk his own Kool-Aid, or is he still bullshitting?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know that much about him. Like I said, my brother is more aware of him than I am. Like I've seen some clips of him.
That's why I wanted Andrew here, because Andrew's known him personally for like 10 years. I wanted Andrew's insight.
Yeah. It'd be nice to talk to people who have known something. The reason why I say that is this: I've been asked about Nick, right? Yeah. And I said the Nick you guys see on camera is like that's Nick, right?
Yeah.
In fact, I would argue Nick is actually more. I don't know what term I would use. Like, let's say a little more uncouth, a little edgier when you like just talk to him, not on camera. But you're still getting like you're basically that is Nick that you're seeing. That's not a character he's playing, right? Yeah. And I'm likewise. Like, if you talk to me off camera, I'm still the same dude. You see what I'm saying? Like this is not an act, and whereas there's a lot of people, you know this in the YouTube spaces. A lot of these people are not the same people off camera, right? We found this out. Very few, right? And so that's why when I say things, no one can come back and say, "Ha, I caught Drex in this," right?
Yeah.
I have talked about big chick quotas, right? I was like, "Look, Jeff, I can't look." Like I said, I don't make apologies, right? If I'm sitting there and I say like this, look, there's only so many spinners I can smash, right? Eventually, I'm like, look, man, I gotta smash a thick chick, right? No one can. This thing, you can't shame someone who's confident, right?
Exactly.
Especially when they're the ones with a dick between their legs, right? And this is the reason why men don't seek social proof for their decisions. Women do. Don't believe me? A woman sees a guy, right, Jeff? Oh God, I think he's hot. She thinks he's hot. What happens if her friends say no? What happens next?
She moves on. She
Moves on.
bows to her friend. Yep.
Usually, the friend who's telling her he's not hot, what does she usually do with that same guy that she found?
She wants to fuck him.
She wants to fuck him. Sabotage, right? Female.
Yep.
Look, now, women will admit this.
Seen it happen.
I've seen it happen. I've lived through it. And women will do the same cycle forever, right? Now, watch this. Jeff, you and I are at a cigar lounge in Seoul, right? You see a chick. And you're like, oh, yeah, I'm digging her. Me personally, I don't find her attractive. She just isn't the type that I tend to like or I think that you would like, right? Do I care because it's what you want?
It's not that you care or don't care. You go, all right, I'll go take her friend. You focus on her.
Yeah, you focus on her. Like, the only time a guy will step in is for what, Jeff? It's because it's your safety or freedom is at play, right?
Yeah.
So the only time a guy will check a dude is like, whoa, hold on, Jeff. Hey, I've heard about this girl, right?
Yeah.
I've heard these things, man. I wouldn't do it. And he's not going to say that and then go try to get with the chick. He's gonna be like, yo, bro, nope. So when it comes to Andrew Tate, what he's saying, I've gotten this from a lot of these guys, right? A lot of these PUA type dudes and dating coach dudes, they kind of grifted over to this space, the quote unquote Sigma male, right? And people have asked me, what do I think about that? I get it, right? You know, trying to grip, take some money, fresh and fit, all that stuff, right?
Well, that's the question. How big of an idiot is he, in your opinion?
He is what he is.
Yeah.
I don't think he's an idiot at all.
What's the danger of worship? What's the danger of following him? Because now he's the shit. Kids are following him. You know, for me, the danger of following him is
you're gonna caught up in the legal system.
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to be Andrew Tate will get, like, if you're a young man, right, and you're looking at Andrew Tate and you try to adopt that persona, and it is a persona. That persona will get you into legal trouble in the real world. So that's my issue with Andrew Tate. Like I said, okay.
Even on the personality level. Even on the personality level.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can wind up.
If you actually act like that around a woman, you will be the incel at the end of the day. No woman's going to put up with that shit.
Yeah.
If you don't get shot.
Yeah. A lot of danger is involved in trying to adopt that persona in the real world. In fact, I can prove it. Andrew, do you remember? I say Andrew. I'm gonna say Jeff. Do you remember the days of when gangster rap first kind of really took hold, right? In the late '80s, early '90s, right?
Yep.
And that was all a plot, by the way. For those of you who don't know, that was the CIA and other government agencies who wanted to push gangster rap for a reason, and we all know what reason that is. And they were actually supplying cartloads of guns to black people to murder other black people. Now, why do I bring that up? We look at this persona. Do you remember when guys were adopting the whole gangsta persona? Remember that?
Yep.
What was happening when guys were pretending to be thugs? Who do you encounter when you pretend to be a thug?
Other than cops or the thoughts?
Other than cops and thoughts. Who do you when you try to pretend to be a thug? You look like a thug. You dress like a thug.
The real thugs.
You find the real thug, right?
You find the real thug.
And what happens when you, donning a persona, comes across the real dude?
Well, as it goes back to the motorcycle clubs, the Hells Angels and shit, you find someone that's pretending to be a 1%er, you beat the fuck out of them, you rip their gear, and you educate them.
Yep. Because the real dude can wind up putting you in a pine box, right? And they don't care.
What's like tattoo culture is really picking up here in Korea, and you'll get the people, they'll get the spider web tattoos on the elbow, the teardrops. I'm like, dude, cool tattoo. But if you go to America with a spider web tattoo and teardrops, you're going to get fucking killed if you're not careful. You go in the wrong place with those tats, you're dead. Yeah. Like literally dead.
Literally dead. Like, look, there's lots of guys that talk about that. Like, I know Gary Neurotic, right? He talks about, San Quentin stuff. He's like, yo, man, when you're around the real people, like, you remember, it's one thing to be in whatever prison for whatever crime you committed. He goes, but there are certain people out there, right? My man Big Herc talks about this on the Fresh. Well,
there's criminals and there's convicts.
Correct, absolutely. Now, this, Jeff. There are certain people, man. They wake up They don't look at everyone when you ask them, hey, what do you see right there? Like 95% of people look at something like this. Oh, that is blank, right?
Yeah.
If you've ever been around an actual fucking sociopath, they don't see what you're looking at, right? You remember those old, like the litmus tests and stuff?
Yeah.
There are people out there who you're sitting there going, like, what the hell are you looking at? It's because they're wired different, right? Mm-hmm. Which means when you, like you said, we wind up having that teardrop, right? That spider web tat, right? Yeah. And you think that you're a tough guy, a thug will test you. He's going to test your gangster, right? And when you fail the test, he doesn't say go home. What does he do? Delete. And when people go, oh my God, this is so sad that this happened. It's like, who did you get involved with?
Well, I think it's a cool. I run with a lot of Russians here. A lot of Russians in the seafood business and things. A lot of them are connected with the Russians, and it's fun to hear them talk. Like the Russian prison tattoos tell stories.
Yep.
Like you can look at it's like a map. You can look at a tattooed Russian gangster in a prison. You can tell what prisons he's been in, what he was affiliated with, what his charges were, just by reading his body art.
Yep. Yeah, it's the mural.
And he said they literally have a language that if you weren't in that specific prison, you don't know. Mm-hmm. So if they see someone with a tat that they will say something, it's just like test them. And if you don't give the perfect response in the perfect lingo, you're deleted.
Yeah, they know because you're a fraud. Because no, watch this though.
Yeah,
this is why. What if somebody who's faking it goes out and does something against a rival, right? They may think they're part of your crew. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. You'll start
and that comes back on you. Yeah, you'll start a war. So for those of you guys in the chat who have never been around actual criminals and don't know any of this, and you're going, why would someone delete a fraud, Drex? Because they can start wars. A fraud can go out there with his fraud buddies, get into the mix at a bar or a club, and people think so the real criminals on side A think that they are affiliated with the real criminals from side B. These fake thugs can start a war by something happening, and then all of a sudden, it's going to take a while for it to get back that, whoa, these guys aren't affiliated with us. Do you know how long that takes? A lot of bodies, right?
And it doesn't even you don't have to go down to the war, even if it's someone that is acting the fool. Yep. And they're like, you acting the fool gives us a bad name. People think that your fuckery is our shit.
Yep.
And that's the end.
Well, you know, it's crazy you say that. For those in the chat who don't know, who aren't didn't go to school for like criminology, things like that. There is for those of us who know our gangster history, right? Mobster history here in America. You remember when Lucky Luciano founded La Cosa Nostra, right?
Yep.
So Charles gets out of prison, founds it, and he figures out something. We need an enforcement arm amongst ourselves. And do you remember what he formulates? What's the answer to this? Murder Inc.
Yep.
Murder Inc., for those of you guys who don't know, was the reality check for mobsters who got out of control within the mob world, right?
Yep.
Oh, you have a loose cannon? What do, Jeff? All right, they put a hit. They tell the Lord High Executioner.
Don't leave.
Yep. Albert Anastasia is the Lord High Executioner of Murder Inc., right? Yeah. And they got all these guys in Murder Inc. that here's the thing. Your assassins came from out of town, so you didn't know. Therefore, a mobster wouldn't look and be alerted. He'd be like this, just walking, like you said, Jeff. They look just like you, right? Just dressed.
Or they would be out of town, or they would be your best fucking friend.
Or your best friend.
Someone that you would not be.
Yes, so you would never
not be afraid to walk into a room with.
Yeah, because here's the thing. They need to get you while you're vulnerable. If someone alerts you, you have time to react, right? Uh-oh. Think about it, Jeff. What if someone?
I don't know this guy. Why am I going? Why is he telling me to walk?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah. See, that would alert you, right? Your instincts start stepping, especially within that world. So the reason why this is important is that you need these checks and balances, and this is the reason why I tell people, man, when it comes to gatekeeping, right? I have to explain this to somebody, right? Because I have to deal with idiots all day, and I say, look, man. Let me explain how men and women are supposed to work. Yeah. Men exert physical violence to keep order. Women enact social violence, right? Character assassination to instill order. So someone goes, well, Drex, so why is that important? Let me explain how this works. When men step out of line, it's supposed to be men who enact their version of violence, right? Which is why when someone goes, hey, Jeff, this guy harmed children. All right, we deleted him. Oh, damn, it's like that? Hey, this guy stepped out of line and started doing something crazy to a woman. We deleted him. Someone goes, Drex, but I thought you said that's simping. No. That's not simping. Instilling the order of things means that men have to delete other men to maintain order. Now watch this. I want to make this clear because this is how broken the system is. Jeff, who should be against Me Too the most? Who should be against Me Too? All these false allegations. Who should be against false allegations more than anybody in the world?
Well, I would say men.
No, it's women.
You think women should be?
Women should be against it. Because watch this. At the end of the day, who do false allegations hurt more, men or women? Ironically, it's women.
Okay, I'm disagreeing with you. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I'll tell you why. Watch this. Let's create a system of believe all women, right? Man bad, right?
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah. Drex, that's bad for men. Initially, it's bad for men, Jeff. And what happens eventually? You read that Wall Street story, right, from the Wall Street Journal that said the new orders for Wall Street are avoid women at all costs, right? Remember that? So this is how this affects women. What do you hear from women nowadays, Jeff? Guys don't want to commit. They won't get married. They won't do. Why, Jeff? Why won't that guy go into a room with you alone? Why does that guy want you to sign things? Why does the guy pull out a phone saying we got to record everything? Why is that, Jeff? So who's that really affecting? Because now, remember we talk about the broad brush? Men paint all women like you are fucking dangerous to me. In the same way that feminists were saying all men were violent criminals who were going to abuse them. Remember that?
Yeah.
Now you've seen the pendulum swing. Now dudes, look, this is no lie, man. I was in, I can't remember what city I was in. Was I in Salt Lake or something? No, Seattle. I was in Seattle and an elevator opens up, right? There's one or two women in there. I went like this, Jeff, no lie. I'll get the next one. And they gave me this like perplexed look, right? They're like, the hell? So Jeff, why did I not want to be in that elevator alone with two women? I had no intention on harming them. Why did I not go in?
Well, you tell me.
At any point, they can just accuse me of something, right? So eventually, do you know where we're headed? We're headed to because we're already in gynocentric Jim Crow, right?
Yeah.
You and I both know where all of this is headed, right? Total gender segregation.
But see, that's what people were making fun of Mike Pence for, because he was married, right, and he wouldn't eat lunch with a woman. He wouldn't shut a door with a woman. That's fucking safe policy.
No, hold on, Jeff. Hold on. They bashed him for it, right? Until Me Too picked up and they're like this, damn, we can't get Mike Pence on nothing, right? They came after Trump. They came after, they came after Justin Bieber. Did you hear about that? They came after the Biebs. So what is happening? So let me explain to you ladies why you ladies not holding each other accountable hurts you in the long run. By not instilling social order amongst other ladies, men go like this. Women are like that. Not some women, most women. They say women are like that. So eventually, as you're noticing, Jeff, you've seen the marriage rate has plummeted to an all-time low, right? Yeah. I know what the birth rate is in South Korea. You guys are so far under replacement level, you're about to go fucking extinct.
Yeah.
Japan's about to go extinct. Are you ladies starting to figure this shit out? Because I know you're not bright. I know you can't like think rationally.
Why you got to stir the pot? Just
because
you got to stir the shit for no reason?
When you say this to a man, men go like this. I got it. You notice how men go like this? I got it. Right?
Yeah.
You say this to women, and I'll tell you what women are. They are going to be the equivalent of in the movie Zoolander when he explains the male model thing. Remember that? And then Zoolander goes, why male models? And he goes, are you serious? I just explained it. You can explain everything to a woman because they only rely on feelings. They're incapable. So I can explain all this and women will be like this, but men should just get married. It's like, do you understand your actions are you're pushing men away more and more. When women make videos like WAP, right? Thought fatigue. Women are like, this is empowering. And they're saying this on college campuses, right? Sororities, right? And do you know what men are doing? They aren't going, let me go toward that. You know what the guys are doing, Jeff? I'm out. Hey, the girls, was it a hot girl summer, right? Is that making men want to date and marry women? No.
There was a science fiction short story. I can't remember who wrote it. I want to say Asimov, but I don't think it was. It was a book about the future where clothes were illegal. Everyone was required by law to be naked all the time. And that was, they were just talking about how that would be like, that was the degenerate part of society, is when you could cover something up. And then once something, like people would have secret lingerie stashes in safes in their floors, and when they would pull the blinds and put the lingerie on. And the idea was, it's just not so in your face that when something's covered up, you get to use your imagination. You get to use your fantasies. If you just got somebody twerking in your face, you go, I've seen it. Well, it's like when Andrew had he left. I was trying to get a taxi. Some hooker was talking to me on the street. He's like, "Oh, yeah, let me give you a blowjob." I'm like, "No, thanks. I'm good. I give you a hand job. I can do that at home for free. I'll give you a strip show. I've seen titties before. And it's like, you can keep talking to me, and I'm going to keep telling you no. Move along."
But yeah, do you know how we got here? Women's liberation, right? Their sexual liberation. Yep. We've gotten to a point now. Let me tell you, ladies, something. Men have reached thought fatigue. You've heard about stories about guys now are basically like they're inconstant in everything, right? These guys are basically lost their mojo in their early 20s. Do you know why? They consume too much what? Porn. They are so burnt out. Do you know who talked about this? Billie Eilish, the singer, talked about it, right? That kids are getting exposed to stuff so early, right? So it's so hyper consumed that like when they finally do get something, Jeff, they're like this is it? Because you and I both know the porn industry, right? The stuff that the images that you see, the videos that you see, has gotten so extreme compared to what it used to be back in the for those of you guys who don't know, if you pull out a video from like the 90s or the 80s or something, it wasn't close to Paris. Yeah. What is that compared to what compared to what the legal porno videos are out of Eastern Europe? What they're doing? Triple anal. The fuck? R. Kelly scenes, right?
Yeah.
Like, wait, Jeff, if you had let's be honest. If guys of the 80s and 90s went behind the curtain, right? And they stocked those shelves with what we are able to consume in the modern era, what would people say?
They would burn those stores to the ground.
They would. This is no lie. For those of you ladies who don't know this, the guys would go to the rental store saying, "We can't have this stuff out there, man. This is too extreme, right?" I mean, women are gonna say everything that men do is extreme. A sex doll is extreme, but they have whole drawers full of toys because that's what we expect out of them. They're overgrown children. But the guys are gonna maintain order by saying, "This is too much." If guys start seeing this kind of stuff, they might start trying to act it out in the real world. Because remember, these are paid actors, right?
Well, as a father of a son. As a father of a son, I got the call from my ex.
Of course.
Oh my God! I don't know what to do. I've got the vapors. Like what? Your son. I looked on his phone and he had porn videos on his phone. Like, you do realize he's a 13-year-old boy. Right. But yes, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
He's a 13-year-old boy. What do you think every other 13-year-old boy in the history? There's always been porn of back in the Stone Age. Two rocks next to each other probably looked like titties to somebody.
They probably did. They like had shows, right? Like had shows like run together, and they were like, "Oh yeah, that's something."
And that's when I told her about. We had to find the kid with the father who had the magazine. Every generation's got it, you have to wrap your mind around this concept, Mom. Your son is jerking off.
Yeah, he's becoming a man
regularly.
This was crazy. Is that Jeff? Okay, let's think about. Let's go back in time, right? Let's just say your dad, and it's the 90s, and you walk in, and you find your dirty magazines, and your son, and let's say his buddies. You catch them red-handed, right?
Let me tell you a story. As you said, you don't. A dirty bird shits in its own nest.
Of course.
You don't go to the local porn curtain store. You go to the one the next town.
That's
over.
Right.
So I drive, you drive over to the next town over at like 2:00 in the morning when there's nobody else in the shop, and you bring it back. And of course, I was looking at Hustler on the bed.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I guess I fell asleep.
Oh, no.
and
How
the
did you fall
magazines-
asleep?
I don't know. As I got back like 3 o'clock in the morning, but whatever. But I fell asleep in the bed. The magazines fell on the floor. The next thing I remember is the bedroom door opening. And there was something like in the animal part of my brain that, I mean, it was instinct. I just distinctly remember being dead asleep, hearing the door, and I mean the flash. I mean, Ezra Miller had nothing on me. I did this 180 out of bed onto the floor.
Yep.
On top of these magazines, and then I went like, "Oh God, you scared me! I fell out of bed."
Yep.
My father, who, if you say "suck," that's like the worst thing ever.
Yep.
He just looked at me, stone cold Clint Eastwood eyes, and said, "We don't do that in this house." And he walked out of the room.
Oh.
Scared the fuck out of me. Scared the fuck out of me.
Oh no.
I mean, it was just Clint Eastwood. Just, we don't do that in this house.
No. He knew.
Scared the Christ out of me.
Well, and I'm sure he got on you for lying too, right? Because you were lying about it. Yeah, the whole story.
But like, I mean, my parents, I sat down and I said, "Now, son, I know you're doing this because, believe it or not, I was 13." And I said, "Frankly, kid, you've got a lot more shit to worry about than I did."
Yeah.
I said, "There's good porn and there's bad porn. Wisely. Just remember, everybody you're looking at, that's someone's sister, somebody's daughter, is going to be someone's mother. If you want to see your mother in that position, in that particular picture or video, go ahead, keep watching that."
Yeah. Well, you know what, though? Let's be honest, though, man. One thing that I dread for the next generation, and this goes back to women not holding women accountable for literally anything. Society doesn't hold women accountable for anything, right? And this is why this is such a big deal, right? As men and women go further and further apart, right? The birth rate has collapsed. The marriage rate has collapsed. Relationships, dating's over. For those of you who don't know, Jeff, would you agree that dating is dead? Would you concede that?
Unfortunately, yeah.
It's done, right?
Yeah.
Because now guys just swipe and they're like this. Either they swipe or they go pay, right?
Yep.
Either or. So now dating is women did all that. Now, men allowed them to. So I mean, it goes on both sides. Now, someone may go, "Well, Drex, what's your point?" To your point, Jeff, guess what? We're one generation away, right? Half a generation. Within the next 10 years, do you know what we're going to start hearing? And this is, now you're going to see the real consequences.
What do you think we're going to be hearing in the next 10 years?
Deletes himself after bullying from schoolmates about his mom on OnlyFans. You see where this is all going? Like, it's easy for us to sit back, we can like laugh at it, but like you said, look, Jeff, it was someone's mom or whoever on film, right? But this is how many women used to be involved in that. You see what I'm saying? This is how much spicy content was available for anyone on earth. They were all paid professionals, right? Unless you were, a swinger in your own little community, but then it was kept under wraps, right?
Yeah.
Do you know why this is a big deal now? You meet a chick now, she seems like a good girl, Jeff, right? She's a good girl. Jeff, she's not like that. She's not like other girls. Then you go like this. What is this, a Monday? Jeff, this is a Monday. Let me just go on the hub real quick. What the? Wait, no. And then,
Oh, it's just not going to come up?
No,
Come on, come up window.
No. Oh, God, our comedic timing is off. This can't be.
Have I found a glitch in the matrix here? God damn it.
Oh, no, they can't do this. Yeah, you got to re-upload.
No.
Damn it. I know it's going to be something good, too.
It is. All right, keep talking on that thread.
So the thing is that this is what we're going to end up having, though. Like, Jeff, this is no lie, man.
Yeah.
For the people out there who are in the chat, you guys have seen these stories like on YouTube where these OnlyFans models, right? They got flew out to Dubai to do the Dubai porta potties. These women can't find relationships, right?
Now explain that to the people that don't know.
Oh yeah,
and my brother lived in Abu Dhabi for 6 years.
Did he tell you?
It's fact.
It's fact. Look, hold on now, Jeff. They called me a fraud for saying this. They said they called me a liar. Every time I've made a point, everyone said, "Oh, Drex is a fraud. He's making things up." Dude, these chicks are sucking camel D. You understand? They are getting pooped on. They're getting peed on. They're getting smutted out, and they're doing it for the bag. These rich Arabs are cash apping these hoes money, flying them out,
tens, if not
tens
hundreds,
tens and thousands of dollars to get smutted out, and they laugh about it and they film it. And how do you know this, Drex? I know because I know. You see what I'm saying? Andrew and I had to put up the DMs, right? And these rich dudes ask these women, "Are you okay with getting the poop on?" Oh yeah, I'm familiar with the game. They're familiar, Andrew. And Andrew and I talk about this, and this is why this is important, Jeff. This is how dating ended. Sexual liberation is only one half of it. Do you know the other half of what ended it? Well, we could add in false allegations, blah, 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 right? But do you know what's the other half of this coin?
What's the other half of this coin?
Monetization. Once they monetize the peace leave, and tell your mom she needs to post more anal vids on it. This is coming.
This is coming.
Let's be honest. We're laughing about it, right? But
yeah.
How long? Be honest. Look, hold on. Jeff, you've heard the stories, right?
Yep.
There's been mothers who've been kicked off of PTA boards.
Yep.
Why did they get kicked off? What got them kicked off?
The OnlyFans. They doing shit.
Did you hear about the cop? The 48-year-old cop?
No.
Find this bitch. Hold up. Her name is Melissa. So hold on. I'm gonna put. Look, Jeff. Now, I'm a horrible person. I openly admit this.
Well,
this is how bad this is. When I heard this story, right, that the cop was fired for OnlyFans, I went like this. Dude, she's not even a looker. This broad, she's making like $4-6 grand a month, right? I went like this, and she's married. I went like this. It is what it is. This is no lie, Jeff. She got fired, or she resigned as a cop, right? I can't make this up. Twice now. I was on spankbang.com. Shout out to Spankbang.
Shout out to Spank Bank. There's a sentence I never thought I'd hear on anything that I was ever involved in, but go ahead.
I'm on spankbang.com, right? For the daily upload. Because, for those of you guys who don't know, I know you guys are, there's cuck servers out there. Okay, in the video store, we used to go, it was like once in a blue moon, because let's face it, what was there is what was there. There's very rarely new content, right?
Yeah.
But now, because we live in this digital age, every hour there's new stuff uploaded, right? And you want to see, so you check in, like you check your emails, right? You've got mail, you've got porn,
you've got Spank Bank,
you've got Spank Bank. So I went in there, Jeff. I can't make this up. Twice, I'll be damned. You know who I saw? The same cop getting smutted out. I'm gonna pull up the article right now. I'm gonna type in cop fired OnlyFans. Let's see what pops up. Cop fired OnlyFans.
Remember back in the day, the cops would get fired for showing some cleavage in a Maxim magazine?
Right? Hold up. This is actually one that you can share because it doesn't show something that's too out there. So let me click direct message to my man. Boom. So you can actually show this on the stream.
All right. Waiting for it to come in.
This is no lie, fam. I have seen 2 videos of this, and she's a horrible lady, Jeff. Horrible. Her scenes were because we have a morbid curiosity, right? We're like, hey, this is the cop, right? Let me see what I was like this.
Yeah.
That's it. Like,
what? Man, this thing with the purple hair?
Yes, she's a married Karen, fam. I'm not making this up.
on.
Yeah, pull it up. Run the tape. Run the tape.
All right. Share if I have to. Okay. All right. I enjoy being an OnlyFans creator.
Enjoy being an OnlyFans creator. We shared intimate parts of our life for fun and a spicy atmosphere. And it wasn't received.
God, talk faster.
I know. Look, first of all, exit out of her. Just read the article. The article is what we need. Yeah, her. God, hear her speak. Okay, that's about what her sex was like.
A former Colorado police lieutenant has claimed she was forced to quit her gig after her colleagues discovered that she has a secret OnlyFans account. I was in shock and panicking because I never wanted these two parts of my life to collide.
So
Melissa Williams, 46, told the Jam Press of her resignation, which she reportedly received a $30,000 severance package for having an OnlyFans account. I want to be a cop. The ex-cop, reportedly a 28-year-old police veteran, at least, whose LinkedIn profile lists her as retired from the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, Arizona. After more than 11 years, there had moonlighting moonlighting on the porn platform in May 2020 as a means of spicing up her sex life
during the lockdown.
Murphy,
Yep.
with her husband's, and also decompressing from her difficult and dangerous job. My personal sex life was entirely separate and never affected my ability to do my job. Did you ever see the Steven Seagal lawman thing that was on where'd you go? It was on TV a while ago.
No, I'm aware of it, but I didn't actually.
It was like the last ditch effort with Stephen King. Stephen King? Fuck me. With Steven Seagal. I guess he's been a deputy sheriff in Louisiana.
Yeah, I heard
for
about that.
30 years. But this was like a real reality TV ride along with him, where he was, he's being Steven Seagal, and now the other guy's like, oh fuck, I guess we're getting paid for this, so we'll let him. But it's like every time you get arrested, it's like, you're Steven Seagal. I imagine it's like, yeah. Can you imagine? Like my personal sex life was entirely separate and never affected my ability to do my job until this rolls up on you. Yep. And you're like, hey, I'm $10.99 a month. I got you. You're my.
Yeah. Because here's the problem.
My ticket. Can you sign my arrest warrant?
When chicks start doing this, they're willing to start doing other things like prostitution, right? And this is why that's important.
That's why Pete Rose is banned for life for gambling on baseball.
But now, Jeff, here's the big kicker, right? So a chick, this woman, while she was a cop, could have easily arrested someone for prostitution, right? Then when she does it, it's my personal sex life was entirely separate. It never affected my ability to do it. See, then it becomes, the goalpost moved, right? Yeah. Now, my thing is this. Either have it one way or the other way. I don't care. Like I was saying, I'm actually okay with her doing this so long as everybody else gets to do it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, Lexi Bella. Yeah, for those of you guys who don't know, man, look this chick up. She is a boring, I give her a 1.5 out of 10 because Kim Kardashian's sex tape was a 0 out of 10.
Predominantly shared saucy snaps of herself and her husband, who has opted to remain anonymous for privacy reasons.
Not anymore.
A lot of the material my husband and I shared is stuff we'd taken in our private sex life over the years. I worked up to 60-hour weeks, so mostly my husband ran the page and shared my pictures. And then sometimes we'd have fun dressing me up and taking photos. Run away. The self-proclaimed MILF and wife next door added it was a fun way to relax and be creative. Keep it amongst yourselves. Yeah. Whoa. Got a picture.
Whoa. Wait, are there animals?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Jeff. The aghast officer claimed that, the complaint came totally out of the blue. It's going to catch up with you. Someone's going to find out.
Now, hold on now. I'm actually going to be fair to her. I'm going to be fair to her for a couple of things, though. I'm going to tell you a part about this story I don't like at all. It's the very first sentence. I'm actually going to be on her side for that.
Yeah.
It's the... See?
You've brought shame on us by doing
No. Hold on now. Her colleagues discovered it. Now, let me ask you this, Jeff. Let's go backwards. How do her colleagues find out, though? How'd they find out? Are you seeing where this is going?
That's the preacher standing next to you behind the curtain.
You see my problem? Look, say what you will about this woman. Like I said, look, I am 100% pro prostitution. I want this to be the law of the land on a global scale for one reason only. I want this to be on the global scale to free men from the shackles that they have had on themselves since the dawn of time, being shackled with women. If you have prostitution on a global scale, marriage and relationships are already dead. But tell me how it would affect it, Jeff. On a global scale, right? Like a guy can just go out and go get a streetwalker anytime he wants, or a sex doll. Tell me what happens to, quote unquote, sex within the relationship. Tell me how that works out.
Oh, it better get better or he's doing it.
Hey, watch this. Jeff, you didn't do what I wanted you to do. You're in the doghouse.
I got to go buy a pack of smokes.
Well,
see you later.
Yeah, we gotta go get a pack of smokes. I'm out. And Jeff, it would neutralize, because that is, you and I both know the truth. Through the vag, women have controlled two things from men since the dawn of our species: sex and reproduction. I am pushing for a legalized prostitution, which is going to become the norm because the government can't pay for these women, right? They can't pay for these childless, used up 304s in the future who demand everything but offer nothing. And this, if you guys don't believe me, this is actually what the government talks about. For those of you who are Drex hates, no, the government hates women. The government hates you, okay? They're using you. So, all of you miserable, childless, feminist women, right? As you age out, and you're going to start demanding the government give you everything, right? I have V treatments. I need everything. This is where men step in. I want men to have the artificial womb or through surrogacy, right? So they can have their own children that the women can't have access to. So no more family court. And then they're going to have sex dolls and streetwalkers to fulfill their sexual needs so that women can find this thing.
So Blade Runner.
It's going to be Blade Runner. And you know that that's the future, right? Philip K. Dick knew it. Oh, here's the thing. A lot of people knew this was going to come, right? Decades ago. So, so I'm not saying something that's brand new. For those of you who think, oh, Drex, he's radical. How did all these movies get made, right?
No, this is all 1950s sci-fi.
1950s. Hey, you remember Demolition Man?
Pleasure robots, yeah.
Remember in Demolition Man when Sandra Bullock tells Sylvester Stallone, and now I'd like to have sex. He goes, oh, yeah. And he's thinking from a 90s perspective, right? Yeah. And you remember that? He's like, oh, hell yeah, I want to smash Sandra Bullock. He gets her place. Remember, he gets all ready. Oh, yeah, I'm ready. And he sits down. He's like, what are we doing? And she puts that damn VR set on him. He's like, what the hell is this? Do you remember his reaction to that? He's like, what the fuck? Like, this isn't, like, what is this? And remember, he asked her, he goes, wait a minute. He goes, that's what you call sex? She goes, yeah. And he described what sex was. And she goes, ew, that's gross. He goes, wait a minute. So how do you people have babies? Remember, he asked that, right?
I don't remember him asking that. It's been a while.
He asked how they have babies. And basically, it's the surrogacy, right? I've told you. Hold on now. Do you remember how PC that society was? How cucked they were?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, what are we witnessing right now? Right? Are we witnessing a bunch of masculine strong men with strong jawlines, with facial? Is that what we're witnessing? Or are we witnessing a bunch of effeminate, weirdo, sexually and morally ambiguous, non-binary creeps? Yeah.
Who want to defund law enforcement?
Who want to defund the police? These dudes are, look. You've read the articles. You've seen the studies. They have less testosterone than their 90-year-old grandfathers, right?
And
this is due to the food. This is due to the social engineering. They have been completely euthanized. These are basically what you are witnessing right now in modern society. These are eunuchs. They look like men or males. They look like males. But when you talk to them and you listen to them speak, you go, what the fuck? Jeff, I talked to Ty Beard about this, right? Okay. Ty laughed because Ty said, I realized, Drex, why you were getting so much pushback. He said, you represent what guys used to be. So you're witnessing a whole new crop of beta male simp cuck manginas, right? Who are okay with their women on OnlyFans, right? My husband runs my OnlyFans. Wait. Okay, watch this. Jeff, saying my husband runs my OnlyFans would be the equivalent of back in the day saying, my husband is my pimp. You see how that works? Like, wait, what? Like, and then they call me the bad guy. What does the Bible talk about, right? That in the last days, where are we at? Up is down and down is up, right?
Yep.
Where are we at now? The guy telling women not to be thoughts is considered a bad guy. A guy telling guys not to be beta cuck simp manginas, right? Drex is bad. Wait a minute. So I'm the bad. So who's the good guy? AOC. What the fuck?
Now, see, this
Big
is what I want
scream
to get
for abortion.
Actually agreeing with Drex on something. See, I told you, you got to be able to look at things with an open mind. If Drex was a misogynist woman hater, he wouldn't be here.
Yep.
Drex loves the women. Drex loves the women. Go listen to his podcast. And I should have said this like 3 hours ago. Go to his. It's at Mayor of Migtown. Is that what it is? Or
Migtown podcast.
Yep. Migtown podcast. Listen to these podcasts. It's all about See, and that's the one thing. It's all about empowering women. All of you have the women on. You have the the fetishists. They've got the kinks. They're on there, and people are like, oh, he dominates women. He's what people that aren't in the lifestyle and don't know is that when you have a woman in a sub position, she's actually the one with the power.
Yes.
She allows you to do that.
Yep.
She wants you to do it, but if I just went up and started choking out a woman, I'd be in jail.
That's right.
But it's the woman that has the power to allow a man to do whatever to her.
Now, hold on.
That's the power dynamic.
Now, hold on now, Jeff. Now, let's get to the real beauty of that statement. I've talked to women about this, right? And do you know what women have told me? They've never felt more powerful. Not when it's being a boss chick at work. Do you know what makes them feel they're most powerful?
Yeah.
Submission makes them feel powerful. See how that works?
Yeah.
It is relinquishing their autonomy to the stronger man. They feel more powerful. When they say, I'm a boss bitch, I'm over here, blah, blah, blah. And then what happens? They get home, I'm miserable.
Yep.
You know who's not miserable? Housewives. A real housewife, right? Like the Lady Rackets of the world, right? Who are with they're nurturing children, they're teaching children. Because women are the first teachers of culture, not men. It is the woman who teaches culture first. Because as the man is out working, guess who tells kids, wait till your dad gets home. No, you don't get to eat until your dad gets the first piece of chicken. You don't get to do this. When dad sits down, then do you know who teaches them? It's not the man teaching that, it's the woman. Women are the first
wooden
teachers
spoon.
of culture.
Crack. Dad goes first.
He goes first. Oh, then kids realize, so that's why, guess what? When you hear these stories about these beta male savages attacking their moms, do you know why you didn't hear that back in the day, Jeff? Because when dad's in the home, boys knew attacking her meant what? I have to deal with him. So they meant, this is the order.
Story, Drexel.
Yep.
My dad was he was a foreman at a road construction company. He would haul heavy road construction equipment from point A to point B for the project. So he was gone 3, sometimes 4 nights a week. So mom was the enforcer. And I remember she wanted me to clean out the rain gutters on the roof or something, but I had the ladder up against the house. I climb up the ladder. She said something. It wasn't even a bad thing. I just mouthed off to her. The neighbor across the street, he heard me badmouth my mom. He came, we always called him a caveman because he looked like a caveman. He'd been kicked in the face by a horse a couple of times. His nose was broken. He was a big, and I mean, he was the worker. His hands were just like calloused paws. He hauled my ass off that ladder. And as he was literally kicking my ass with his big old cowboy boots and swatting me in the head, said, don't you ever let me hear you don't have any idea what your mother goes through to make sure that you kids are raised right. Bam, bam. He cuffed me, but good.
That's right.
And threw me through the sliding. We opened the sliding door before he threw me through it. Threw me into the kitchen and said, now you apologize to your mother. And he walked away. And I said, sorry, Mom. And then my mom beat my ass.
That's right.
For mouthing off to her.
And then
Dad came home the next day. And then I got my ass beat a third time because I mouthed off to my mother and the neighbor had to get involved.
That's right. That's the triple play. It's a triple. No, here's the thing, Jeff. When I talked about this with Ty Beard, right? I said, look, man, I talk about things that people get in their fifis, right? And the only people that get in their fifis are bitch-made simps and women, right? Yeah. And I explained, I said, look, you got to understand. When I tell you guys, I thought, all black guys supposed to be in jail, right? Well, how come I was never in jail? How come I don't smoke, drink, or do drugs? Why is that, Drex? I wonder if something in Drex's past caused that to happen, right? I wonder what happened to it. Oh, you already know what happened, don't you, Jeff? What happened to you is what happened to me. Anything. I remember having a feeling in my childhood that I couldn't do anything, right? Because I'm like, damn, no matter what I do, I get whooped. Now, why is that important? By the time someone asks you, hey, Jeff, hey, man, let's go boost this car. No, I'm good, fam. Deuces. Hey, man, let's go smoke some weed. No, I'm good, man. Deuces. All of a sudden, you go, well, Drex, what's your point? You endured so much physical ass whooping, right? And psychological torture, like getting your own switch. I don't think these young kids know what getting your own switch does to your mental state. It does something. It affects you on a deep godly level, right? Like when he goes, go out there and get the fucking switch. And you go like this, Jeff.
Did you ever do the dumb shit thing? We had a literal weeping willow tree in my front yard.
Did you give him like the weak branch, right? That broke after 2 hits?
Yeah, you had a little tiny wispy
Little
thing.
tiny, yeah, and he hit you like this. And when the second hit, right? It went, oh.
And then it was you had the chance to bring the right one. Now I'm going to go bring the right one.
And Jeff,
I was never abused. I was never abused.
I was never abused, man.
It was never physical abuse, but I got a whipping. And at the time, I hated every fucking minute of it.
Yep.
But now I look back and I'm thinking, I'm actually probably pretty lucky they just didn't fucking delete me and make another one like me.
The shit I was doing. Look, here's what's crazy though.
Yeah.
When the best part about getting whooped all the time is because you're like, they don't let me do anything, right? No matter what I do, my parents are always breathing down my neck, right? What's funny is when you grow up and then you hear about the things your dad used to do, right?
Yeah.
You're going like, what? And then you realize, oh, I get it now. Yep, I get it.
Because see, that's my father. He's 87 years old, and he has never ever admitted to doing anything wrong. He's never told any stories. So I sat down and I videotaped him for 2.5 hours. I'm like, "You're 87. This may be one of the last times we ever have to have a frank conversation. Spill it." He said, "I want to hear all about." He's talking about other women, meeting other girls before he got married, and talking about the shit he would do with his friends and the stuff they did in the military in France in the 50s. And I'm like, you've never told us these stories. And so now you're more human to me at 87.
Isn't it crazy? Look, when I was growing up, I only because my dad had he has all old angry black men have the exact same face, right? They just look like they're ready to just whip someone's ass just because they exist on Earth near them. And that was my dad's face, right? And so when we were growing up, like you said, man, when
the black mamba face.
It's a black mamba face. Like you knew it was like, okay, Black Snake Moan, right? Samuel Jackson.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, the black, not black mamba, it was a black snake.
Yeah, that was my right. And just look crazy out and stuff. And so in my day, a bag of switches, right? A bag. He used to walk around with that bag full of switches, right? Because he's like, I knew you guys were gonna fuck up. We used to get whooped everywhere. Like, I'm talking, Jeff, you remember the good old days, right? You could get whooped in public. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Remember that? Remember you mouthed. Look, I remember a Target.
I threw one temper tantrum in a grocery store once.
You only threw one, right? It was only one.
And I was 4, and I remember that. I can tell you the fucking clothes I was wearing.
Oh no!
A red shirt, blue pants, and red, white, and blue shoes.
That's beautiful.
And I wanted something. Mom wouldn't have it. I sat down in the aisle, had a temper tantrum. She smacked the shit out of me and walked away and left me there.
Oh yeah. I just put in the chat, man. You got that patriotic ass whooping, right?
Oh yeah.
When she made you go ahead and realize the Pledge of Allegiance ass whooping. Yeah. But here's the thing though, like you said, it made you better later, right? At the time, you're kind of like, God damn, this shit sucks. Like getting whooped is not fun in the moment. Here's the thing, a little while after, and this is what people don't understand, especially women and beta male simps. It's a badge of honor to get your ass whooped, right? Mm-hmm. Do you remember telling people? You remember when people were like, "Oh, we heard," and you would tell them what happened?
Yeah.
It was like even though you endured this physical pain, it was like a badge of honor, right?
Now, I mean, if it's abuse, I mean, if it's just parents knocking the shit out of you because you looked at them wrong, yeah, that's fucked up and that's horrific. I mean, corrective. It was corrective action.
Yeah.
And now you can't even tell your kid no. You can't tell them no.
Yes, you can't do anything.
Did you ever threaten to call CPS on your family?
There was no such thing as CPS. Look, here's the thing. I didn't even know what that was until I had never heard of that before. I was like, what the hell is it? What? And I was like that existed? Like,
well, I knew about it because we had foster kids in the house since I was 4 years old until I was like 18, and my mother's always had the kids in there because she was a troubled youth. She lived in Patterson, New Jersey, and she was the only white girl in an all black girl gang in the 60s. She's like, oh yeah, you hang out with the black girls, you have razors in the beehive.
Oh man,
but
it's the thing is like. It's like even we had foster kids. I didn't view them as like CPS per se. Because remember they were teenagers. I think that was the main difference, right? My parents only took in teenagers, right? She never took in.
My mom only took in kids because she was afraid of the teenagers.
Oh no, so my parents had the opposite. So my mom and dad's logic was the teenagers are going to be the biggest threat to society going forward, right? And this is the last chance to save them. And not only to save them, but she said, think of it like this. Who's the most low maintenance person in the world? It's a teenage boy. You only need to keep this small box of rules, right? You just go like this. Look, do these things. These are the only. I know a lot of people are going to have 5,000 rules for you. This is the curfew. You're going to go to school. You're not going to be out there doing X, Y, and Z, right? Just these small rules. Boys, because they're even the teenage boys, right? They think about it, they go like this. Yeah, I can live with that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the girls that are pushing every boundary all the time, right? So what ends up happening is I'm going through this period of, the ass whoopings are still kind of fresh in my mind, right? And, because, foster kids can't be whooped, obviously. And plus, this is what people don't understand. You only get whooped up to a certain age. I think the last time my dad whooped me may have been like, I don't know, 10 years old, maybe 11. And then it's
I was 16. I was 16 when my dad realized, wait a minute, he's not going to take me, but he can probably make a good effort at it.
well, yeah, it's like you evolve, right? Because like there's like it's like anything else in life. You have like stages, right?
Yeah.
Well, the baby stage, the hey, don't do that stage, then the hey, don't do that. What'd I tell you? Psh, hand slap. Then it becomes okay. They're at that age now where they're gonna talk back. I don't want them to wind up talking back to the wrong person, end up in a George Floyd situation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this goddamn switch, right? And now they start realizing, because every time you try to push or try to do something different, you realize what, Jeff? Every time I do this, I'm getting whooped. And eventually you try 500 different things, you got 500 different whoopings, right?
Yep.
And then you go, okay, so these are things I can't do, right? By the time you are the certain age, they don't need to do that to you anymore.
Yeah.
Then they do what? Ironically enough, it actually goes more toward what women do. They start taking away things on a social level, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to ground you. They're going to take away your phone privilege. They're going to take away something that you cherish, right?
Yeah.
Whereas when you were a kid, it was physical. And when that shift happens, it's a beautiful thing because like you said, this is what, once again, women, feminists, you guys didn't want male authority because, see, women view all physical contact as abuse. Mm-hmm. It's abuse. That's why, if you notice, everything is abuse now. Financial abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse. What is an abuse now, right? So this is why this is important. Jeff, when men were allowed to be your neighbor, there were no school shootings. Mm-hmm. There's a lot less grape. Mm-hmm. There wasn't a bunch of craziness. I bet you if you asked your mom, did your mom feel safe walking into town? Going in around town? I bet
hell
did,
yeah.
Right? Of course you
hell
did.
yeah.
Ask women if they feel safe in these major metropolitan cities right now, right?
And you know what I think it is? I blame the police. And why I blame the police is like I said, my mother, she was running with the all black girl gang in Paterson, New Jersey. Then they moved to Chicago. They actually started out in Chicago. My grandmother was a Lithuanian immigrant, married a Chicago immigrant from Ireland. He was drunk. They worked in the stockyards in Chicago, divorced him, married a former policeman. And just like hearing the stories and comparing and contrasting it to now, it was back in the day when the beat cops, they would walk the streets. They knew everybody in the neighborhood. They knew who belonged there, who was up to fuckery, who wasn't. And it wasn't like, we're going to run you into jail and sit on your neck. We're going to go home and tell your mother. We're going to drag your ass home because you don't belong in this neighborhood. You belong over there. And they controlled it. But now you've gotten away from that. I think the policing has to go back to that street,
but you can't.
Neighborhood.
Who's the ultimate police? It's supposed to be dad. Yeah. Dad in the home is the ultimate police. Because here's the thing. If you ask most kids growing up, where did you think you had a better chance? Cops or dad? I'm like, man, give me the cops, man.
Oh yeah, but what happened to Officer Friendly? I mean, where did he go? Where did Officer? Remember when if you ever get in any problems, call the police. Now it's like if you ever get any problems, whatever you do, don't call the police.
Don't call the police, man. Don't be
Something
near them.
Happened.
Something happened. Because now you think there's so much confusion and chaos. This is all planned by the elites, of course. They just use women to do it. The useful idiots. What they did is they went like this. They convinced women that men were evil to kick him out of the home. Your children will be better in this public school indoctrination camp, right? And that we need to create more agencies to take away more male authority, right? So now you can't talk negative about a kid. It's all about feelings, right? You don't want to have emotional violence,
you
right?
Can't damage them. Yeah,
can't damage them. Can't damage little Johnny. Hey, did little Johnny just steal The world is wrong for not giving little Johnny what he wanted. Oh my God.
That shows an entrepreneurial spirit. That shows some get up and go.
He's a good kid. Yeah. Is he on drugs? No, he's not a damn crackhead. He has a substance abuse problem.
Yeah.
He just needs some resources from the government controlled system that's going to coddle him.
We've got a law nerd clip citing. Thank you so much, sir. Drex, if Nick was president, what would your first action as head of the Health and Human Services be to put these German Shepherds in their place? Would you team up with the lead attorney, divorce family law experience to take them down?
Oh, yeah. So I
what
believe
would your first act be as health
first
and human
action
services
is sterilization. Mass sterilization.
Men, women, everybody?
Oh, no, I go like this. Are you a net taxpayer? No. That was it for you. You're now sterilized. You're not going to be out here reproducing when you don't pay a net tax. Do you know why that's important? Because if this person can vote the same way I can vote, this is what happens. Hey, I want more welfare. Wait, how many kids you have? 17. Somebody's got to be responsible for taking care of these children. Wait a minute. So now a person with 17 kids out of wedlock that she doesn't pay for can have an 18th that I have to pay for as a taxpayer, right? So now hold on, before anybody gets in their fees, don't think I'm letting conservatives off the hook either. Because as we know, the left pushes for social welfare, the right pushes for corporate welfare. That's a problem on both sides. So don't think I'm letting the right get off the hook, right? Because they always go after the single moms, right? Oh, these poor people out here, just all they want is welfare. They get nothing compared to what corporate welfare is, right?
Oh. Damn.
Go look at what social welfare is. You're like this, damn, there's a lot of billions being spent, right? It is not even a drop in the bucket for what corporations are getting, right? So you're creating a fair system with a flat tax. Now, that's going to be dealing with other parts of the government, but when you can say you're not going to be allowed to be out here running the streets, just having babies after babies that you're not taking care of, that is now over, right? Oh, guess what? You think you can just run around the streets with HIV or something? Because, they decriminalized that in California, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's over. Remember, you can control a population through sex easily. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, guess what? You want to stop me too? If I'm I'm the chief of the health and safety, right? Everybody needs the app, the consent form. And guess what happens? Guess what happens, Jeff, if you try to retract your consent?
No.
You're going to another branch of the government to be dealt with. Yeah, that's over. The whole, I was coerced. That's gone. See, people ask me, Drex, you talk about sex so much. Sex is a large part of what drives society. In fact,
absolutely.
If I want you to become a puppet for the elites, I need you to get smutted out as a dude by these dudes in goat masks, right? To pray to a different god, right? These Satanists. Now, why is that important, Jeff? Because how am I controlling you? I'm controlling you through what I have on you sexually, right?
Yeah.
Because if these Hollywood stars got exposed for the things that they really do, it's all over. The glitz and glamour is over.
Just ask the Scientologists out there.
Oh, man. It got so grimy, though. Jeff, it got... Look, when the Epstein Island list came out, do you notice how they had to start deleting people?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Look,
that all started when Vince Foster shot himself 3 times in the back of the head in Gramercy Park and was rolled himself up in a tidy.
Yep. It was self-deletion, right? And Jeff, I have to deal with people so stupid. They believe that's true, right? Look, you start naming the people in Hollywood who tried to make documentaries about these pedos, right? These pedo cults. Paul Walker died in a car crash, drone strike. And H car crash, right? Anthony Bourdain, a beta male simp that I give zero respect to because he paid off Ossie Argento, an actual abuser. He paid off her, what, Jeff? Her fees in punitive damages for assaulting a boy, right? So I have no respect for Anthony Bourdain, but he couldn't bear the thought of his queen cheating on him. Oh, well. Now, why is all this important? All of this involves what, Jeff? Sex. It drives all of society. How you destroy society. we weren't even this bad. Do you know what was the worst thing that ever happened to Western civilization?
What was the worst thing that ever happened to civilization, Drex?
The birth control pill. Think about it. What did birth control pill do? It removed accountability on mate selection and sex, right? So let's see where this goes.
All right.
Guy and a girl hook up at age 17, 18. Oh shit, she's pregnant. I better marry her. Is that what people used to do? Remember that?
Yeah.
I better marry her.
Well, shotgun weddings. Yeah.
Yeah, shotgun weddings, right? Uh-oh. What happens, Jeff, if you give women the autonomy to say, hey, with this pill, you can hoe around with no consequences? Do you know what ends up happening? Do you know who women are going to choose to hoe around with? Not the type of guys they marry, right?
Mm-hmm.
See how this works? See where this is going? So as a society, as sexual liberation happens and STDs skyrocket, they've gone up 5,000%. As
But
marriage,
isn't that hypocritical? Because there's always a man on the other side of that equation. Isn't it hypocritical to say that the man can't whore around, but the man can whore around, but the woman can't?
Now hold on. This is what should have happened. What should have happened? Because they talk about all these kids that men walked away from, blah, blah, blah. Who should birth control should have been given to? If you're going to make a birth control pill, who should have been given to? Men or women?
Men.
Men. Why should they have given birth control to men, not women?
Because men are the one that get people pregnant.
So if you told a man, wait a minute, I have a pill that sterilizes me until I want to get a woman of my choosing pregnant, tell me how society would work if that happened.
Okay, that's a good.
See how that works?
Interesting.
You see how if you give it to a man, they would be like this. Jeff, I'm just smashing this chick. I don't want to have a baby with her. You see how men can differentiate? But when you have women, they go like this. I want to trap this guy because this is the guy I want to have sex with. I want a relationship with. The guy goes, no, I just want to smash. You see how the sexual dynamics, intergender dynamics make a lot of sense. When people call me a bad guy and they say all these things, when they use my train of logic, they go, yeah, that does make sense. Because guess what? Guess where we're at now, Jeff? Let me tell you where we're at. The 80-20 rule of women's male mate selection, right, has turned into the 90-10, which you could argue has turned into the 95-5, right? No man is good enough. Oh, in order for me to get it with him, Jeff, he had better be, and then let's go down the list. Oh, shit.
They got to look like Drex, basically.
Yeah, so if he is not, no, seriously, look, I've talked to Andrew about this, right? Look, here's the thing. Andrew and I are on the good end of the rule, right? Mm-hmm. If you're on the good end, someone goes, well, Drex, why are you complaining? I didn't realize how bad it was until I realized what I was hearing from other men. You know what I started hearing, Jeff? Drex, oh, she's doing blah, blah, blah. I started hearing that. I went, wait a minute. What do you mean you took her on dinner dates? And I was like, you don't need to do that to get laid. What are you talking about, Drex? All of a sudden, Jeff, it clicked. All the guys that were getting cheated on. See, I was on the opposite end, right? I was the side dude. And I went, uh-oh, put two and two together. Oh, shit. Alpha fucks beta bucks, right? So these women, I realized women's dual mating strategy. The type of men that women actually desire sexually, they can't lock down relationships with those guys. Why can't they get relationships out of these guys? Oh, because if all women are given, you remember that old saying, why buy the cow, you get the milk for free?
Yeah.
So women are here with these insane body counts, right? Insane body counts, absurd. And I realized, wait a minute. So if the women have high body counts, let me look over at the dudes. Wait a minute, incels. Wait a minute, I gotta put these pieces together.
Yeah.
If there's guys not having sex for the highest rate in recorded history, but yet women have absurd body counts, what does that mean? Ding, light bulb. Okay, I figured it out. Guys who are the select men, right, refuse to commit to women because they get all a buffet of women for just existing, right? Therefore, they won't do it. So the only way a beta male can lock down a woman is with resources, right? I got to get a good job, and this is Jeff Bezos, right? So
Will Smith.
Will Smith. Who did Jada pick?
Tupac goes away.
I was just about to say that. Who did Jada really want? In fact,
Tupac
look,
still wants Tupac.
Oh, look, Jeff, I can't even say that this whole thing without sending you this.
What?
You can show that on stream. This is 100% facts. This is what happens when, like I said, I see this with white society the most.
Oh,
They always-
yeah.
They always talk about how
picture
you
is
got to get
awesome.
money, and that's what makes you an alpha. No, money does not make you alpha, fam. It does not make you alpha. Okay, women don't get wet over Jeff Bezos. They don't get wet over Bill Gates. They will use these beta simps for money. You see what it says? It says, remember, Jeff Bezos was the richest man on earth at the time. Do you remember how she treated Jeff Bezos? Remember, he's the richest man in the world, right?
Yeah.
His little thought pocket.
That's her looking at Leonardo DiCaprio.
Look at Jeff. Look at the little beta cuck. Look at Mr. Clean. That's Mr. Clean.
Yeah.
Who does she have the eyes for? So why? Watch this, Jeff. Why is she with him? Why is this little Latina this
Because he
spicy?
fucking owns Amazon.
Because
That's
he
why.
owns and he has the resources. See,
Yeah.
you bitch made beta cuck simp man Johnny's better fucking pay attention, okay?
Yeah.
You better listen. What you've been taught is wrong. These women are using you for resources. They use a guy, I can't say use because I'm getting what I want. They use a guy like me for the D. So what ended up happening to society then, Jeff, is this. Due to birth control, they have baby. They really want baby. Either they have a baby by a guy like me and he didn't find a beta male to pay, right? A stepdaddy, a cuck. Or they go like this. I'm going to have babies by Jeff Bezos while I secretly cheat with a guy that looks like Leo or Drex or Andrew or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Tyrone, fresh out of prison. Jeremy Meeks got a modeling deal. He had women all over the world lusting after him. He wiped up a billionaire. Do you remember that? He came out of prison, Jeff, and married a billionaire because he's Tyrone. You see how that works? Tyrone can do that. Random dude on the internet, you can't do that. And that goes back to what Andrew Tate, right? If you do what Andrew Tate is doing, you will wind up in jail.
Yeah.
Right? You talk to women like that, you act like that, you will wind up in jail or murdered. Now, birth control caused all this because it caused women's mate. Women are terrible at mate selection. Until when? Do you know when women are good at mate selection, Jeff?
Once they pass the wall and hit 35, 36, then they want this.
Or when they have a child. The next, if a woman has 2 kids and you go, damn, they were by different dads. Yeah, he was fresh out of jail. Yeah, there was this drug dealer down the street. But what kind of man is she looking for now, Jeff, when she's hit the wall? What kind of guy is she looking for?
A high value target.
That's right. A target. A guy, a good man, Jeff. A guy who goes to work every day, Jeff. A guy who has his money in order and has a nice 401k, and he better have an IRA, Roth. And I mean, you know what? He's got a great investment portfolio. Wait a minute. Why didn't you look for that before? Tell me why, Jeff. Why did they look for that before?
Want to live the wild life. They just want to get it on.
At what age?
What age do they start looking for the value targets, or what age?
Oh, no. When do they start?
getting
When they start looking for the bad boy? When they wanted the fast life.
16, 17, 18.
That's right. You can't tell them nothing, right? No, you need to get with a good man. Have you ever talked to these women? Have you ever talked to young girls? Get with a good man. Shut up. You can't tell me nothing. I want the guy with the neck tattoo. That's not a good mate. See, when men were around, fathers, they kept order by keeping the daughter trying to marry what kind of guy, Jeff? The long-term bet, right? Not the dude with a neck tattoo living in his mom's basement or who's on a girlfriend's couch or his 9th baby mama, right?
Mm-hmm.
Women are terrible at mate selection. Terrible, right? And then when you ask them for dating advice, you know what women say? You got to be a nice guy and pamper us and just worship the ground we walk on and give us flowers. Okay, queen. And that guy gets cheated on by who? The thug with the neck tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
All of this comes from birth control. It comes from the same place.
Oh yeah, wow. That's where we started out this whole conversation.
It's like mate selection. It's where it starts because if you had a baby if all women
by the first 1 or 2 people you slept with, you would make better decisions.
You would make better decisions. But what happens is, let me explain where their entitlement comes from, Jeff. This is why the birth control pill is so important. When women are on birth control and they say, man, I can't get pregnant. I got the little thing put in, or I'm on the pill. I can get all these men. Let me explain how women's brains think versus men. When women have a body count of 100, right? They have the tall guy, the short guy, the money guy, the this guy, the that guy, right? The guy who can make her squirt, the guy who can make her do this, the dom guy. Do you know what happens when they look for a man? Finally, when they hit the wall, tell me what's on their list, Jeff. What's on their list?
Well, let me tell you about some experiences. I'm 53, and the silver fox phenomenon is real. I was married for 16 years, so I wasted a large chunk of my youth from 23 to basically 42. We were together for 16, married for 16 to get married for 20, together for 16. Yeah, and I have never had so many opportunities since I hit about 45.
That's right.
And there's two kinds of and I mean, like I was saying before we started the show, I've put on about 50 pounds since Corona came, and I feel like shit, but I can still have a full dance card anytime.
I know you can, brother. Yeah, white zaddy.
And the two kinds are the ones that you're saying they're hunting. They're hunting. Oh, you're an international lawyer. Oh, you've got a nice house. You live on the ocean. Oh, you've got the Jeep. You've got this. You've got that. There's that
I got money.
And that, again, I'm sure the women have their counter proposal and their counter experiences, but I don't live in that world, so I don't know what women go through. But the other kind is where I spend my time. Which,
go ahead and say, who are they?
They are the women who, well, the first Russian I ever dated, seriously, first time I brought her home, 4:30 in the morning, she said, I gotta go. That point when you're like, oh God, is she gonna stay the whole night? Does that mean I gotta tiptoe around the house and don't wake her up and I can't watch anything in the morning? And it's 4:30 in the morning. I gotta go. Oh, really? Why? I got to drop the car off to my husband, and then I got to go meet my boyfriend.
Yes, this is beautiful.
Words I've never heard. That's the happiest words I've ever heard in my life.
Beautiful.
There's the door.
That's beautiful.
See you next week.
Hold on. What did Charlie Sheen say? He doesn't pay them for sex. What does he pay them to do?
I don't know. What did
pays them to leave.
Sheen say? Okay.
That was his famous quote. They asked him about prostitutes. He goes, I don't pay him for sex. I pay him to leave. Men don't really want to deal with these females outside of smashing them. That's it.
At this point, it's the lonely housewives, but the kid, and they don't have to be married, don't have to have boys. That the important part for me is they have their own house, they have their own car, they have their own income. If you want to spend time with me, great. If you want to spend a weekend at my place and then I spend a weekend at your place, great. You have your house and your life and your friends. I have my. We want to be together when we want to be together. But if you're creeping up on me and going, oh, now it's time to settle down, that train has left the goddamn station.
It has left forever. Now, hold on, Jeff. Do you know how we got here? Remember that magic pill? Just pretend this is the pill. That Russian chick was able to do all these affairs because what did she not risk? What was she not risking?
No more kids. Yep.
See how that works? See, by her, she's able to use her dual mating strategy, right? Smash the guys that she desires while milking the simp that she needs. You see how that works?
Yeah.
Want versus need.
And that's one thing when you open your eyes and you realize that men or women, that the other sex is using you.
That's right.
Open your eyes, and if you go into it willingly, go into it willingly. But you have to be able to look at someone and go, okay, I know your fucking game, and it's not working on me.
That's right. Here's the thing. You know, have you noticed though, Jeff? They appreciate you telling them their game up front. They're like, oh, we can drop the pretenses?
Yep.
We can stop all the fake. Look, don't ever tell me you love me, okay? I know you don't fucking love me. You don't love me. No. You only care about what I provide. We know about the Duluth model. We know about Buffalo's law, right? If you lost your job, these women will, the countdown is on for when you're about to be replaced. You see what I'm saying? If you're dating, for all you guys out there in the chat, if you're dating a woman in the past and you lost your job or you lost your social status, I bet you that relationship didn't last too long, did it? Tom Likas talked about this. He said he was literally thrown out of the place, right? She says, come back when you got more money. Years later, Tom Likas becomes the man, a multimillionaire, right? Now these chicks want, and this goes back to what we said about musicians, right? It was like Mike Jones said, right? The famous Mike Jones quote, Back then they ain't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me. Back when I was a nobody, right? You didn't want to help me build anything, right? You wanted to wait at the finish line. See, feminism did not corrupt women. It exposed women. You guys want to sit back and wait at the finish line, go like this. Let's see who the winners are. That's a winner. I want to hitch my wagon to him. Not realizing that guys know the game now. They go like this. Oh, you're trying to use me for my resources or my set. Got it. How about fuck you? How about that? How about I just go and smash, right? Or like you said, right? How about I just go ahead and do what I'm going to do, right? We know the game. And then you can leave or I can leave, right? And let's keep it moving. Now, if it was fun, we can reconnect. I know you have a husband or a boyfriend. Stop the cap, ladies. We know you're cheating. You have an emotional relationship with somebody at work. Stop lying. Now, hold on, because I know you got women in the chat. I'm not saying these dudes aren't out here doing dirt too. Don't think I'm going to let the guys off the hook. A lot of you dudes are on here. Remember the Ashley Madison scam? Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one?
Oh,
And
yeah.
some guys had to sunset themselves. Remember that?
Yep.
Why did they do that, though, Jeff? That doesn't make sense. Why would they do something like that? What do they have to hide?
Secret, everything. Shame, secrets.
Shame. Oh, your little marriage isn't perfect, is it?
Yeah.
See, once again, it went back to sex.
Yep.
Sex.
Well, we've got Kitty Cat here. She's kind of making a point here. Two things. The only an alpha male can handle this alpha female.
There's no such thing as an alpha female. Stop.
Well,
No.
in the female kingdom.
Women can be alpha only around other women. Otherwise, no, you guys are not alpha. Because when shit hits the fan, watch this. Hey, when Ukraine got invaded, tell me what happened. Show me where the alpha females went, Jeff. Where did they go?
Well, I mean, this is how I interpreted this alpha amongst the other females. The queen of the pack, the head lioness. You know
what's crazy? Most guys don't desire that. That's just a difficult personality. Let's just be honest. Can we start being honest about that? Let me ask you this. Let's just say you were younger, right? You were younger. You were still a blue pill guy, and you wanted to get married. If a woman walked up to you talking about something, I'm an alpha, would you sit there like, oh man, I sure want to be an alpha female? That's not a trend.
No.
See, women are projecting. Men don't crave alpha females. We want soft-spoken, demure women who are kind, sweet, and submissive. We don't want to hear anything about your stupid job, your useless career, the money you have. We don't care. Okay? We don't care. Do you know why we don't care, Jeff? We have no access to any of it, do we? When a man gets on, he tries to bring up others to his level. When a woman gets on, she cuts the rope so that no one else can come on that side of her. And she will sabotage the young women. That's why feminists are usually old, bitter hags who do what? They want to ruin young women by saying, go out there and be a thought, slut walk. But when a guy gets on, hey guys, this is how you want to invest your money. This is what you want to do. You see how that works? Men are proud of their sons surpassing them. You see how that, right? We like to see our sons surpass us. Women are competing against their daughters. What the hell? Who wore it best? Bitch, you're 53. Why are you competing against your daughter? Oh, Drex is crazy for saying these things, though. He's insane.
Well, even if it's not the daughter, this is one thing that
they hate younger women.
Other women hate other women. I mean, we talked about the plastic surgery and things. I've never met a man who looked at a woman and said, I think you need to get a nose job. I think you need to, you're my girlfriend and I love you, but I think you need to get your ears drilled out or whatever. And a guy, if you ask, what should I, my makeup, a guy doesn't really give a shit what makeup you have. Women wear makeup. Women dress up because they're worried what other women think about.
That's right. They do it for, they don't do it for us. They do it to compete. We are the proxy pride. I tell guys this. You will see a 90-year-old woman putting on makeup, right? 90 years old, putting on, I gotta have my makeup on. You're like, what? Bitch, there's no one dating you. No man is checking.
Even with someone I'm with, it's like, let's just get out of bed, throw on some sweats, and let's go eat lunch.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, I could never do you can't have to do my makeup. I have to do my hair. I gotta just put on a fucking baseball cap, and they could never do it. It's like, I don't care what your face, but someone will see me.
Someone will see me. Someone, i.e. women, and they're going to judge me.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, do we care about their purses that they wear?
No.
Their shoes that they wear? No. Hey, I got these clothes from this designer brand. I don't know. I don't care. Women care about fashion. Men, in general, don't. Now, for all of you, but you're generalizing again. In general, I got to say that because people are fucking useless now. Okay, in general, men don't care about what fashions you laser. They go like this. How does it look? Watch this. Hey, Jeff, if a woman walks up to you and she is wearing a $10 black dress and she looks amazing in it, what matters most to you?
That she looks amazing in it.
Now watch this. A woman walks up to you. You see how these Hollywood celebrities dress, right? Where they try to like look like bums, right?
Yeah.
They have like a hobo look, and it's like, I'm looking like a hobo, but my shoes cost $500. So if a girl looks like Avril Lavigne, look like a grunge chick, but what she's wearing is all designer and it costs her like $4,000, what do you say to that?
Fuck no! This was a legit thing I saw a couple of months ago. Just down the street is the world's largest department store, Shinseki department store. I was in there walking past one of the shops, and there was some couple in there. They had couple clothes, which I just think all those people should be exterminated anyway. Mm-hmm. They had couple clothes on. They had sweats. They had some kicks on, but they were they had Hermes shoes and Balenciaga sweats. I'm like, bitch, come on. Mm-hmm. Like literally, their sweatsuit probably cost $9,000-$10,000. And I'm like, I get my this was a $4 shirt at Target. Yep. So,
but Jeff, here's the thing though.
Yeah.
This is what's crazy, right? I've told women, I was like, look, because I know, I get that negative connotation. Drex hates women, blah, 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 right?
What the fuck are couple clothes? the couples that wear identical clothes.
Yeah, it's painful to see. It's how you address a child, right? You got twin kids or kids that are the same age. Yeah. You went to the store, you went, this is on sale. And you ever see like old pictures of you and your siblings? You guys were all wearing the same clothes. Yeah, that's how it works. Damn, Mom.
And see that dress thing you're talking about is a thing for beta males as well.
It is.
They dress for style, but they do it wrong. A man it's the things like cufflinks. You wear cufflinks. A woman doesn't give a shit about cufflinks.
Nope.
And I mean, one of my vices is I'm kind of into luxury watches, and I mean, like I've got the James Bond Omega Seamaster on today. I mean, it's an expensive watch, and a lot of the betas will buy these expensive watches because women will look at them and go, oh, he's got an expensive watch. Yep. Oh, and it never fucking happens.
Nope.
It's a projection. The people that comment on my watches are other dudes. You're like, hey, dude, that's a cool watch. The only person you're gonna get with your watches is you're gonna get comments from other dudes.
Hold on. There is an exception. The exception goes as follows: the wrong women, the actual gold diggers, right? Because they will know. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, and that was my one main issue with Kevin Samuels, right? R.I.P. Kevin Samuels. My main gripe with Kevin Samuels is that he was trying to basically turn men into high value targets. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You go out there. This is a little word of advice for you guys. I'm going to show you a prime difference between men and women. When women want to land the highest value man, they have to do everything that there's in general. What they are doing is boosting their value to make it appear more than what it is, right? The makeup makes you look better. The clothes make you look better. Oh, you did this with your eyebrow. All these things that you do, right, are to make you have more. Because if someone wiped it all off, right, they threw you in a pool, they would go, you went from a 9 to like a 4, right? Look, I'll give you an example. You've seen Amber Heard's like glamour shots, right? With her red carpet look, right?
Oh, yeah.
Then you saw her in the courtroom, you're like, gosh, she's pretty basic looking, right? Like, yeah. Right? Which means what? In order for women to snag guys, they have to pretend that they are better than what they really are, right? Now watch this. For a man, it's the opposite. A man has to neuter himself. So if a man wants to know if a woman is actually into him, you know what he has to do? He has to hide his value. I'll give you an example. Coming to America, right? And Coming to America, now watch this. Let me show you how this works. If the Princess Zamunda shows up in Queens, New York and says, ladies, I'm the Princess Zamunda, and shows off his wealth, right? all women are going to descend upon him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Prince. Oh, I'm going to be the best wife ever. He doesn't know if now he's blinded, right? I don't know if any of these women are for me. I don't quite know. So what does he do? He masquerades, right, as a janitor, right? Mopping floors. Maybe next week it's the fries, right? At McDowell's.
Mm-hmm.
So if a woman can fall for a fucking janitor, he knows she's going to go head over heels for a damn prince.
Yeah.
See, we have to hide her. We cannot walk around saying that's why that whole thing about, look, let's face it. I'm gonna go after the guys for a second. Guys, don't be out here bashing women and calling them gold diggers when you're trying to drive around in a brand new Lamborghini or a new Tesla or like status symbols, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't call women gold diggers then. No, what you do is you make yourself look very modest and humble, right? And then a woman is going to vibe with you. She's not going to vibe with you. And then well into the thing, you let her, when she's proven herself, you can start to reveal, yeah, I'm actually that guy. What do you mean we're going on a trip to Saint Tropez, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she realizes, holy shit, I landed the high value man. Because now you know this, right, Jeff? Most millionaires and billionaires do not walk around presenting themselves as millionaires and billionaires.
Oh no, they're like, I have my one of my best friends here is rich as fuck. 30 years old, and his grandchildren are never gonna have to work. He developed and sold a particular online platform to a major Japanese company. Fuck ton of money. And in the 5 years I've known him, I think I've seen him wear 2 different pairs of sweatpants the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. He has his favorite sweatpants and his couple of favorite sweaters, and that's it. That you would never know. You would never have a single clue until you go over to his house and he goes, "Oh, here's some Cristal for you," or something like that. You're like, holy shit.
That's the thing. Do you notice you only get access to a person of means, resources, after they've invested in you and you've invested in them. It's trust and respect, and then they start to open up. In fact, you can actually see this where, I'll give you an example. Someone that they're very well off, and you're just a regular dude or something, right? And that person is like this. No, Drex, really. You, Jeff, you guys want to come? No, you can use my place, right? Don't go to, wait, hold on. You're going to Airbnb? No, don't go to Airbnb. Just go to my place. You're like, wait, dude, I don't want to impose, man. That's kind of, that's your, no, really, it's nothing, man. I don't even use that place. You're like, bro, you have a mansion in Vail, Colorado that you don't use, and you're saying we're allowed to stay there? Do you know why we're allowed to stay there? We've proven ourselves, Jeff, that we're not going to go there and do fuck shit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when we show up there, we make sure the place is going to be the way we left it.
You don't move. You sit in the one spot. You don't move.
We're like, hey, I don't want to. We only eat out, right? We only eat out. We're like, hey, I don't want to use up his place. So when he comes back, he's like, bro, you guys could have used all stuff. Like, man, I didn't want to mess up your stuff, man. See, that shows us something. But if you were to go out there and say, ladies, gentlemen, let's be honest, dudes will use you too, right? You hear about guys like Mike Tyson and all these guys who like lost millions. They're like, yo, man, these people are all on you when you got it. But when you don't, they just leave. Poof, vanish, right? Houdini.
Yep.
So like I said, I'm fair on both sides. Look, a lot of these dudes ain't shit. Look, Jeff, this is no lie, man. A lot of times when I have women on the show, I ask them, I go, can you give us an idea of what it's like out there for a lady now? Like, what kind of guys are out there? Jeff, they are struggling, fam. These ladies are struggling. The kinds of guys out there, it's F-boys. Do you know a lot of these guys right here looking to get pegged, man? Did you know about this?
Yeah.
Have you heard about how bad it is, though? Like how it's a lot worse than people think. A lot of these, look, I actually just had this conversation at work. I said I feel bad for the women who get caught up with dudes who are out here on the down low, right? We got down low dudes. We got dudes looking to get pegged. We got guys on Grindr on the low. Look, I don't know if you know this.
Furries.
Look, I have a gay bodybuilder in my Discord, right? He told me the majority of dudes on Grindr are married men. I said,
Well,
bro.
one of my gay friends once said, you know what the difference between a gay man and a straight man is? I said, gee, no, tell me. He said, the straight men like to have the finger in the ass, but they just don't like to talk about it.
I mean, it's like halfway true. Here's the thing. I'll give you an example. I've had guys ask me all these questions. I'll be on Nick's show, and the guys are always asking me all these like random like sex questions, right? Yeah. And I explain them. I said, look, dude, I don't get into because people try to. We live in a society so ass backwards that heterosexual sex is deemed as gay, right? I said, I'm going to make this clear to you guys. A lot of you guys are weirdos who've only been online. You've never been in the real world. You've never even touched a woman, right? I said, I'm going to make this clear. Anything that a man and a woman do that's straight, it becomes quote unquote gay shit when you start including objects being inserted. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So if someone says, yeah, Drex, so this is straight, right? Yep, that's straight. Hey man, she brought some anal beads she wants to use on you. Okay, no, see now you're simulating something. You see how that works? Yep. So if someone goes, well, Drex, a chick stuck a finger in your butt, that doesn't make you gay, bro. But if she says, I'm gonna use a strap on, see now what are you simulating, right? A finger is a finger, right? Yeah. A strap on, she's now simulating not a woman. She simulated a dude named Nuck in prison clapping you in the showers. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to be about that life. You know, so when you don't want to hear young get that butt. Yeah, you don't want the Jeff, I got that video queued. I've got that video queued if we want to watch it. Oh yeah, does the chat know about that? Does the chat know about how real it is? You guys know about Savage Life? I didn't even know. Do they know? Some do. I mean, a lot of my peeps are from Nick and Andrew. So, but it's 7 minutes. We can do the 7 minutes. That's what they knew. I thought they knew about that Savage Life. Let's see, where are we here? Rico Reckless. This is life, man.
Bro, I don't even feel good about saying this, but that is the magic of Reckless, is that he can make prison sound kind of fun.
But look though, it's
you gotta make it for you gotta like
good, but boy, it's fucked up now because I know little kids gonna watch this like I feel like this no jumper store.
See, you're all told to go into prison, and the worst thing that's going to happen to you is you're going to get analed in the shower by by Biff or Tyrone or somebody like that. Nah. This is it.
A whole bunch of different people going watching this,
and these are people that have been in prison and know their shit. This is real talk.
It's not fun. It's not cool. It's gay as hell. It's lame as hell. You're gonna miss your family. You in there all day long. Like, it's like, if you want to know what jail like, just go sit your dumb ass up in the bathroom all day and just take your mattress and throw that bitch in the fucking bathtub. And you just sit in the bathroom all day. And then you bring your ass out for an hour to watch TV and motherfucker use the phone and go your stupid ass back in there.
After that hour, go back in there.
That's like that's jail.
Straight up.
And then we was just in the trenches jail. Like, we was just in like the worst jail in America. Like,
you guys were in there together?
Like, no, by the time I got there, he was already up in the prison.
They already kicked me out.
So I had to wait in the county for a minute, then get to the prison. And it's busting in there right now. Like up in Iraq, they in there, like, they getting that real like savage life in there, like knock you the fuck out, and they gonna spin your ass. Spin the fuck out and spin your ass. Motherfuckers gonna make a sandwich out your shit. Motherfucker put ketchup and mustard in your shit, mayonnaise in your shit.
So you gotta work hard to protect your ass. Like your booty hole is at risk in this environment.
Boy, look, Pete, this. You fight a motherfucker up in the cookie. Look, listen, I can't be making this shit up. This is real shit. Look, my right hand to God. You fight a motherfucker up in the look. You fight a motherfucker up in the Cook County jail. Look, hey Peter, you in the Cook County jail. Look, you get to fight a motherfucker on front of grade. I get to fight. Look, you knock him out. Boom, on front of grade. His head hit the ground. So he hit the ground. All you gonna hear is get that butt. Motherfucker gonna be like this. Motherfucker gonna be like, motherfucker gonna be like, get the butt on front of grade.
You gonna see motherfuckers coming out everywhere.
You can see motherfuckers come out everywhere. Look, motherfucker gonna pull his pants down.
Motherfucker, you ain't even know what's on the deck.
Down.
Fuck you, come from.
Open up his ass cheeks, spin his ass, and then be like, boy, your ass.
See, you don't actually do the penetration. You just spit in it, put shit in it, and there's a reason for it. A
Oh,
legit
yeah.
fuck. If you get taken as if you become someone's prison bitch, you just have to cry yourself to sleep in the shower.
Oh yeah. Booty goons are still in there, right? Like the booty warrior Felice Johnson. Although he's out, he's never really out because the booty goons are in there, and they will take cheeks.
And you can keep it a secret, but this is when you can't.
Yep.
That's a bitch.
It's gonna be a collage of saliva in your
What?
shit. They gonna be
What, nigga?
Collage
a collage of saliva,
man.
bro. They gonna be spitting
Hey.
from all type of saliva. You ain't even know it.
It's
When
murder.
you get on the deck,
Niggas will walk up eating a bag of flaming hots,
Yeah,
ready to
what?
spin your ass. Like
Yeah,
you,
fuck no.
like you can see it's finna happen before it happened. Like, oh yeah,
it's some
they
people on the
finna spin
deck that
somebody's
don't
shit.
fight nobody. All they there is for the spit. They got the best saliva. He never even fight nobody.
But
When somebody
would you
fight,
do that?
them,
Would you spit on someone's ass?
Hell no.
Look,
I ain't doing none of that
I
shit.
ain't gonna lie, motherfucker down there. Bitch ass nigga.
Look, he spitting. I ain't spitting. I'm not spitting no ass.
Look, he did.
I ain't
Look,
touching
look.
no cheeks. I ain't
finna
spitting no
open your
ass.
shit. I ain't finna open your shit and all that.
I ain't doing none of
Look,
that shit.
but I did
I
see-
do the knocking out though.
Look, I didn't
I'll
see
knock your ass out.
like one man do it though. I didn't see one person do it like any got to be like you get
Right.
jumped to do it. I didn't see motherfucker knock a motherfucker out like look he on the ground pull this shit down. One foot up, open cheek, bitch ass nigga. I didn't saw niggas grab the soap, outline their ass up in chalk, and nigga like if he had like a little spit, they circle that too like in shell cases.
But
Like,
let
boy,
me-
your ass dead, boy. Motherfucker just killed your ass.
Let me explain the purpose.
And then
of
once
This
that-
is
doing
why.
once that
Please
happened to
do.
you, nigga, it's like your life over. It's like you a bitch in here. You can't do nothing. You can't use the phone. You can't eat your food.
your
It's like
reputation
you might as
pretty
well
much
just go ahead and just go ahead and grab that sheet and go ahead and jump off that bed.
The purpose of them doing that is simply this. This is where it come from, right? The person that
It
makes
is.
where it come from. See, when you get any type of bodily fluid in any crevice of your body, they have to administer a rape kit. Even if you don't get raped, there's bodily fluid in the crevice of your body, so
So
they
they
have
gotta
to
call
administer
your
rape.
family.
So now they have to call your family and explain to them that
that you just got your
Your-
ass savage.
they gotta tell you.
That's how ruthless that shit
This
is
ruthless.
right
This is
there.
ruthless, man. Like your
goes
reputation,
beyond
you're
just-
gone. Yeah,
That
you're
goes
done.
beyond taking the cheeks. They
Yeah,
call
yeah,
your
look-
fucking family and tell you that you have been assaulted by
You've been-
someone
yeah.
and a rape kit has been administered.
Well, but Jeff, let's not forget this though. Back in the day, you could always deny, right? You come back from prison, motherfucker, I ain't know I do shit. So the only people that knew were people who were in prison with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could keep that. You like I said, you take that secret to the grave, right? Now they've gotten something. This is far worse than what the old school was.
And this story is only half done. Look at the timeline.
What happened is
And
gonna
it's
say
called
we have
sabotage.
to administer a rape kit on
Oh, for
your
that.
loved one. So now, if they call your
Oh,
mama said this and
hell
your baby
no.
mama in the background,
What
and she
you
just
gotta
hear
think,
is they raped them. That's all they raped her. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
basically- boy,
Then she
that
go on
shit happened.
Facebook like, "Damn, that raping my baby daddy.
That shit
Help!
happened
We
to
need to
your
get the
ass.
rape
Look
on
online.
you know what I'm saying? So,
Now, when you're in prison, are you able to be cool with somebody who is a booty goon and is like raping dudes?
fuck no,
You
hell
can't even be
no,
cool.
hell not with me. Not with
You
me.
can't even be like cordial with them. but,
Hell no,
nah.
get your freaky ass away from me.
But I ain't
Hell
gonna,
no.
but I ain't gonna lie though, it's so fucked up nowadays. So you won't even know. Like niggas be gay on the low
And
in jail.
that's
So
real
you
though.
won't even know. Like
That's
the
real.
nigga being that bitch swole as hell, gangster as fuck.
The most
whole
gangsters,
time
yeah.
he waiting for a motherfucker to bend
Slip.
over so he can look at.
He waiting for the slip.
He and this bitch
He
getting that
waiting to
loose.
exhale.
He and this
Some
bitch
dudes
getting
are
that
in there for a
Lucy,
long
man.
time.
He
Yeah,
and
They
that
just
bitch
end up
getting
giving
that,
in, huh?
he and
Yeah.
that bitch getting that I love Lucy. You hear
And some people they like some guys do normalize it, right? Like in
Right.
some areas of certain joints that you go to is normalized, right? Because
Right.
they got that much time.
that
But
shit fool as hell.
Jesus
Look,
Christ.
people, this. So look, kids, y'all hit the fuck. I'm telling y'all, like,
Don't go
I'm
to
telling
jail.
Y'all niggas is jail, knocking y'all out and spinning y'all
taking
ass.
y'all ass,
on
man. Don't
funeral
go.
grave. Like, motherfucker,
Please,
like,
no.
y'all don't want to go there, especially not in Chicago. And the rack is busting. It's the trenches. on
Nowhere.
funeral.
Whack 100 told me that he would keep a fucking knife back in the day that was covered in poop so that if they stab somebody with it, that they would get
Get
gangrene.
infected. Yeah.
What, nigga? We got Glock dookies
Yeah.
up in the rack.
Black Dookies.
You know what a
Nigga, you know what a Glock dookie
Glock
is?
Dookie?
What?
AK
Nigga, pull up-
AK
nigga, pull up-
Dookie 7?
Nigga, pull up on your ass with a Glock dookie with a
AK
switch on that
Dookie
bitch.
7 on
Look, a
phone.
Glock dookie, nigga, that's a motherfucking
A
toothpaste
VO5
tube,
bottle?
nigga, a VO, like
A
any
VO
type
for
of
shampoo
bottle. It
bottle?
could be a water bottle. That bitch gonna have
Yeah,
shit in it,
shit.
piss in it,
Magic
nut in
shave.
it, magic shave,
Uh,
spit, anything they can do to just
and they
fuck
just
you up.
let it sit and marinate.
And look,
It's just
old
marinate.
milk,
We
they
call
let
it jankum.
Look, old milk, and then they let it marinate,
It
right?
marinate,
And it just
shit.
get real bad, right? And then you would just,
Stank.
and then motherfucker rob you with it in the jail.
Yeah.
Nigga, walk up on your cell like, Nigga, up that shit, bitch. That nigga
Load
right
that
now.
shit.
Now they people that got in your face. You ain't your little Chuck. You can't move. You shit like
You say no, you get
What?
covered in shit.
What?
Motherfucker on spot. You gotta get that shit up.
Switch.
Motherfucker
You gonna hit the
kick
switch
that
on
shit
you.
out.
Brrr.
Motherfucker gonna make you gonna kick out that
You gonna kick it out.
Well, you got robbed with a Glock Dookie in this bitch.
Because if you don't
God
kick it
damn.
out, you gonna get sprayed. You
and
know?
motherfucker gonna beat your ass. You
But
come
it's-
out
it's
and
certain
then spin
people-
your shit.
They get that type of shit
that
done.
was like
to
this
them,
bitch
you know?
busting.
What the
For
fuck?
certain people. Yeah, our jail
I
is
thought
fucked
the
up.
poop knife was
Like-
bad. Now I know
I'm
about
talking
the
about,
poop
knife.
I'm talking
Glock
about, I'm talking
AK
about,
Dookie 7.
I'm talking about Cook County Jail. Like you
AK
ain't no shit
57.
unless you got your own phone in that bitch.
Yeah,
Well, you gotta
Yeah.
get your own phone.
in the jail.
You gotta
Yeah.
fight for that bitch.
Really?
It's gonna be 4 phones on wall. It's gonna be like
Oh,
40
okay.
motherfuckers on the deck. If you got it like how you say you got it, on phone grade. When you come out, you're gonna have your own phone. On
People
phone grade.
get-
Y'all gotta share their phone
Were you
because it's my
sober?
phone. We're gonna fight over this
You were
bitch.
sober while you
What?
locked up?
Nah, hell no. We ain't that bitch smoking oil all day.
Really?
Motherfucker, that bitch getting real high.
Smoking
gotta-
good
you-
weed
you
or
gotta-
smoking spice?
Man, they smoking everything they can get their hands on, from motherfucking weed, spice to motherfucking
K2,
paper to motherfucking
goddamn
orange
it.
pills to
Dude,
motherfucking
orange
coffee,
pills.
cigarettes,
Orange pills.
coffee,
You
tissue.
gotta think, motherfuckers going through
Bananas,
shit.
they
They
apples,
gonna smoke whatever they can
smoke
to
whatever. Motherfuckers-
escape
They'll
from
smoke
this
you in
shit.
that bitch. I'm on the grade. Nigga be
Oh,
off your
fuck
bed
that.
sleep. Motherfucker trying to put a fire in your dumb ass in that bitch.
You know what I love about that though? You know what I love about seeing anything that involves men's hardship, doesn't matter if it's a bad divorce, prison, whatever.
They're
they
laughing
don't
about it.
want they don't want the
Yeah.
guys coming after them to be in their position. You see what I'm saying? Like that's why I say, he goes, no, I'm telling all you young kids coming up, man, do not go to jail. Like you remember that show Scared Straight, right?
Yeah.
The hardened criminals, right? Hardened
Mhm.
dudes. You know, dudes. Remember they were like, tell them what time you got. Dudes like, I got 40 years, double life. She's like, God damn. And what were they all saying? Go to,
Go to
get
school.
out of the thug life. Go to school. Listen to
Yeah,
your parents.
your mother,
do
yeah.
the right thing. And so, as a young kid, you're thinking like, "Fuck is this dude telling me? Like, why is he saying like, I think I'm the toughest, baddest dude in the world, right?" And you're like 14.
Yeah.
You're looking at a guy muscle bound telling you that they got booty goons in there, right? And cheeks are getting took. And you got sold for a pack of cigarettes. You're thinking, shit, they don't want you there. Contrast that with these crazy feminist chicks. They want the women to be just as miserable as they are. I don't want any guy to ever, go into family court, man. I've said that from day one. Jeff, I don't want anybody on earth, any man to ever be in that, like for anything. Like somebody, Drex, I only had to go in there. I don't even want you to be in there one day. I don't even want a guy to get a letter from the county about family court. Business, cool. You're in court for a civil matter, cool. Criminal matter, even still, cool. At least you have a fair system, right?
Yeah.
At least it's fair. You show up in family court, fam, and you're the defendant, bruh. I wouldn't I'm being real, man. Jeff, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, man. I wouldn't wish the family court on my worst. I truly believe the worst thing that has ever existed in the history of our species is the family court. There is nothing more demonic and evil. Because this thing, if someone tells me war, in fact, I've had people argue, right? They said, Drex, that can't be true. I said, have you ever heard veterans who have been through family court? You ever heard them speak, like Terrence Pop? What does he say about the family court? If you ask him, war or family court, what does he say he'd rather be in?
A war.
He goes, I'd rather be in war. War than family court.
I did one divorce in my entire legal career, and I will never do another one. It was a U.S. serviceman with a Korean wife getting divorced because she was going with his best friend.
Of course.
And I mean, whatever. They had a kid, and I could see it was going to war. It was going to go to court, and I'm just looking at these people thinking, I have never seen a more childish display on both sides.
Petty. It gets petty.
Yeah, to be vicious, mean, nasty, petty, and just hurtful for no fucking reason other than just to do damage to the other person. Yeah. The one thing I am so thankful for about my divorce is the decision was like, I'm 42, you're 40, we're still young. We can be happy. We both deserve to be happy. How are we going to do this? We divided it up. Done. I'm so grateful for that.
You lucked out, man. I had to deal with
so grateful.
I had to deal with that vindictive shit. Like I was like, look, you know what men crave. All men crave in life is freedom, right? Men will fight and die for freedom. Women will fight and die, bitch and die for security, right? So all they really want is to, so they want to take. And I was like, listen, I was not petty in court, man. I got transcripts. You know what I'm saying? I can show what happened with me. I was literally like, look, you just go over there. Kids with me, my time, my money. She's with you, your time, your money. And if there's any like bills and hospital stuff, we split that and come together. Whatever. There doesn't need to be any of that craziness. See, I was projecting. That's how men think, right? Mm-hmm. If two men broke up for whatever reason and they had any level of testosterone, they'd be like, yeah, that's cool, right? And they would move on. When you get somebody who's emotional, they go full on nuclear, which is what you're describing. This pettiness. Like, dude, I'm sitting there. Look at this thing. I'm basically forced to argue over stuff that I have no business arguing over. I'm like, are you fucking serious? I just remember sitting there like, I'm just like, dude, I just want to be fucking done. Like, because the thing, I had a whole life to live, right? I'm like, look, I have a lot of things going on. I just want to leave. And they don't want you to leave, right? It's because they don't have much going on. Here's the thing.
You're absolutely correct.
When you have a lot going on in your life, Jeff, you know this. You're like this. Shake, done, right? Yeah. Because you have so much going on, like you don't want to be bogged down. Someone who wants to stay in court, hence women file 8% of divorces. There's a reason why they want to be in there. A, they believe they're going to win, right? Someone got in their ear. It was a lawyer or a hating girlfriend. Someone got in their ear and told them you can get X, Y, and Z, right? At which point, they want to stay. I've heard horror stories of couples arguing over a toaster in a divorce, right? Oh, yeah. A toaster.
The dog.
The dog. Like it's just this kind of like, and answer this. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, so that it's not going away. And remind me, though, Jeff, who pushed for all the expansion of alimony and child support and division of assets? Which gender did that? I forget. It eludes me.
Well, moving on to the next topic.
And yet they ask us, why don't we get married, right? Because Jeff, here's the thing. Your divorce was enough to tell you it wasn't necessarily about your wife. It was the system, right? Because if the system weren't the way it were, or it wasn't the way it was, right? I'm willing to bet you may have considered it, right? You would have been like, man, if I met the right one, if I met, you know what I'm saying? The thought could have crossed your mind. But when you step back and you look at it, oh, the system is broken. You compare notes with other men. You went, oh no, it's a systemic problem. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, you know, and as a lawyer, you know how it works. You want nothing to do with it.
Nothing
to do with the system. And how you said it breaks down security versus freedom was literally how it broke down.
Oh, of course.
I walked out with $10,000 and 2 bags of clothes, my motorcycles, and my bookshelf.
Mm-hmm.
The end. Gave her the house, everything in it, the bank accounts, the car, and I said, I will take care of my son. I don't want you to pay anything for my son. I will take care of my child. I will give you double what the recommended child support is, which is ridiculously cheap in Korea.
Shit.
And I said, that's it. That was the price of freedom. And I said, okay, done. Said, that's it. That's
now,
how much I wanted.
Hold on, Jeff. Hold on.
And she was happy and I was happy.
What about all those women out there that claim that they're strong and independent, don't need no man? Why are they always looking for resources in court? Mackenzie Bezos, right? Melinda Gates. Remember, they're strong and independent, though, right? Remember how strong and independent they are? Why are they always going after the man's money?
It's plain old vindictiveness. Perhaps
vindictiveness and need in their nature, which is security. They will extract as many resources. So for all you ladies out there saying that's not you, that is you. Because if you are put in that scenario, you're going to do what they all do, which is they try to leave with the bag. Stop saying you're different. Do you have girlfriends who have done that? Because this goes back to the shame, right? I've never seen any chick who says, if you try to take a good man to court, we are done. We're done as friends. We're done as family. You don't see that, do you? Right? You don't see it, do you?
Right.
But when men do something that's way out of bounds, dudes like, no, man, we don't deal with you anymore. You're cut off. You're ostracized.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
There's no social consequences for women's fuckery and treachery. That's where my problem is. There's no balance anymore.
Well, Farron says they're going after them because they cheated. Yeah, that's the
Here we go.
vindictiveness. You know? Now, be nice. Farron's got a point. I mean, that's
Hold
it.
on. No, I'm not gonna let Farron slide. No,
All right.
I like fair and balanced, but hold on, Farron. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
The cheating between the sexes is different. When women cheat, it's first degree murder. When men cheat, it's like a gross misdemeanor. It's like the secretary was available. She's giving me what my wife isn't. Most guys aren't getting what they're wanting from their woman sexually. Would you agree with that, Jeff? Most guys.
As a reason for cheating, yes.
Yeah. So had they been getting what they wanted, they wouldn't have stepped out. Would you agree?
Most cases.
In most cases. We're saying in most cases, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's look at the flip side. Women care all about their resources, right? The white picket fence, the kids, blah, 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 blah. Tell me why women are cheating. They got the house. They got the ring on their finger. They got the big wedding. They got the kids. They got the dog. They got the job. Everything. Why are they cheating?
They're bored. They're bored.
Mm-hmm. And who do they cheat with? What kind of guy do they cheat with? Either your best friend or who else?
The gym coach, your boss, their boss.
Yep, that's right. See, I'm not going to allow women to say this narrative. Like I said, everything that came before me, everything that came before 1982 when I was born was a lie. It's irrelevant and it's bullshit. Any narrative that came before me, everything pre-Drex is irrelevant in life, okay? The narrative that men cheat, that's why. No, that's over. Because when you compare notes with men, all you hear is how men are being disrespected in these relationships. They're not being appreciated. Oh, really? Oh, you women are cooking, right? Women cook. Come on, Jeff. Can women cook now? Stop the cap. They can't cook. They don't cook. They don't want to cook. They don't want to do shit for the man. They don't submit. They're combative. They're argumentative. So if they're doing all these things and the guy's going, hold on. I provided a house. I provided cars. I provided all these resources. And all I'm getting in return is a bunch of attitude and bitching and nagging. What if I said the three things that happen in a marriage, Jeff? You know what they are? She will bitch more, fuck less, and gain weight. Those are the three things women do in a marriage. You see what I'm saying? Now, if a guy cheats because after all this, he signed a legal contract. He scribbled his name and signed a contract. And he said, this is where he upheld his end of the bargain. That's why if you notice in the divorce, he's the one getting fleeced, which means everything he provides is tangible. You can touch that house that you lost. I can touch that car that you owned. I can touch that 401k. I can touch everything. But when you ask, hey, what do you bring to the table? I bring vision. I bring compassion. Wait a minute. These are abstract terms. So what you bring is intangible. I can't touch any of this, which means in a divorce, we go, I demand, wait, shit, she didn't bring any of that. Your Honor, can I get, but she can go, I want the car. I want the house. I want half this pension. See how that works? So no, that narrative is over, fair and balanced.
Let's
sorry,
hear some
not sorry.
reply here. We got to do a quick catching up here, and then Farron gets her reply. Carmen S says, "What would you do at Health and Human Services with GS Welfare and SNAP, Drex?"
Hold on, say again. Hold on. What I do?
What would you do at HHS with GS Welfare and SNAP?
Oh, wait, you mean the little social programs?
Yeah.
Oh no. So this is how this works. And for those of you who don't know, Native Americans have it far worse than blacks. Government dependency is what causes your community to collapse.
Remember when a liberal Democrat said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country"?
Yeah.
JFK would be a right-wing nut job, right?
He would be. Yeah, but by modern standards, he'd be a far right nut, right? So you have Lyndon Baines Johnson. Damn.
You made Drex here. This is back when I was telling you that I can still pull at 53. He said that back then.
Well, it's wild because look, man, government dependency, right? Welfare dependency, it destroys it. It makes your kids dumber. That's why, look, when you see a lot of these young black kids out here, for those of you guys who've ever been like in an urban environment, and you see these young little black kids, and they walk around looking like this, and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with this retarded ass kid? Do you know why they look like that? Jeff, I'm gonna tell you why. They've been crossbreeding with their own kinfolk, right? They're inbred. The government school system basically has them there as a daycare. They don't teach them nothing, so so you get a bunch of retarded ass babies. They got this. Is how you can look up Orlando Shaw. The guy's got like 22 kids, about 14 or 18 women. And what you're seeing is you have a small group of Pookies, right? You have a small group of Pookies and Ray Rays who mass produce babies by all of these different women, right? Due to birth control and mate selection and no fathers in the home. Then these are the people that get sent directly on a trip, one-way trip to prison and get their butt spit in, right? Shout out to Rico Reckless, right? And it all comes from government dependency, because when there's a man in the house providing, the man does what? Keeps order. Who wanted this? Women and the government wanted the destruction of the nuclear family. Women bought in hook, line, and sinker to feminism, and now you get exactly what you wanted, which is what? A bunch of beta cucks raised by single moms, right? A bunch of soft, effeminate dudes, a bunch of fatherless children who walk around not knowing what it takes to be a man. So what are they? They're emotional, right? When you hear about someone saying, girls don't like me at school, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go delete everybody with an AR. Whereas men back in the day said, I need to improve myself. See, I need to improve myself to increase my chances with the fair sex. Not, I need to delete all my classmates. But how did we get here? Them. The system created them.
Well, Samurai Knight, thank you so much. Your 304 can't be loyal or love anything but themselves.
That's right.
Well, it's not Brendan Lesko. Oops, we just did that one. We're getting to Farron is just a couple down here. Drex is going for the full subscriber purge. We're actually net 4 up from the beginning.
Wait, what? I had one job. I told Andrew I had one job. I wanted to just delete your shit, but damn.
I'm up 4 subscribers from the beginning.
Nice.
I dropped down a lot, but then I got a lot. But hey, I'm not gay, says Brandon. Says not Brandon Lesko. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Yep. Stray Cat's Way. Drex, do you live in a world where men do no wrong?
Okay, I always laugh at this. You've heard me on numerous occasions today come at men, right?
Yep.
I came at men for being beta cucks. I called out cuckservatives. See, this goes back to what I said on Nick's show. If someone has something against me, right? What they're gonna hear is this is how I get so much criticism. They pick something about me they don't like, right? And they say, he is just blank. So when they say, so I represent the balance that's missing in the world, right? So let me explain this. Jeff, all we hear in society is men's wrongs and women's rights. Would you agree with that? In general society,
media, yes.
Mainstream media, that's all we hear, right? So I represent the balance. I say I'm only going to call out women's wrongs and men's rights. You see how that works? Because the system has gotten so imbalanced, right? If all you hear about all day is man bad, man bad, man bad, it's like, damn, is there anything that's a counter programming? So this is why I bring these issues up. Likewise, we hear that the black single mother can do no wrong, right? I'm here to tell you everything they do is wrong, okay? Everything they do. There is nothing positive that a black single mother can do. They are literal demon spawn, and they raise even worse demon spawn, okay?
Okay, then how do you answer the criticism? Well, you're a race traitor. You're not supposed to say this about your women. You're a black
no. Whoa. Black women, these German shepherds, they're government property now. They belong to white zaddy. Shout out to Lyndon Baines Johnson. LBJ in the Great Society, he wanted them to be what they are now, right? Twerking ass hoes, weave wearing ass hoes, saying I'm a strong independent woman who don't need no man ass hoes. I'm the most educated ass hoes. So now they are where they're at. High body counts, highest rate of STDs, lowest desired on dating sites. This is not me saying this, is it? Isn't this a fact? Isn't this all a fact, Jeff? That black women are the leading ones in STDs. They are the leading ones, right? Single motherhood, black women hold the crown. So everything bad, they hold the crown. Do you know the black woman's net worth? The average black woman's net worth?
I do not.
Well, I don't got a $5 bill. It's half of this. The average black, you can look this up. The black family will be at a 0 or negative net worth within the next, I think it's 10 years. This is no lie, man. That's how far they've fallen. And do you know where blacks used to be? The highest married and least divorced demographic in America, post-Reconstruction. So when people say, I don't like Drex, well, tell me where I'm lying then. See, I hurt people's feelings, Jeff. Their feelings are hurt. But I didn't hear someone say I'm a liar. I didn't hear someone say, nah, man, Drex, you made all this up. And then when they do the research, they go, damn, he's telling the truth. Well, I don't know what to say. Men do a lot of wrong. I call out dudes' wrongs all the time.
We got people that say, yikes, didn't know this was legal vice's point of view. Good to know. I didn't say anything. What did I do? But now let's hear what, now we got through all, now we get to, let's hear Farron's answer. Farron's response to your comment. I agree, Drex. When men cheat, women will go for the jugular. Now, this is one thing I want to say. When you look at murder, a husband or a boyfriend kills his wife, what does he do? How does he kill his wife?
Mm-hmm.
Shoots her in the back of the head, chokes her out, done. Women, when they kill their husband, they hit him in the head with a frying pan, drag him down the stairs, smash their head in the cupboard, put him in the stove, drag him back up the stairs, tie him on the bed, pour lighter fluid and light them, and burn them to death. The way women kill and the way men, they'll kill them slowly with Drano over the course.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say that too.
Women
Slow
kill
poisoning.
way more emotionally. Men are just like, boom, done.
Yeah, because they want to get the job done. It's the reason why men succeed at self-deletion more than women. Because men, here's the thing, women try to do it, but they're doing it for attention. When men do it, it's because he really doesn't want to be here anymore. You see what I'm saying?
God forbid a woman cheats. It's all about what the man did.
Yeah.
I agree, Drex.
Hold on. So Farron, I'm sure Farron would agree with this. Farron, society at large, if a woman cheats, it's the man's fault. If the man cheats, it's the man's fault. Do you see where you go, wait a minute?
She says he ain't lying.
She knows. It's like, wait, go. How is everything his fault, right? If you have a breakup with a girl right now, right? I break up. I'm dating a girl. We break up. Everybody goes, what did he do wrong? Wait a minute. Wait, no, we're not doing that. You see what I'm saying? How is everything is? And when you ask what the guys are doing, women file the majority of divorces. Isn't that right, fair and balanced? And when you ask them why, irreconcilable difference, they don't have to have a reason anymore. Who pushed for no-fault divorce? Oh, it was, and for those of you conservatives, Ronald Reagan, your conservative Jesus, is who signed that into law. Fuck Ronald Reagan, by the way. Ronald Reagan signed no-fault divorce into law, right? Which basically doomed marriage, the death knell in marriage, right? So with no-fault divorce, a woman, because women are the ones filed for divorce, the more emotional creature, they just go like this, Jeff. I'm not happy. Divorce. So you broke up the family because you're not happy? I want to have a hot girl summer. Prime Minister of Denmark, right? They want to have a hot girl summer, destroy the family, and I look back and I go like this. So fair and balanced, tell me where men who were raised by strong men were failing. The guys that you see that are doing all the horrible mass yeetings and craziness. You ever notice, Jeff, what do statistics tell us about all these guys who are out here doing insane acts of violence, indiscriminate violence? Who were they raised by?
Single mothers.
Single mothers. So if we can all agree that single mothers are a root cause of a lot of basically everything terrible in society, right? When you see a fast-ass girl, a stripper, a porn star, all this, like, oh, here come the daddy issues. I can actually prove it. Hey, Jeff, when someone says mommy issues, what does mommy issues mean? Does that mean that mom was there or not there? If you have mommy issues, that means the mom was present, right?
Yeah.
This guy, I can't stand him, Farron. I'm a woman,
boy.
And he's a mama's boy. He has mommy issues. So that means mom was there all the damn time.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me write that down in my notes. Okay, Farron. Flip the script. Let's flip the script. Damn. This girl has daddy issues. Farron, chat, what does daddy issues mean? Where was dad? She has daddy issues. Well, does that mean dad was present or not present?
While we're waiting, Farron says, my father filed for divorce from his ex-wife, stayed for his kids, all turned around on my dad. Now he's remarried, and they had me and my siblings. Ex-wife, still miserable.
Of course she's miserable. Look, I talked to Ty Beard about this, right? He said back in the day, the system was reversed.
Daddy wasn't there.
Yep, daddy wasn't there. Men used to file for divorce. Do you know why they filed for divorce? Because of the reasons I listed about what happens to men once they sign the contract. Because the burden of performance is only on men. When you sign that legal contract, fucking sign it. You know what happens next?
Mhm.
She goes, I don't have to do shit for you anymore, right? But you can't make her by letter of the law, can you? Now watch this. This is the argument I hear from these 304s. That's not true, Drex, because a man can always, what's he gonna do? You have the power of the state. A man can't not work, can he, Jeff? Can a man get married and go, I'm gonna be a house husband? No, he can't.
Nope.
If a man tried to do it, she can take him to court, and then he has to pay what? Alimony and child support. So he has to provide no matter. He does not even given a choice, right? If you marry your woman and she decides due to no fault divorce, she wants to have a hot girl summer, can you stop her, Jeff? Yes or no?
Nope.
No, you have no male authority anymore, right? Now, if you decide, hey, I'm just having poker night with my guys, I'm not here doing nothing, and she says, I don't want you having poker night. If you have poker night again, I'm filing for divorce. Does he have any way to stop her? Yes or no?
Nope.
Oh, wow. But marriage is a good deal, right? Ladies ask, why don't guys want to get married, right? Shocking. Oh my God. I don't understand. I don't understand why a guy wouldn't want to get married in this climate. Man, no fault divorce.
I'll never do it again. I'll live with a woman. I'll never get married again.
I wouldn't do
The government was involved once.
Yep. Who wants the government involved? The man or the woman? Who wants the government involved in the relationship? It's them.
Woman, usually. Yeah.
Yeah. You go to work in an environment. HR complaints. Women. Mommy issues with guys are seen as an excuse for a man, and they need to man up. Yep. Daddy issues, girl gets a pass, and usually seems. Yeah, that's fact. She's always a victim. Amber Heard is considered the victim when she's done all unspeakable things. That was proven, and then mocked him for it. Right? Amber Heard sat there and mocked Johnny and said, "Who's going to believe you, a white man?" Right? The system will protect them when female teachers abuse minor boys. They don't even go to jail. They are allowed to teach again. They're protected citizens, right? Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is I'm tired of this narrative. So I show women's wrongs and men's rights. And they used to, for years, they would simp for the police, right? The cops can do no wrong. I was out to tell people these people are government-sponsored and trained thugs with badges. In fact, for those of us who know criminology, Jeff, gangs, mafias, who did they model their entire system after? What institution did they model it after? No, it was.
Well, most of it was very Machiavellian, but I don't know what are you looking for here?
It's the government.
Oh,
the cartel. They model themselves after the government. They went, so the enforcement arm, right? The street soldier is the equivalent
I argue it's the
of
opposite
the cop.
way. I argue it's the opposite way.
Oh, really?
And there's a brand new book out by, I don't know if you know who Michael Franzese is. Oh. Michael Franzese is the son of legendary mafia man Sonny Franzese. He was a capo in the Colombo crime family.
Oh yeah, Franzese. Yeah.
He just wrote a book called Mafia States of America, where he lays out a very, very good argument for the government modeling itself on the mafia rather than vice versa.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah, well, look, who's the IRS, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to take your shit. But you can't do that. Yeah, I can. Stop me. And you can't stop them, right? If the IRS owes you money, they don't ever call you, do they?
Nope. They show up on the door.
Yeah. Hey, where's my money?
Yeah. With the 5 years of interest that we didn't tell you about.
Yeah. Of course, right? But if you owe them money, what happens? They can garnish. They can take anything and everything. They can just
Ask
do
Wesley
anything.
Snipes what happens.
Ask Wesley. Now,
30 seconds or less. How would you handle German chefs protesting welfare? Facts, not feelings. Thank you.
How would I handle them protesting? I would just take it away. Yeah. You don't.
That works.
Yeah. You just go like this. What if tomorrow the German Shepherd looked in their account and they looked for the SNAP, they didn't get it. They looked for the EBT, they didn't get it. They look for all the resources that they snatch from men every day and take from the net taxpayer, men, and they got none of it, right? And they started screaming on social media and going to the courthouse, and they just went like this. We're done. In fact, do you know what I believe all these welfare chicks should be doing? At the end of every year, they need to pay all of that back with the only thing they have, their body. I want these hoes at glory holes slurping, and they need to slurp down as much salami as they took from me, the taxpayer. Oh, watch this. Hey, Jeff, when you get sick, right? You sneeze, right? Achoo! Or you had a cough. Did you immediately run to the ER? Did you do that? Or did you go,
Nope.
I ain't going to the doctor? You ain't going to the doctor, right?
Nah.
Do you know who does do that? Single moms, welfare cases. Now, Jeff, tell me, I'm confused, right? I'm not enlightened. Why would a single mom rush her raggedy ass bastard child straight to an ER when you and I have to pay this huge exorbitant bill for going to the doctor? Why is she so quick to take her kid to the doctor
Well,
for
that's
anything?
it, because she doesn't have to pay for it.
That's right. So if she's not paying for it out of her pocket, she needs to pay for it out of her thought pocket, okay? It's time for some new rules. Nick Rekieta is the president. This is my area of expertise. You hoes are about to pay back what you owe. You better get to this glory hole and figure it out. And we're going to keep a counter, right? And we have customer reviews, right? So don't try to get lazy. Looking like a lollipop. I'm done. No,
Well, so
you
much
better
for me telling everyone how nice and misunderstood Drex was.
You better go in on the D. I want you to pay back every time you took these raggedy ass Jaden. What are these other kids' names? Jaden, Braxton, all these other little these tater thoughts. You know what I'm saying? I want you to pay it all back with these holes. Okay? I got a dental bill. This is what you took from the government. Okay? You went to the dentist nine times for the 3 kids. They went 3 times that year. Okay, that's the end result. Okay, what is this? You took them to the ER. Okay, that's the bill. Okay, you don't forget you get Section 8, right? Your housing, EBT, SNAP. Every single, I mean, down to the penny, down to the red cent, you're going to pay all that back at the end of the year or you are cut the fuck off. And you better give it your all the way that cop OnlyFans thought did. You better give it your all, right? And you have a customer review. Remember, you're going to be held accountable for what you've taken from me out of my paycheck. I want Yelp reviews on these people. You see what I'm saying? So when you go in there and the dude goes to the glory hole, he goes like this. Oh man, I'm about to go ahead and just drain this load. It's been a busy week at work, right? And he puts puts his dick in the hole, and Sharkeisha gets in, adjusts her weave, gets on her knees, and she goes to work. You go like this. Yeah, it's kind of mediocre. And then they ask you to write a customer review, right? And I go like this, James. How was Sharkeisha? Man, this head game was trash. I gotta go get another welfare chick because I still got a full load, right?
How about we just bill them for their ER visit?
How are they gonna pay the money back? How are they gonna pay it back?
Surprisingly, I'm still monetized.
You see what I'm saying? Look, I'm offering real solutions. This is a real solution because what is it, Jeff? It holds them accountable, right? But do you know who's going to stop me? It's not women. You know who's going to stop me? Because look, watch this. Hold on. After all these years of feminism, right? Mm-hmm. Women can go into any profession. What is the profession that more and more women are willingly choosing to go into?
OnlyFans.
Sex work, right?
Yeah.
So after all this bullshit, you are willingly choosing to go to sex work, to be a prostitute. So why don't we just cut to the chase? Put those jaws to work. Make them work. Because you don't really want it. I can prove it. Jeff, when these chicks come around and talk to you, they come around and talk to you, right? They talk all that career-minded stuff, right? Until they hit the wall, right? And they're like, oh my God, I'm 34, no kids. I'm tired of going to work every day. And then you know what you hear from the same chick who said, I don't need no man 10 years ago? I just want to be a housewife. How many times have you heard that? Be honest. In the last 5 years.
Get the crying on TikTok.
I just want to be a housewife. I just want to be a loyal. Oh God. Oh, now you want to. See, because the party is over. You see what I'm saying? The party's over. I'm here to shut off the lights on all these broads. Across the board. Jeff,
Yeah.
I have been renowned as being a great problem solver. You present me a problem and I'll tell you how to solve it, right? Drex, how do we solve pedos? I've told you how to solve the pedo problem. You see what I'm saying? You get the Shark Tank. The piranha tank that Kim Jong-un used, you do it publicly, you stream it on YouTube, you make it mandatory viewing. So you know when you get like an Amber Alert? Or when you remember when you were watching TV in 1994?
Yeah. Oh, it was public executions.
You watch this. I want you guys to imagine this, right? You're watching YouTube. Oh man, this is a great stream. Or man, I don't like this Drex guy. And all of a sudden, what the hell? And while watching YouTube, no matter what you're watching on Earth, right? Boom! You mean, what the hell is this? Public execution of pedophiles in a piranha tank. You're like, wait, what? You're not even allowed to use your phone for anything other than to watch this public execution of pedophiles. How long before people go, wait a minute, that's a bad life choice then. I probably shouldn't be doing that. Mm-hmm. You solve the problem. Just like if you guys put these holes to work, instead of letting them just suck from the system, you would solve the welfare problem. You can continue to collect welfare if your head game is on point and your vag game is on point and your anal game is on point through this hole, right? If guys are able to know that, hey, this is where this is where my tax money is going, right? Is it tell me, hold on, be honest, Jeff. Is that any different than a guy in Asia right now, a corporate man, going down the street for a streetwalker? Is there any difference? He's taking his money and going, I'm giving up this money for this sexual favor in return.
Well, yes, there is one difference. The streetwalker's not getting taxed.
Oh yeah. That's what I was about to say. That's the main difference, right? You have your gross and then your net, right? And this person is now, after they've been taxed, they're spending the money, right? But if you ask these guys, hey man, I want you to walk up to the Asians that you know and propose my solution to them. Be like this, yo, bro, you don't have to pay for this anymore. They would go, wait, Jeff, what do you mean I don't have to pay? And you say, yeah, man, we're gonna put a new law in place. All the chicks that are taking out these resources from the community, they have to pay it back at the end of the year, or throughout the year, right? They pay it back throughout the year, so they get a monthly balance, right? Cha-ching! Because remember, Section 8 means if the government pays for your housing, that means every month. All right, there's your housing bill, there's your EBT, there's your SNAP, there's your WIC. All this stuff. See, yep. A guy like me, I never got any of this, right? I didn't get, what is it, MA, right? Medical assistance. Yeah. Everything you take per month, you need to suck and fuck it back, okay? All of it.
Well, we have Ruby says, my sister raised 3 amazing boys as a single mom. Doctor, engineer,
here we go.
F generalization. So,
here we go.
I'm gonna say this is the exception that proves the rule.
It proves the rule. So hold on, Rubia. So Rubia,
I'm going to step out for 30 seconds. Please don't get me deplatformed while I'm gone.
I'm going to address Rubia while our man Jeff is gone for a second. So Rubia, I'm happy your sister raised her 3 amazing boys as a single mom, a doctor, engineer, and CPA. So F generalizations. All right, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead and look up every statistic that shows kids raised by single moms and tell me, if what you say is true, that means every single doctor, engineer, and CPA comes from a single mom. Oh, that's right. They fucking don't. Most of them are in prison. Most of them are on welfare. Most of them wind up doing what? Oh, they have a higher rate of self-deletion, higher rate of being overweight and obese, higher rate in being depressed, performing poorly in school, not being engaged in sports. What are the terrible things? Oh yeah, when they decide to grab ARs and semi-automatic weapons, and they decide that today is the day, those tend to be raised by, that's right, single moms, right? So, Rubia, you're not going to get away with that. Just like I don't let any other women get away with when they talk about generalization. See, no, the exception proves the rule. In fact, hey Jeff, did you know that 82%
I'm just happy
of
to
black
be
women?
Here when I came back. We're still on, so that's good.
But Jeff, 82% of black women are overweight. And of that 82%, 80% of them are obese, right? Now watch this. That's not true. Me and my sisters are all bodybuilders. We're fitness models. And everybody in my Okay. So if that were true, then the world over should be like this. Oh my God, yeah. Dude, the fittest women in the world are black women. Yeah, American black women are all fit. That I've never seen a fat black chick. Who is Lizzo? She's the one outlier. Wait a minute, Jeff. Is that true? Is Lizzo the one outlier? Oh, that's right. No, she's not. She's
not
not
even her. She,
hold on, Jeff. Let's go backwards. Let's backtrack. So, edumacation is what makes men attractive. That gets dicks hard. You see this? This dick was like this. But once I heard this woman has a degree, oh God. I'm getting bigger. Baby. Tell me more. Oh God, Drex, I make 6 figures. Oh shit. Goddamn. I got babies by 3 different men. Oh shit, I'm about to bust, bitch. I'm about to bust. Just tell me something more. And we can go 50-50. Ah! Hold on, Jeff. None of that is true. That's why they are the least desired on every dating app on earth. Do you see how that works? If you are the most overweight on average, right? In general, I like to use that word, Rubia. In general, if you are the most overweight, you have the highest rate of STDs, the highest rate of single motherhood, but you got your education, but your net worth is $5, right? Can you see why? Oh, hold on, Jeff. Who's considered the most combative? Do you know other women are terrified of them? Terrified? They are terrible. They are mortified. When they see them come in, when they see Keisha, Sharkeisha, Bon Kwee, when they see these horrendous looking bitches come in, they are terrified. Like, oh God, I don't want them to. You've seen the videos, right?
Yeah.
They're in New York. Everywhere you go, they're acting up, right? They're twerking, fighting somebody. All the Walmart fights, right? Who are they?
Yep.
Chuck E. Cheese fights. Who are they?
Yeah.
Waffle House fights. Who are they? People are terrified of them. When they get clubs, VIPs, they don't want them there, right?
But they want that. They want to be feared.
They want to be feared because they say they have a masculine presence. When you are a man who is feared, that's a good thing because that garners you respect. It makes people repulse when it's coming from a woman. See, they want to be men so bad. Brittany Griner. They want to be men so bad that they think, I'm going to try to be the worst parts of what men do, right? And then they go like this, why don't men want me? These men should want me. I'm going to make you want this. Fat acceptance, right? See, this is called social violence, right? Shaming language, trying to cancel somebody for saying that if someone says Tess Holliday doesn't look like any anorexic chick I've ever seen, oh yeah, you say that about Tess Holliday. Hey, you're fat shaming, you're fat phobic. No, I'm just stating facts. See, I'm just stating facts. I don't hate her.
Let's burn through a couple of these here. Soy Mafia, thank you so much. No, Anakin Drex, you were being balanced to the Force. Okay. Thank you, Soy. Always appreciate your comments. Not Brandon Lesko. Can we get Drex on the next Fuck It Friday stream? I trust him to take the helm during the next maritime disaster. Like the first of every month, I just do a Fuck It Friday stream.
Oh, what is that?
$100 a shot. It's just a drunk stream. $100 a shot.
Oh, damn.
People get me fucked up and I lose consciousness. Well, I've never lost consciousness. I just
hence
become less coherent. So yeah, but it's just, news stories, just blowing through things and whatever gets
Rubia,
gets talked
I was referring to black chicks. Rubia said her mother wasn't overweight. She held down 2 jobs.
We're there. We got another thing to talk about here first. Ellie Fant says, look up Kevin Samuels now. That's okay.
He's great. Well, he actually, I'll tell you what Kevin Samuels did. He put out, Jeff, front and center what black men have been complaining about for decades, right? Mm-hmm. This entitlement, this bizarre, this attitude, right? And for decades, black men were saying this, and no one believed them. Finally, people said, wait a minute. Oh, my God. It's true. We can see it now. Like, chicks are showing up on the Kevin Samuels show. They were literally 280 pounds, right? 4 kids by 3 men, right? Looking terrible, right? Broke. And I demand a high value man, Kevin. Like, what? What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just saw her generalization on men too.
Yeah. Natalie McLennan. Hi, Jeff. Well, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Hi, Jeff. Here's the cash for Legal Mindsets drink. We'll send him some for yours. Love you guys. That'll put a small dent in what we did the other night. And hey, y'all, Drex, thank you so much, by the way. Drex, the reason they moved the yeet penalty for maps is because maps would yeet kids to not get caught.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
How would you fix that before the public piranha tanks?
Yeah, you basically have to spare them and say like they have to get prison time, right? Because right now they're trying to push. They don't even want these people going to prison, right? They're going to be a protected class.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, kidnapping used to be met with deletion, and then they realized, we can't do that because they're deleting the kids, right? And that's why they have to change the law. Obviously, as you know, pedophiles are not people. I did see Rubia's chat. I found that funny. Rubia said,
"This one, you're generalizing, feeding negativity. There are people from every walk of life that have a crap life. That's just life. You make the best of what you got, and you live in positivity, not this." Well, here's the thing.
oh God.
You make the best of what you've got. Are the people we were talking about earlier twerking on the ambulances in traffic, turning over McDonald's, the white chicks in the meth huts, selling BJs in the back seat through the gaps in their meth teeth?
Yep.
Don't
forget
forget
about
the best of what they've got.
So what the mainstream media is pushing is maps. They're pushing all these things. I'm commenting on it. I want to address Rubia for this, right? I saw she's in a $10 super chat.
Thank you, Rubia. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate the super chat. Unexpected. Appreciate it. By the way, I don't buy into the BS generalizations on men either, but constant negativity breeds no success. Be happy, people. Drex, meet new friends. You know too many unsuccessful people.
Now, let me ask you this. Jeff, without even knowing me, do you think I know a bunch of unsuccessful people? If you just had to guess by my personality, you think I know a bunch of like deadbeat losers?
I can't imagine you would give them the time of day.
Absolutely not. So what she's doing, sorry, Rubia, I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm really not. The people I know are successful. Do I know unsuccessful people? Absolutely. Do I know successful, unsuccessful? However, let's be clear about this. Jeff, would you agree there are layers to success, right?
Yes.
So I know people who are like she mentioned earlier, right? About this person's a doctor, this person's an engineer, this person's a CPA, but are they fucking happy, right? Let me ask you this, Jeff. Are the richest people you've ever met the happiest people you've ever met?
The people that have zero money I've met are some of the happiest people I've ever met.
That's
they got
right.
Nothing to lose. They got to make do with what they got. They're happy. I mean, are they fulfilled and living a life of luxury? No, but it's the people that are living on the edge that know what the step below them is.
Yep. Well, it's the reason why I kind of laugh when she sent that earlier chat. A lot of doctors are miserable. They have to cope with all kinds of drinking and drugs. Engineers,
lawyers have one of the highest narcotic drug addicted.
That's right.
Rates
but
statistically ever.
But Jeff, everybody brags that their son or daughter is a lawyer, though, right? My son's a lawyer. My daughter's a lawyer, right?
And they're all on speed,
cocaine. In fact,
you got to get the billable hours. Everything's about the billable hours. You got to work 40, 60 hours a week, sometimes 80 hours, 90, 120 hours. We got to stay awake. We got to burn it. We got to burn it. We got to do it. We got to do it.
So do you know what I call this, Jeff? I call this projection. Rubia knows people who are negative and unsuccessful in terms of mentally, spiritually. I know people who are very successful. Some in business sense, some in spiritual sense, you know what I'm saying? Sexual sense, whatever. All I care about. Here's the thing. The people who have been around me, they know I am a mountain of positivity. I can speak on something that is a negative aspect of society. You have asked Nick, be like this. Hey, Nick, if anyone would know, Nick Ricada would know. Hey, Nick, you've known Drex almost 3 decades. Have you ever seen or heard of him being depressed, sad? Are you around him and he talks about negativity? Do you know what Nick's going to tell you, Jeff? Never.
Nope.
Not once. Yeah. In nearly 30 years, Rubia, I've never, ever been a Debbie Downer. No one has ever even heard me utter the words, I'm depressed. Yeah. I have never said I'm bored. I've never said I'm unfulfilled. My life has been the shit, right? Just because it hasn't been just because it's the shit doesn't mean that I don't have room to improve. You see what I'm saying? I'm always trying to improve, right?
Yeah. And I just got corrected on tweet here. It's correct. Michael Francie's book is Mafia Democracy, not Mafia States of America.
Okay, Mafia Democracy. Yep.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I've heard of the dude because like I said, I've seen him. He's appeared on stuff. I mean, I've seen him on Vlad TV.
Yeah. He's been on Vlad TV.
But she says like the generalizations. Here's the thing: we have to generalize because if we start saying, here's the thing: if even her saying like she doesn't say generalization on men either, right? But if Rubio were sitting down with her girlfriends, and you know this is a fact, right, Jeff? If women sit down, they say men blank, right? Mm-hmm. Men are doing this. Men watching the game. They say men. They don't say this type of man. A man who's within this category of 5 foot something to this. He makes X amount. They don't say. They just say men, right? And people tend to know based on what you're talking about who you're referring to, right? Would you agree with that? It's kind of like with athletes, right? If you say athletes tend to like blank, right? Mm-hmm. That's a generalization, but if you go to most athletes, you go, well, I mean, that's most of them, right? Oh, athletes like to make money, high testosterone, give it to a lot of women, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, are there ones that don't do that? Yeah, but can we all agree that's most athletes? Most athletes like to smash chicks. Military guys. Hey, Jeff, can we agree most military guys like to just run through chicks? Can we agree on that?
Okay.
Did I say something that's out of bounds? Like, oh no, that's not true. Most military guys, they get in the military and they find one woman and they settle down the first woman they see. Is that true, Jeff?
Well, it's like we were talking about earlier with the animal kingdom. You've got the you've got the little sweet little gazelle that's out there with the other gazelles, and he's like, well, fuck, there's like 10 lions over there. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe they're good lions. I don't know. Shouldn't judge the lions just by looking at them and seeing they're lions. Why don't you go over there and talk to them, try to make friends with them? No, you have to generalize. Holy fuck, it's some lions. I don't know if they're vegetarian lions, but I know they're lions, and I know what lions. You have to make generalizations to survive. That's how animals are here. We as a species, any animal would be extinct if it did not make decisions based on broad generalizations.
Mm-hmm. You have to do it. Listen, let me tell you what the funniest thing is, right? Someone will see me on camera, right? And they'll be like, I don't agree with Drex's takes and blah, 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 right? And then they meet me in person and they have like a certain expectation, right? Like, I wonder if he's going to be some negative guy or some crazy guy. And they're like, oh shit, he's just a regular guy. Do you know who who faces the same criticism? They've called Nick a drunk lawyer, right? They've called Nick a guy who beats his kids and all this stuff, right? Nothing can be further from the truth, right? People make assumptions because they go this. They hear a take. Jeff, what if that story about what happened when you disobeyed your mom up on the roof, right? What if someone took that story and twisted it into their own version of it, right? And was, starts calling you some kind of a masochist, like, oh, he likes being beaten by random people and he laughs about being beaten. You're like, that wasn't the point of the story. Like,
Bill Burr makes a good point there. You meet the girl, you go out, you come home and like, hey, you want to do this? No, stop. No, you're bad. Stop. And next time you hear that, it's the court reporter going, no, stop.
Yep.
Stop. You're bad. No, stop. So you didn't fucking say it like that. Say it like you said it.
Say it exactly. It's crazy because I tell people all the time, I go, I laugh about this. I'm like, I remember, I'll give you a prime example. When I first met NCAA Cat, right? Because she had come on Nick's show. So we talked. And I ended up visiting her down in Alabama, right? And it took her not even 5 minutes to realize, oh, yeah, the people who make those comments about you being a misogynist and you hate women, she's like, here's the thing. It's why I said my biggest defenders are all women. And even the women who are in the chat right now who may not be a fan of some things I say, if they met me in person, like they saw my personality, they'd be like, oh, I get it now. Sometimes you have to like physically be with somebody, be like, okay, I get it. And they realize he's not some, woman hating guy or crazy dude or something. And it finally clicks like, oh, now, because they see it from your perspective in real time, right? They go, oh, now I get it. Like, it makes sense now. And so it's tough because, I mean, you know this, Jeff. I mean, how many times have people seen you on stream, they think that you're one guy, and they see you over in Seoul, and they're like, you're not what I expected, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
It's like here's the thing. How can, if I were what people think I was, right? how would Nick be my best man for so long, right? That wouldn't make sense. If someone is my opposite, as everyone calls Nick, they call him my opposite, even though he has a much more degenerate Discord and knows more about certain things. I was like, what are you talking about? What does that tell you? And because remember, in their mind, Nick is perfect. He and his marriage and his wife and his children are all perfect, right? It's because they have that view of him, right? And this is dangerous on both sides. It's dangerous to think that a guy with living in the middle of nowhere with kids is perfect and everything about his life is perfect. It's dangerous to think about a guy talking about how these 3 or 4 single mothers who should be sitting in glory holes to pay off the tax money that they stole is the worst guy ever. You have to look beyond what just someone says it or it hurt your feelings or how they perceive something and go, what is it this guy is really saying? What is he really about? Because I'll tell you what, I've said it a million times, man. Jeff, people have looked at me differently when I'm in Nick's town with his little girls, right? There's this look, half fake Minnesota smile, right? A half panic, worry, everything. He's supposed to be the bad guy. And then over time, you can start to see them realize, uh-oh, I had this idea in my head of who this guy was, right? And then what happened, Jeff? Reality collided. Wait a minute. Why does she call him Uncle Drexel? Why is she so soft and affectionate toward him? Why is she reciprocating that affection? I thought Drex was supposed to be this horrible person. They never thought to themselves, wait a minute. The person I think that would probably be someone so horrible is probably going to be a natural provider and protector of women and children, right? Instead, they go, my name is Rubia and my son is a doctor. Yeah, that doctor could be Dr. Larry Nassar. It could be Dr. Kevorkian. It could be Ted Kaczynski, or it could be your local doctor down the street, right? Wide spectrum, right?
Well, let's look at 3 chats here in a row. I mean, one, hey, y'all wanted me to redo this again because she felt she had her question, he or she, sorry. I don't know why I said she. There's no indication there. Drex, the reason they removed the yeet penalty from maps is because maps would yeet kids to not get caught. How would you fix that? Before the public piranha tanks, I agree, but don't want hey, y'all thought the answer was interrupted.
Oh, yeah. You always have to, you have to have like the one caveat, right? Like, you're going to get punished. Bring the kid back. Okay, I'll give you an example. Is this any different than ransom, right? When it comes to ransom, right? Hey, man, don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. You know, we want the person back, right? People need to understand that all of this pedo shit cannot exist. The reason that we've gotten here is because we allowed little things to become big things, right? Do you remember? You guys, all we want is to be heard, so we listened. You guys, all we want is to be understood, so we understood. You guys, all we want is to be accepted, so we were accepted. You guys, all we want is to be noticed, so you were noticed. You guys, we demand that your kids be just like us, and you... Wait a minute, how the hell did we get there? Do you notice how we escalated, right? It went from, we just want equal rights to all of your superheroes need to be gay. We're going to go in and invade everything that you do and take ownership of it and corrupt it and destroy it and tell kids this is what they need to be. And there's 500 genders and drag queen story hour and dildo school or sex toy schools. How did we get here, Jeff? Because we allowed it way back when. You see how that worked? I don't compromise. There's no compromise. This cancer, this filth must be totally eradicated. Do you know that throughout history, this is how people used to think? Do you know how we got here, Jeff? How we got here as a society? Because people like me are shunned. They call me the bad guy, right? And do you know who they call the good guy? These politicians, right? These politicians.
Yep.
BLM, all these other organizations and stuff. And I'm sitting there looking like, so you guys are, so all of this is, so let me get this straight. Maps is okay, right? That's okay with you. Because here's the thing, if it weren't okay, you would cancel them, right? You would say, oh no, Anyone who supports this is getting canceled, but they're not getting canceled, are they? So they want to channel strike me, right? Do you know I got kicked off Twitter for saying hoes gonna hoe? Right? I can't make this up. I was banned from Twitter for saying hoes gonna hoe, right? But yet I remember seeing a video of an Asian chick saying kill all white men.
Yeah,
right?
I remember that.
You remember that video, don't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did anything happen to her, Jeff? Yes
Nope.
or no? No.
Nope.
So me saying hoes gonna hoe that is the worst thing a person can say. Right?
Ezra Miller is getting treatment.
Yeah.
His movie gets to come out.
Kidnapping charges, attacking women. So when will you ladies figure it out? It's not me. I know it. You may think it's like me, but it's not me and people who look like me. It's the Ezra Miller weirdos that you created. You wanted trans, non-binary, everything, right? I didn't say that's what I wanted, Jeff. Someone goes back in my past, they say, yeah, let me look into Drex. Nope. Drex didn't tolerate that back then. He doesn't tolerate it now. So now, right, after we got past all this extreme tolerance, right, tolerance leads to forced compliance. You see how that works?
Mm-hmm.
After you tolerate something, you know what they say? This is going to become the new standard, right? And we're going to enforce it. Wait, what? So all you ladies out there, you guys wanted Ezra Miller to exist, right? Because let me ask you this, Jeff, who was preaching for trans rights are real rights and trans women are real women? Remember that?
Yeah.
Trans rights are human rights. It wasn't a bunch of dudes standing out there, was it? Who wanted trans athletes to compete in women's sports? Who was saying that?
The trans athlete?
No, it was women.
Oh, well, yeah.
Because they were calling guys bigots.
Not the women in the sports.
Not the women. That's the key word. Not the women in the sports, right? And the women who are pushing this, right? Megan Rapinoe saying it's all good. Trans athletes are real. Yeah, they're fair. She's saying it because she's on her way. She's already done, right? She's retired. Mm-hmm. She made her money through her grift. And now that she's gone, she can sit there and push up her fist for woke points. Whereas, do you remember what they said to all the guys who said there's only two genders, there's two sexes, right? Man and woman. And women need to be able, because they were trying to protect women from themselves, right?
Yeah.
Hey, ladies, you don't want to compete with men. You don't want to compete with someone who identifies as a woman, because let me tell you where this is going to lead. Shut up, you bigot, you racist. They called you all kinds of names, right? And you know what guys said? They went like this. Eventually, they went like this, Jeff. All right, I'm done. I'm out. And then what happened? Leah Thomas is dominating. Fallon Fox crushed a girl's skull. Wait, men, this is wrong. Help. Fix the problem that we create. I'm thinking to myself, are you fucking serious? I told you this was going to happen. Guess what's going to happen next, ladies? For all you ladies out there who don't know what's coming next, all of your spaces, and I do mean all of them, are going to be invaded by dudes who are going to go like this. I can get the pussy pass, right? Watch this. I identify as a woman. Tell me I'm lying, Jeff. To get enrolled into college?
I'm not a biologist.
I'm not a biologist. See,
I can't tell what you are, Drex.
This is what they wanted, though, right?
It's how you define things. I told my son, when my son was applying for scholarships, I said, you can put, whatever, you can put your Asian, or you can put your Caucasian, whatever you choose. But I said, but you want to get the scholarship? What you do is, on your little essay portion, you write about how you're an Amerasian child, of divorced parents whose father has abandoned you and turned guardianship over to your sister, and you're struggling to get through college. And guess how much he paid for his university? $0.
That's right.
I said, if you click Asian, they're going to see money. If you click Caucasian, they're not going to give a shit.
That's right. Who created this?
You're an Amerasian child from a broken home whose father's abandoned you to the guardianship of his sister.
It's horrible.
They threw money at him.
Threw it at him. That's right. They made it rain on him, right? Just made it rain.
Generalizations.
That's right.
Here's three chats in a row, 2 super chats, and a comment. Well, we'll read that one last. Where do we want to? Okay, we'll start with Rubia. I agree most do. As a trial attorney that has tried cases in 43 states, I've learned how important it is not to generalize. I'm probably the outlier. And thank you, Ava Hine, for your super chat. How is Drex supposed to speak on society if he can't speak in generalities? Single moms feeling judged when they are when they're the exception is idiotic. And finally, Doc McFuzzball, thanks for yours. I'm 48, amicably divorced after 20-year marriage, terrified to date because nowhere feels safe to meet women, hate being lumped into generalizations about men. We all have to be better than this. Drex, have you ever been the subject of generalizations before?
Absolutely.
And how did it make you feel?
I felt nothing.
And how did you overcome these feelings of nothing?
The only time I had a feeling about something was when I was young, right? Like when I had guns drawn on me when I was 12 from fucking pig cops who I don't respect at all, and I don't care about if they live or die at all. And there's a reason. The police union protects the worst of the worst cops, and the other cops do not hold other cops accountable, right? I have never seen cops sitting on TV being like, yeah, man, we ain't condoning this bullshit. Never. So I started lumping them all together. I said, listen, I don't want to hear about good cops anymore, right? There were cops doing all sorts of evil, like that video you just showed. And the other cops, let me ask you this, Jeff, be honest. The police department that had those cops in Arkansas, are the other cops going to stand out openly? Like I'm sitting out here with my face. I'm not hiding behind an avatar. With my face, speaking out against them like I am. Yes or no?
No.
Why? Isn't what they were doing wrong? Is that by the book? Isn't that some evil shit you just witnessed? A beatdown?
Mm-hmm.
Now you're starting to see where my mentality comes from, right? Accountability. I always hold my L's close to the chest, and I openly talk about them and the W's, like I said. So when there's a generalization, I will check people real quick, depending on the circumstance. The circumstance does matter. And let's be honest, a generalization can actually benefit you. Like, I can prove it. You storm into, I see that Godzilla poster, right?
Yeah.
I storm into Asia. Blackzilla has arrived, right?
Yeah.
And I caught yellow fever. I want you to think about all the generalizations and negative stereotypps about black men. Do you think they help me or hurt me when I step foot on the continent? What do you think?
I think they hurt you.
Oh, no, I'm there to smash.
Oh, they help you.
Watch this. I'm there to get a job. Do they help me or hurt me?
Hurt you.
Hurt me. You see how that works?
Yep.
Everything in life is a double-edged sword. See? Depending on what you want out of life, you have to maneuver around. I don't make a putt. That's why I have no feelings. I don't care. I know that when I show up anywhere with Nick Rekieta's children, that people are going to look at me a certain way. I may get the cops called on me. I don't care. Those are my little babies.
Well, I would say it's a generalization, an unfair generalization, to look at someone like you, Drex, and say, you have a lot of unsuccessful friends. You hang around too many unsuccessful. That may be a generalization.
Mm-hmm.
We don't see our own generalizations. We see other people's generalizations.
Mm-hmm. I find it funny because, like I said, look, man.
Everybody has been generalized
Everybody
in one
has.
way or another. And
prime example. Have you ever not been okay? Have you ever seen like someone said something, a certain string of words that reminded you, like, I've heard this before, and then let's say you've heard it more than once. Like, let me give you an example. I'm not like other girls. You ever heard that one?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Were they like other girls?
Well, as I tell the girls, whenever they say I'm not like other guys, they say that because they're just like other guys, but they don't want you to think they're like other guys. So yeah. I'm going to generalize and say the same thing.
So here's the thing. You're going to assume that they're like everyone else who's ever said that line to you, right? The first time you heard it,
Ginger chick, thanks for the frog.
Hey, there she is. Oh, she's great.
I think this is my first ginger chick super sticker here.
Super
nice. Chat. Super chat. Empty super chat.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Thank
She actually sent me something hilarious the other day. I think she might have sent me the little meme, or someone else sent me the meme of that the whole like the pedo dudes, right? The leftist guy is always the dude who winds up getting caught up. I'm an ally, and they get caught up, and it's like, yeah, like that's a generalization, right? Of course, it's a male feminist who got busted doing something harmful to women and or children, right? Of course it was. Does that mean every single left-leaning guy is? No. But how come none of us are surprised, right? Are we ever surprised yet? No. Watch this. The guy, he was a government official, right? Was he in Belgium or something? He was an anti-gay dude, right? So like over the top, fire and brimstone. When we see someone that's fire and brimstone, what does that usually mean? They're deflecting, right?
Oh yeah.
So what did he get caught doing? Deflect and project, right? He was caught in a gay orgy that he jumped out of a window. I know you guys in the chat know about this. Here in Minnesota, we had Senator Larry Craig, right-leaning, was toe tapping in the bathroom, right? Why was he doing it? Oh, I got a last dance. No, you don't. You were looking for some man's butt. You're looking to spit in something.
I remember that. What was his excuse? It was something really.
He has a wide
really,
stance.
That's what it was.
He sits on the floor with a wide stance.
Yeah.
If you say something that insane and you believe it, I don't respect you as a human being. No, you know what you were looking for. You were looking for the D, right? Mr. Anti-gay guy is closet gay. Imagine that, allegedly. I got to say that on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, someone put toe tapping for Jesus. This is how it works, though. Jeff, I just call it like it is. This is why I say the same people. Like, do you know that some of my biggest detractors became my my best friends? Like, do you like the women in my life? This is no lie, man. The women who are closest to me today, most of them started off, they said, I didn't like you at all. They're like, Drex, I didn't like you. There's something about you that you said this, you did that. I wasn't a fan. And then if someone were to ask, well, how did that change? They said, it's because I observed him over time. And I said, oh my God, he's not what I thought.
And that's the point. We have to make generalizations to survive. But if you're generalized about, you can try to prove the generalization wrong, or the other people can eventually come to the realization that their generalizations may not be correct by doing what? Listening, opening their ears, opening their minds, and paying attention. That's it. You go, oh yeah, I don't know how many times I've heard, I thought you were a dick when I first heard you, and then when I met you I thought this, but now you're damn cool.
Yeah, I've gotten that. I got that even way back in the day. I remember going to a Hollywood video, and there was a girl that said I looked scary. I'm like, what the hell? Like, and so you start hearing these things throughout your life, right? Because when you're the big black guy, 6'6", 6'7", and people see you.
Yeah, that's totally not me.
Well, they saw the physique, right? They saw the physique, and then they thought about like the image that they see. Every time you see a black male image, especially back in the 90s and 2000s, it was always negative, right? He's always a thug or something. He's a gangbanger or whatever. And I was like, look, that's not me, right? Dean's List student every year in college. That wasn't me. I get it, right? So once again, I didn't have to like say this, right? I didn't have to sit there going, I promise you I'm not like everybody else. Because then they would have made them like, I just was who I was, and they saw who I was hanging out with. They're like, wait a minute, this guy doesn't fit everything I've been told. He doesn't fit any of it. He does. Okay, so he's not doing this. He's not doing that. He is doing this. He is doing that. Huh, Jeff? That I have to now come to the conclusion based on what I've heard about him, seen of him. He must not be what I thought he was. You see what I'm saying?
And you have to admit you're wrong to yourself.
And you admit it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair and balanced. I love that name, by the way. She has a great name.
Yeah.
That's a great great name.
And 2 questions here. Winning reality, Drex, take Nick's story into consideration. Is that the way we should teach our kids to go about finding a healthy partner to create a stable family? I don't know.
In terms of like how Nick met Lady Rackets and all that? I think that I'm going to be honest with you guys. Yes and no. Yes, on a base level, right? We talk about micro and macro, right? The problem is, and I'm sure you would agree, Jeff, the climate and the culture has become so polluted, so twisted. is that really realistic anymore, right? Dating
I don't know if it
apps.
was. I don't know if it was ever realistic to meet people on dating apps or bars or. I think
But
it's
even
just
in the real world, but think about,
it's
like this.
fucking lightning striking. If it strikes, you are one lucky son of a bitch.
That's the thing. That's all you can say is luck. Listen, I posed this question when I was on Nick's show, right? I said, for those of you who don't know, you guys are saying X, Y, and Z. How many virgins have you guys met, right? We all know when a woman's body count matters because the more partners she's had, the less likely she is to stay faithful and committed to you. So when you say these things, women get offended. I'm like, tell me I'm lying. And they're kind of like,
you're absolutely correct, and it's this, it's the same with men. I mean, I've told so many girls, it's like, oh, man, I love this guy. He left his wife for me, and now we're married, and that son of a bitch cheated on me. He's got another woman. It's like, remember when you were the other woman? You knew how he was when you met him because you were that other woman.
You were the side
Why
chick.
would you expect him to change just because you have some magic vag? The dude is hardwired that way. You knew what you were getting into. You have zero to complain about.
Absolutely. I was always being fair about that. Like, here's the thing. The fact that the best that we could say about Nick's situation is that he got lucky, I think that's a serious indictment on our culture. That it's over. Yeah. You shouldn't be able to say I got lucky. You should just like let me give you an example. Let's step outside for a second. If I tell you, Jeff, if you do X, Y, Z in this profession, you make X money, right? Mm-hmm. And then you go like this, I don't believe that's true. And then you look and you go like this, all the guys who did exactly this did that, right? You said that that's a 1-to-1 ratio. You see that by being this, by becoming this, you get this, right? Yeah. Doesn't that sound like a fair system? Yeah. You're a good guy, you're doing X, Y, and Z, or you're a good woman, you do X, Y, and Z, and you're gonna get this every time. You don't have to worry about, but what if? There is no what if. What if it was basically already ordained, right? You do these things and you're going to end up with this, right? The problem that we have now is that guys are saying, hey, I'm making good money, I'm doing this, I'm on my purpose. And the dating pool is as follows. You have a bunch of ran through thoughts, single moms, chameleons. This is the worst dating pool ever in the worst climate ever. A lot of, I think Georgia State, last I checked, had the most per capita sugar babies of any school, any university. And that's just the ones who admit it. This is going on everywhere. I tell guys all the time, these chicks are monetized. A foodie call is a form of prostitution. So let me get this straight. You used a guy for money that you have no interest in, and you used him to eat. And yeah, you want a guy to commit to you, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
I had my camera and my mic reset on me for some reason.
All right. Shitty.
Yes.
But you've seen those situations, right? Like, the foodie calls, like, but yeah, these aren't good things. Like I said, this isn't good for society. That's all I'm saying. And I tell people, I go, look, man, I can look at my own actions, right? And go like this. Yeah, there are actions that I'm doing that are bad for society. I admit that, right? And someone goes, well, Drex, why do you do them? I'm doing them to fulfill a selfish desire. Well, Drex, isn't that wrong? Yeah, it is wrong. However, I'm not justifying anything I do. I'm just saying this is what it is. Guess what, Jeff? If the system weren't so broken, if everything wasn't completely dog shit, I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have been married with kids, right? I probably would have been just Nick 2.0. You see what I'm saying? I am the natural reaction to the climate. I adapted to it. I adapted because here's the thing. In the 80-20 rule that we said is now become more like a 95-5. If I'm on the side where I get all of it without having to do anything, it's going to be pretty hard to convince a guy like me, Drex, you should settle down. It's like, you don't see this buffet? but Jeff, when someone gives you a buffet, right, a smorgasbord, it's a lot harder to commit to. Have you ever been to a buffet and gotten one item? Have you ever done that in your whole life?
No.
It's impossible, right? Like, because it doesn't make sense. Why would I come to a buffet for one item? Now watch this. It's Christmas time. You're the poorest kid in the world. Someone gives you a present. How do you treat that present?
You take care of the wrapping paper.
It is the best thing ever. But what if people, by and large, that was their experience, right? It was a village mentality of, I met this person, I was introduced by a family friend, they believe we're compatible, we got together, great, we're making this work. We're going to go off and start a family. You see how that works?
Yep.
Now with swiping, monetization, everything, it's become such a shit show, right? Me Too, everything, F boys. It's become so toxic out here in these streets that it can't be fixed. Listen, Jeff, the days it could have been fixed are long gone. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know this. I know you've come to this realization.
Well, I think there's something interesting. There's I wish I could remember the title of the book, but it was a very historically accurate book. And they were talking about how the idea that humans are monogamous is a broken idea. This until death do us part marriage is a creation from the Christian era. And at the time that this until death do us part thing was added to wedding vows, human life expectancy was 35 to 40 years old. You got married when you were 13, 14, 15. You lived together for 14, 15 years, and you died.
Yep.
When this whole until death do us part, and that nobody thought that you're going to live 20 years of your childhood. You're going to marry someone, and you're going to have to stick with them for 80 years.
Monogamy is a lie.
For 4 or 5 times longer than you've been on. The rest of your fucking 80 years are going to be spent with the same person.
Oh, God.
That was never contemplated when.
No, it was not.
Back in the day.
People's lifespan was shorter. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Let me answer this. I pose this question to women because monogamy is a lie. And, as we look throughout species, throughout the animal kingdom, I actually had a zoologist on the show, right? And we broke this down. He knows it's a lie. I think there's like 2 species in known existence that are like actually monogamous, right? Like 1 or 2. Guess what? Humans ain't it. Because if that were true, then everybody would have married their high school or junior high sweetheart.
That's a misconception, Jeff. The average, I didn't say average life expectancy. I mean, not the death to birth. I mean, the expected lifespan was expected to be 35, 40 years. We're up to, I think it's 78 years now is what we're expecting.
Oh, is it? Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But yeah, no, people died at 35, 40 years ago.
Easily.
I mean, that's when you died. You didn't live longer than that back in the Middle
actually,
Ages.
Jeff, do you remember what was a common saying back then?
Life
when you asked someone how many kids they had, you said, how many kids do you have? You know what they used to say?
What?
Had 12, 9 survived.
Yeah.
Do you remember you used to hear that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was common. Like they would say, I had this many kids, only this many made it.
Yeah.
So you lost a quarter of your kids. A quarter. That you don't hear about that anymore. That doesn't happen anymore. So, like I said, people have evolved, they've adapted. So what I'm saying is, if humans were immortal, do you believe people would be doing this holy matrimony thing?
Oh, God,
we're immortal for
eternity.
God, no. They would say, "Oh God, no." But I'm wrong. I ain't wrong, man. Really? You're gonna smash the same shit? You're gonna be with the same forever? Imagine. I've always told guys this, right? I want you to go back in time, right? There was a caveman days. You were with her. You saw Jesus crucified, right? You saw the Dark Ages, right? With the Black Death, right? You went through the Renaissance together. You saw World War I, World War II. All of this, you were with the same damn person. Could you imagine what that would be like? Can you really imagine like 7,000 years with somebody? You'd be like, holy shit, I am bored. I see all these new varieties of things that I like that look a lot better. I'm just tired of listening to you. I'm tired of dealing with you. I'd be tired of me for 7,000 years. I'd be sick of me. I'm like, man, just go away. Damn.
Life expectancy in 16th century, that's the 1500s. In the 1500s, England was 33 to 40. 18th century England, it dropped to 25 to 40. So and this is, come on, we weren't expected to be with someone for 60, 70, 80 years. And that's the thing. I know there's lots of current and former Mormons in my chat. Mormons, in the temple marriage, we marry for time and eternity. And there's bumper stickers like families are forever. And then the joke, of course, is, well, I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. You know, you know, things are a double-edged sword. And like Koreans, the idea, I mean, there's still arranged marriages in Korea. Very, 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 very few. But I mean, when I first got here in the 80s, that was still kind of a thing. I mean, I don't know if we'd say the majority, but very, very close to half, if not more than half, were arranged marriages. Mm-hmm. And in a way, I think that is more sensible than this love bullshit. When I was 23, well, I got married when I was 23. Uh-huh. I mean, when I was 16, I was in love.
Of course you were.
When I was 17, I'm like, what the fuck? You're 20. When I was 23, I knew I was in love, so I got married.
How'd that work out?
Then, yeah, and then you realize when you're 35, you're like, holy fuck, what did I know when I was 23?
That's right.
And I'll tell you, I don't regret being married. I don't regret having my son. I regret that when I was 23 and she was 21, neither of our parents slapped us upside the head and said, what the fuck do you think you're doing? You're a fucking baby. Mm-hmm. Dude, you don't. Nobody said that to us. That's what I'm upset about. But I think with the arranged marriages, you have, okay, you're going to marry this dude, and you are, and you're not. I mean, divorce just didn't exist. Mm-hmm. You're going to marry this person, and you're going to be together for the rest of your lives. Fucking work it out.
Yeah,
you were forced to deal with it. You were, and these people love each other. Because they're in these arranged marriages.
By taking away their options, right? And this is what's crazy. I've talked to a lot of women about this because they will eventually admit as such, right? They'll concede. They're like, you're right. Because by taking away their choice, they wind up being happier, right? They're happier. Because if you remove because here's the thing, if you go like this, look, why are we seeing, you know the statistics, right? The stats show that women today are more miserable than they've ever been in recorded history. They're taking more anti-anxiety, anti-depression medications. Why do you think that is, Jeff? What do you think has happened in the last, say, 60 years that made women so unhappy? Entering the workforce in droves, right?
The pressures of society.
Pressures that men, because remember, men used to be the ones that were unhappy. Mm-hmm. Imagine being a man and you're married to a chick and you got to provide for these damn kids, right? And that's where the midlife crisis came for men, right? The midlife crisis for the man was, does this make me happy? I love my kids, right? You looking at the guy's like looking, he's like, I love my kids. I kind of guess I love my wife, I guess. But am I happy though, right? Like, am I fulfilled? He's like, because think about it, Jeff, you know this. A lot of men have to sacrifice a lot of their hopes and dreams, right?
Oh yeah.
To go hit the rock to provide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He wanted to do this, he wanted to do that, but he's like, I sacrificed all of that for the greater good. Mm-hmm. And when that collapsed on him, when he's like, this is what I'm doing, right? I'm just killing myself, working all these crazy hours. My back hurts, my shoulders hurt, my hips hurt. You know, I'm sick, I'm tired, and like, and that's the thing, right, Jeff? He goes this, but what am I doing it for, right? What's the reward? I tell guys all the time, man. I've talked to a lot of guys in my Discord about this. The people in your life, if you notice, when men say they're not going to play the game, society goes after them full throttle, right? Yeah. No, you got to get married. You got to settle down. But when women say, I'm a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. I'm going to go out and have hot girl summer. You go, girl. Woo! Wait a minute. Now, obviously, this is corporate consumerism, right? They want these men to consume. They want the man to be the most dangerous thing in society is a man with nothing to lose. The next most dangerous thing in society is a free man, right? A man who's sitting around a bunch of other dudes who don't look like him going like this. Brother, we're free, high-fiving. Let's go out. Hey, Jeff, we're going to go over here, man. Let's go over there and do that, man. Nothing is holding us back. Because now, do you know who's going to be responsible for these women? The government. Mm-hmm. And that's what they don't want. Like, we don't want to be responsible for these broads. We want them busy, not on our dime. So you wind up in this scenario where now the women are having to, but remember, because a woman's midlife crisis is different, because a woman's midlife crisis is when she hits the wall, when her beauty fades. A man's midlife crisis is when he reaches, ironically, it's closer to the point where he's reached his peak earning, right? That's the irony. That's why, remember, men have midlife crisis in 40s and 50s, right? That's when they seem to go crazy back in the day, right? Women when the women hit the wall, you've seen this, right?
Yeah.
They start hitting like 30. No man, right? No marriage, no kids. They just work. They just work at a job. They go batshit. Why? Because it's over for them. It's over. If you're a woman out there right now, you're 35, 36, and you think, I'm holding out for marriage. Look, you've read about Candace Bushnell, right? Miss Sex and the City herself.
I have not.
Oh, shocking. She regrets it.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know
wait, I think there was an article a couple of years ago where she was like saying, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? Remember, no. Now, what you know what society says? Yeah, girl, you won. Remember, you're worth $18 million. You have this #1 rated show. Isn't this great? She's like, I mean, I was told this would be great, right? She's looking around like, I'm fucking alone. I'm lonely. I'm not happy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how a man feels when he's 62 years old, which is what she is? If a man is 62 years old with $18 million, no kids, no wife, how does he feel, Jeff?
I don't know. I'll never have $18 million.
But you have an idea, don't you?
I would imagine it would be okay.
It would be pretty damn great. Look, let me
It
tell
ain't
you,
bad now.
it ain't bad now, but it wouldn't be bad with $18 million, right?
No, it would not.
And that's the point. Women thought that living the same path that a man lives would make them happy. It makes them fucking miserable. Likewise, men, well, now they're just males. They've been devolved, right? They've been devolved. So now males think that being feminine is a good thing. They think getting pegged is cool. They think wearing dresses is awesome and progressive. They think going 50-50 is chic. None of this is good. And when you tell people this, they call you the bad guy. Go ahead.
Hold that thought. We'll do 3 super chats and again get right on where that leads. I don't even know what this means. Great show. Keep up the great work, says Scott Cardinal, investigative historian. Brother, hey Drex, what you think about the broken window theory?
I haven't heard of that. What is the broken window theory?
Make me Google it. God damn it. Broken window.
I may have
theory.
come across it and just didn't know.
I never heard of it. Broken window theory is the concept that each problem that goes unattended in a given environment affects people's attitudes towards that environment and leads to more problems.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I concur.
Yeah. Because is that kind of what I talked about with the maps problem?
Yeah. Well,
right?
I mean, it's one. Anybody that's ever owned a house knows one fucking thing breaks, you don't fix it, another fucking thing breaks, and then instead of fixing one thing when it breaks, suddenly you've got 20 things to fix. And you're like, how in the fuck am I going to do this?
Well, here's what's crazy. This is the crazy thing about that, right? Because cars face the similar issue, right?
Yeah.
So does your body, right? Because think about it.
Yeah.
If you have an ankle problem, what happens if you go too long without fixing your ankle problem? You get a knee problem.
Yeah.
Then what
A
happens?
hip problem.
A hip
back problem. Yeah.
And a back problem. It just works its way up. And eventually you're like the doctor goes like this, bro, like what? You're coming in now? Like I gotta fix everything, right? But now here's the craziest thing. This is why when I say this to people, I say it sincerely. The cost, the amount of effort and resources we could have used to fix this problem way back when was this much, right? Right, Jeff?
Oh yeah.
We could have fixed the problem with this much energy and effort. We could have been nipped this in the bud, and we'd be like this. Oh my God, society's flourishing again. Men and women are happy. They've come together. There's no thought culture. There's no thug culture. There's no Elliot Rodgers running around shooting up people. There's no slut walks. You go, well, damn, Drex, this society ain't half bad, is it? Right? No society is perfect, right? No society is perfect. But at least you can say, hey, man, the women are believing that they're getting a pretty good shake. The men are getting a pretty good shake. And we're not going to talk about paternity fraud. You don't even know if these kids are yours anymore. But as you sit there, you go like this. This ain't half bad. But you know where we're at now? Here's where we're at, Jeff. We didn't stop this. We didn't stop that.
Oh yeah.
We didn't stop that. We didn't stop these progressives. We didn't stop the woke liberals. We didn't. Now all of a sudden, cancel culture won't come for me. Uh-oh. Damn, it came for me too.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, oh my God, government lockdown. See, it's just more and more. It just got more. And then someone goes, what are we going to do? What are you going to do? It's over. Jeff, that doesn't make me pessimistic. It makes me realistic. You're in a foreign country. I will, when my daughter ages out, I will move to a foreign country. Do you know why? Because I know the West is a sinking ship. It's over. Nothing.
Yep.
And I do, when I say this, Jeff, when I say nothing can fix it, that's not pessimism.
Oh, no,
nothing will fix it.
Been saying for quite some time. My first timeline was, I think I started talking about it 10 years ago. It was a 25-year timeline. Now I'm down to right about a 15-year timeline where I say within the next 15 years, and maybe much sooner than that, you are going to see the second American Civil War. It will be a shooting war, whether it's along racial lines, political lines, or some other grouping. You will have an on-the-ground literal shooting war, organized or not. Will have to be something of such an incredible magnitude that everyone says, time the fuck out. We've got to reboot our entire social system, our entire political system, and start again. That's my story, and I'm sticking to that.
Here's the thing. I get where you're coming from. I used to believe that, and then something hit me. It was around the time of COVID. Because you remember, do you know who used to talk about Civil War all the time was Tim Pool? Remember, like, Civil War.
Okay, yeah.
And I remember there was a point where I thought about it. I went, I get where he's coming from with the division and all the angry and the anger and the emotionalism, right? But then it dawned on me, it won't happen. And let me explain why. People care too much about their comforts, right? Their phones, everything. Don't believe me? During the lockdowns, right? If a civil war could be possible, how come during the lockdowns no one really did anything other than got cucked, right? You see what I'm saying? Well, if your freedom meant so much to you, right? Your freedom is at risk, and all you did was say, "Okay, let me find my mask. Let me close my business that I built from the ground up, right? Let me shut it down because Nancy told me to, because whoever told me to." And then when someone says, there should be a French Revolution style uprising because the same people who shut your ass down, when you looked on TV, you know what you saw them? Oh, they were caught at lavish banquets, no mask, doing whatever the hell they wanted to do with your money, right? Nancy was over at a salon, right? She shut down your salon, right? She shut down your shit, but she's doing whatever she wants to do. If that didn't get people to say enough, I was like, oh, nothing will then. Nothing will. Look at the kind of, look, Jeff, you've been over here. You know what kind of dudes are out here. You know what kind of women out here. Mm-hmm. You think these women are going to take to the streets? Look at them. Look at what they care about. They cry on Twitter, right? Yeah. I'm going to cancel you. So someone that wants to cancel someone on social media because they said they didn't address them by their proper pronouns, you believe that person's going to grab a gun? They ain't going to do shit. I don't believe it. I just believe it's going to collapse. It'll just collapse just due to the money. Because, look, you know that the Social Security system is done, right? It's done. Welfare system is done. All the institutions, they're all done. It's over. It's over. Oh, you want to tell you how over it is, Jeff? Here's your population, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here is your demographic to pay for this population, right?
Yeah.
It's a Ponzi. Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. Just workers in general, it's a Ponzi scheme, right?
That's why you're hoping you cash out before it collapses. Yeah.
They need you to die. They need to get rid of you. They don't want to pay you. In fact, you see this in the military. Do you know what this government hates more than anything from a serviceman or a servicewoman? They hate seeing your ass come back alive. What the fuck you mean? You got your arms and legs blown off? You're alive? We got to pay for all this equipment, all these medical checks. Damn, why couldn't you just die? They don't want you alive. They hate you. All of you patriotic people, they hate you. The elites, the fact that you exist on Earth pisses off the elites. They don't even want you to exist. And when you say this and people say, that's not true, Drex.
Oh
Look
no,
at all the
that's the whole.
policies.
That's the whole thing with like the Bilderbergs and whatever you want to call it.
Rothschild,
The old idea that
Halliburton.
you have to limit and decrease the population. Decrease
That's right.
population oddly ends up with more money for the company.
Yep.
You're not taking it. Scott Cardinal says, "Did I zone out or did you skip over my super chat?" Literally go back 5 minutes. We did your broken window theory literally 5 minutes ago. we did it, and thank you for that. Thank you for the other one. Not Brendan Lesko. God, thank you so much for that very generous super chat. The thought police have turned using heuristics as something that was taught in school and people used for hundreds of years to survive into a crime. Generalization is essential. This chat is actually a request to get the baldo out on stream.
Right? Look,
we all want the baldo. We
Jeff,
know it. But,
you don't know how deeply I care about people, even when people who seem like they would be my opponent. And that includes Rubia. I actually love Rubia. I really do. Even when I disagree with somebody, I actually had this happen on Twitter, right? I don't want to call it a heated debate, but it was actually not even between me and the other guy. It was like a three-way, right? The guy, I said something. The guy didn't like what I said. He responds. And then another guy came in to defend, like, he's like, no, this is what Drex is saying. And they went on it for like the whole day, right? I was busy doing other shit, right? And I came back at the end, and this is no lie. The next day, the guy said something, I said something back, and I was like, because he basically thought I was trying to basically say black people have no accountability, right? And I told him, I go, dude, I'm agreeing with you. I'm like, you do know that we're saying the same thing. He missed the part where I said the left bears X amount of responsibility. So does the right. So do the blacks for allowing themselves to get played on both sides, right? He goes, oh, that's what you were saying? I'm like, dude, I said that the whole time. But you know how this is. When you say something that goes, they don't listen. They heard one thing they didn't like, and they go, that must mean Drex believes this. And I'm like, oh God. I'm like, dude, I regularly roast black folks. This is well known about me. Regularly do it. Whether it's a Nick stream on my own. And then people are like shocked when, like the same people who hear me say that, right? I'll start talking about cuck and back the blue simps, right? And then they'll sit there and start talking about crime stats, and I just go like this. Oh, here we go again. It's this endless loop, right? I'm like, you guys, you do understand. It's almost like fine tuning a guitar, right? It's like you do know all you have to do for us to be in alignment. This is literally all we have to do. Right? We're right there. We're just slightly out of tune, right? We just gotta go, and then everybody goes, oh my God, we're all in unison. We're on the same page.
But you don't even have to be on the same page. Just be able to go, hey, all right, you got your thing, I got my thing. We're still cool with each other, but we can't do that. It's far too many. It's like if you disagree with me, you're my enemy.
Yeah, that's something I don't like. We're not. You know where I stand on marriage, right?
Yeah.
Nick is literally on the opposite end, right?
Well, of course he is. Yeah.
And he's like, Nick will still acknowledge. This is the intersection, right? I acknowledge the benefits of my brother Nick and his marriage, right? And how that's good for society, blah blah blah, right? I can acknowledge the good. Yeah. On the flip side, because Nick is Nick can see my point of view and go, yeah, Drex, I can acknowledge the bad that you're saying too, right? Yeah. That's not my lived reality because I'm in a great marriage, right? But I understand where you're coming from. And I'm saying, yo, Nick, this is my generalization of marriage, but I can look at you as an outlier saying, this is what should be much more aspired to. You see what I'm saying? And that's where we intersect and we see, oh, and then what do? We break down what is the root cause. Jeff, it's the system is the cause. The government in the lives of men and women is what caused all this. The way that you fix the problem is getting the government out of the lives, and then the men step up by being the best version of themselves, and the women step up to do the best version of themselves. But here's another thing, Jeff. There has to be an exchange, right? You can't have two dudes in a relationship. And I'm not talking about homosexuality. What I'm referring to is the modern woman is trying to be a dude, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm the boss chick. And the guy's going, well, that's what I do. That's my role. Who said anything about gender roles? It's like, oh gosh, she's indoctrinated. And then you go like this. So if the guy goes, this is true fact. If a guy walks into a woman who's a boss chick, right? And she goes, I'm an alpha female. I'm a boss chick. I make X amount. And the guy goes up to goes to this. Oh, that's fine. I'll stay at home with the kids. What's she going to say, Jeff?
The hell you will.
No, you ain't. No, you ain't. You need to make more than me. Wait, so you want equality, but you want the man to make more than you so he can basically retire you so you can be saying, do you see how insane this sounds? Do you see how fucking insane this is? And so when you point this out, and people, when they get out of their feelings, they go, yeah, he's right. That's literally what's happening. Women are showing up saying, I work and do X, Y, and Z. And the guy goes, but that's what I do. Something's got to give. And the man says, I want you to be the Lady Rackets. I want you to be my Lady Rackets. I don't want to be Lady Rackets. I want to go to work and have my own money. It's like, okay, so, and then you know what happens? She goes, he's intimidated by me. He's not intimidated. The men just don't want to deal with you. I'm sure you've been there, right, Jay?
Oh, yeah.
Chicks who say that you're intimidated. It's like, you're not intimidated at all.
No.
He's like, I just don't want to deal with you.
I don't give a shit about you. Yeah.
I said, I don't care. I'm not going to sit here and fight and argue with you. Why would I deal with a woman I'm going to argue with when I can deal with this woman right here? Who have you heard about this new thing? Passport bros. It's something that's blowing up in the black community. You heard about that?
No.
Black men in droves are starting to finally wake up. They've been stuck in the matrix for too long. They finally have awakened, and they're getting their passport and leaving these German shepherds behind, right? And they're dating out, marrying out, and living abroad, right? Building connections. And who do you think is mad? German shepherds and their beta male simp enforcers.
There you go. I'm 39 and have seriously considered going to get my certificate to teach English in Korea because I don't see any prospects here in the U.S.
There are no prospects.
Drifter wannabe.
There's virtually no. This is no lie, man. Jeff, there's virtually no marriageable women. In fact, they've done study after study. They've actually proven what I say is true. And in the flip side, they've asked women about what they want in a man. I don't know if you ever. For those of you who don't know, shout out to my man Joker, a better bachelor. He made a video about this because he covered the article. The man modern women are looking for doesn't actually exist.
Ideals never exist, and that's people want ideals.
There's no. It's not even. They're so delusional, right? Have you ever? I'm sure Andrew has told you about this, right? The female delusion calculator. Have you ever heard about that?
No,
you haven't.
You're
killing me, Smalls. So if you Google it, there's something called the female delusion calculator, right? It is the most beautiful thing in the world. It shows that women are completely irrational and delusional. And when you pull it up, you ask women, what do they want, right?
Age, race, minimum height, minimum income.
Now, you know what? Hold on. Now, pretend that you're a woman. You can actually do this live on the stream. Pretend you're a modern woman. So you know what these women say. He has to at least be 6 foot tall, right?
Oh, this is what you're looking for. Okay, what are the chances to find the man of my dreams?
Yep.
Live search. I'd say you'd want them to be 35.
You pick a number, like you're the woman right now. So pretend that you're the woman, and they're 35 in whatever age range, right? Now what height?
Exclude married, race.
Just pick a race. Pick a race, or you can say any.
I'm gonna say any shade or color.
It's better if you pick one because when you pick one, it really gets more absurd. But we'll just say for the sake of argument, no race. He could be anything, right?
Yeah.
What height does he need to be?
Minimum height 6 foot. Exclude obese.
Yep.
Minimum income, gonna say 150.
That's right.
Open. Find out.
All right, and then go ahead and put that on the screen so these delusional chicks can see this.
All right, StreamYard. These are the results. I got standards, bro. Female delusion calculator.
That's right.
Not married. Any race, at least 6 foot tall, not obese, earning at least 150 a year.
What's probability?
0.11%.
1. And you know what they say? Hold on. Look, this is for everybody who used to watch Kevin Samuels. Tell me I'm lying if you guys are in the chat. Kevin Samuels told these women, oh, you see the cat bags at the bottom?
Yeah, I was reading that, see what that said.
That's your future. You're going to be a cat lady. You can't make this up.
My husband. You got this picture from your wife, and we're going to be divorced. Click here. Woohoo! Yeah, don't go. All right. Well, Drex, what are your thoughts, asks Jane Doe, on women with no body count but compensated with porn until marriage? They might be more open to using the baldo with the hubby.
I'm okay with that because here's the thing. Let's be honest. Men and women are still sexual creatures, right? They're sexual beings.
Yeah.
This is where people get confused, right? Because I've made comments and people got offended, and I said, look, let me make this clear. A woman who has dirty, kinky, nasty thoughts, that does not make her a hoe. Do you know what does make her a hoe? A 304? What makes her a 304 is when she enacts that in the real world on every Tom, Dick, Jerry, Tyrone, Chad, whoever. You see what I'm saying? That's how you rack up the body count. How do you rack up a body count if you haven't done anything, right? If you just you're on the hub like this, rubbing one out. Oh my God, I have all these desires of Christian Grey. That doesn't make you a hoe. You see what I'm saying? But if you went out there and someone goes, I got you on the you know, was the jumper podcast, and you're on there like what's her face? Who's that chick that I can't stand? They had no. There's a chick on there that Selena Powell and her friend. You can find the video. Just type in like Selena Powell or like friend Phoenix Suns. I can't make this up, Jeff.
She's annoying.
She goes into detail about how she got with the team, bro. The team. That's 304 behavior. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. If you've been on dating apps as a female, just getting random dudes, right? You got a bunch of one night stands. And this is, let me explain why this is important. Because people, I tire when women keep talking about double standards, right? Women look for social proof and credit in a man. So if a man has a body count of 4,000 and no woman is able to lock him down, and then they see, let me give you an example. Everyone knows that Leo DiCaprio has been with countless models and everything, right? We all know this.
Young ones.
Let me ask you this, Jeff. What do you think would happen if Leo DiCaprio showed up with one woman and it was like, yeah, this is my wife. We're pregnant with my first child. Everyone, the whole world stops, right? Like, wait, what? The ultimate bachelor, Leo. Now, here's what we have to know about her, right? What do you think she's going to look like? Just take a guess. How do you think she's going to look? Leo DiCaprio, settle down.
Going to be super young and hot.
Yep. Is she going to have some reputation? Is she going to be on Instagram as a turbo thought, anything like that? Or you think she's going to be some gorgeous woman that no one's ever heard of, right? Nice and sweet. And everyone's going to be like, and do you know what every woman's going to say? How did you get Leo? We all threw the box at him and that didn't work. What happened? How did you get him?
I didn't throw the box at him.
I didn't. I don't care about movies. I didn't even know who he was. Because I bet you at some point he probably went like this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hypothetical. Leo meets this woman. He's remember, he's Italian, right? Yeah. He's over in Italy. He sees some gorgeous girl working at like her dad or uncle's little cafe or something, right? And she just serves him, just kind of like, hey, no, hello, or whatever. And he's kind of looking at her like, holy shit, like, who is this? Let's just say in this small town, the immediate people don't know he's Leo DiCaprio, right? Because you know Hollywood celebs, like they have disguises, they have a hat.
Yeah.
Is that Leo? I don't think that's him. No, he wouldn't be here, right? And let's just say she has no clue, right? She's a village girl, whatever. She's just living her life. Leo starts talking to her, starts to pursue, starts to kind of make, starts to hone in, right? This is how men think. One track mind. Hone in. He wants to get some intel about her. What about her? I need to know. Does she have a reputation? Everyone's like, no, she's 100% pure. She does, she's not in the streets. She's a church girl. Body count is 0. She's a model citizen. She helps out with the homeless, at the soup kitchen. Do you know what Leo is thinking? Okay. Let me start talking. And then what happens? He's going to go talk to the father, right? The father does not care about Leo's body count. The mother doesn't care. No one cares because he's a fucking man. What they care about is provision, protection, guidance.
Yes.
Right? That's his primary function. Therefore, all of Leo's body counts helps him get the woman.
Yep.
It's the opposite of women. This is why I hate when they try to say, well, men's body count, men do it too. We're not doing that. Just like a short man has a tough time dating versus a tall woman, right? Both of them experience the same thing, right? If you're a woman who's 6'4", your dating life is rough, right?
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah.
A 6'4" man is happy. God, shit, this is easy. If you're a guy and you're, 5 foot even, it's rough, bro. I feel for you. It's rough. 5 foot woman, wow, this is easy, because women want men who are better than them, right? Taller, bigger, everything. Almost every guy is taller than 5 foot, right?
Yeah.
Damn near. So this is great for her. This is how things work. And what happened is when these Rockefellers put you women in these positions of power, put you in workforce, you don't view the average man as worthy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened, right? In fact, you can prove it.
Statuesque Miss says, yeah, I'm a 6'2" female and men are just scared.
Yeah, she's 6'2". You know what? Now, here's the thing. I always applaud tall women. Like, my daughter's going to have it rough. She's going to have it real rough. I'm not joking, man. I think my daughter might be approaching 6 foot tall, and she just turned 12 a week ago.
Yeah,
It's going to be rough.
One of my best friends.
She stole my genetics, right? It is what it is.
Yeah, one of my best friends.
Like,
His daughter was 6'2" at 14 years old.
Jesus.
Yeah, looked like she was like 29. And I said, I don't know how you do this. I would lock her in a room till she was 35. Not because she has done anything wrong, but because I know what every fuck that doesn't know she's 14 is thinking watching.
Yeah. Here's what kills me.
I would shoot myself or shoot a bunch of people.
If this were an alternate universe, I could go back in time. That's what I would have preferred, right? Because I was the guy, once again, I was the tallest kid in school, right? And there just weren't really, 6'2", bro. Yeah. It's tough. She knows, man. It's tough. Like if you're a woman at 6'2", most guys are like, oh, it is what it like.
But see, I've been in the land of short women for so long.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 5'11".
Just
when
so
I
can,
can,
6 foot.
I'm 5'10" and a half. I'm saying 5'11". I've already cheated. If I got the Doc Martens out, I'm 6'11".
Yes. Oh God, get the Prince still platform shoes out, right?
Yeah. I've been in the land of women, short women, so long that looking a woman directly in the eyes is one of the hottest things I can imagine.
Yeah.
Just not having to bend down to kiss or to look someone in the eye is a huge thing.
Well, I have another reason why I have such an appreciation for tall women. This actually doesn't get talked about. I literally just had this conversation 2 weeks ago with Ty Beard, right? I'm talking to Ty about this. And I said, Ty, I want you to do something for me. I want you, because he showed me a picture of some, like, there was like okay, I didn't grow up in that era, so I don't know the Charlie's Angels chicks, right?
Yeah.
So it's the one who's not Farrah Fawcett, the one who I believe was clearly the most attractive one, right? I don't remember.
The brunette or the blonde?
Brunette. Do you remember her name?
Kate.
He showed me her picture, and I went, wow.
Oh, yeah. Kate, what
Stunning.
the hell was her name?
And she was the tall one. Some of short girls are fun.
Not the new ones.
Yeah. It's the old one from the 70s. And he showed me, man. I said, here's the thing. Because she's a taller woman. I think she's like 5'9" or something like that. A much taller woman. Because my
Kate Jackson.
Kate Jackson, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
And this chick was hot, bro. Wait, what was the other one's name? Why does that sound not the right one? Maybe I got it wrong.
There was
There
Kate.
should have been three Charlie's Angels.
There's Farrah Fawcett, Kate Jacqueline Smith is one you're probably.
That's the one, Jacqueline Smith. Yeah, that's always a Kate didn't sound right. Yeah, Jacqueline Smith. So she's hot. Right?
Yeah, she had her
she's a smoke
posters.
show. Yeah. She's definitely a smoke show, right? And so I'm talking to Ty about this, because Ty was like, "Yo, man, I think she might be like 6 foot." I'm like, "Really?" So we looked it up. I think she was like 5'9" or something like that, right? So I'm thinking about this. I said, Ty, did you ever notice throughout your life tall women are much nicer? You ever notice that? How many times have you who's met a mean tall woman, right? I haven't. I've never heard that in my life. Like, I met this girl.
Unless you're a
she's
basketball
16.
player in Russia.
You right? Yeah. Other than that, though, right?
Yeah.
Do you know why tall women they have to be nice, right?
It's like all fat people are funny, that kind of thing.
Yeah, right. Chris Farley days. But the thing is, for the women,
that's Jacqueline Smith.
Yeah, that's the chick. Yeah. Ty Beard was like, because Ty Beard was like, yo, she still looks good today, man. And I said, for the tall ladies out there, right? And they're so insecure. They're painfully insecure. Because remember, since most dudes aren't their height, right?
Yeah.
They look awkward, they're gangly, they don't look comfortable in their body, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I think would like benefit tall women is if they found the tall men, right? And that dude, almost like Cinderella, right? Took the tall, insecure girl and put her in some damn heels, right? Those come fuck me heels, right? Make her look sexy.
Did you watch the new Battlestar Galactica?
No. Is there a tall chick in that?
Oh, like the one that had Edward James Olmos in it playing Commander Adama.
Who?
Edward James Olmos played Commander Adama.
I need pictures, man. You know I'm visual. The baldos visual, I'm visual too, man.
You watched the original Battlestar Galactica in the 70s?
Nope. The only like when it came to sci-fi, I watched all the hardcore stuff that was in the theaters, like the movies. I was never a show guy.
Ah. Let's see.
She has quite the name, though.
Edward James Olmos. You know, you know him. Hang on, we got to do a 2-layer here. Edward James Olmos. Bring you up here with Edward James Olmos. Here's Edward James Olmos's pictures. That's Edward James Olmos.
Oh, okay.
You should know him. He's in a shit ton of movies.
Yep, I've seen that
But
face.
the chick. God dang it! Someone give me the name here. Battlestar Galactica.
Someone said Katie Sackhoff.
No, Katie Sackhoff. She was in there, but Trisha Helfer. No, that's not her.
Starbuck. Someone says Starbuck from new Battlestar Galactica.
No, that's we need the Cylon chick. God damn it.
Oh, I see Memento Mori says he's 5'9", which is considered short for a man. No. So for Mr. Mori, 5'9" is actually taller than average for a man. The average man's height is around 5'8", so you're taller. This is where women's standards are, man. They've this notion that, look, I'm going to go ahead and go ahead and red pill these women out here.
Mm-hmm.
All you ladies looking for a man who's 6 foot or taller, 15% of the entire male population on Earth is 6 foot or taller, right? 15%. So as soon as you go to let's say 6'2", right? You're now at around, 10%, right?
Yeah.
That means 9 out of 10 men that you will find on Earth will be under 6'2". So this whole thing where you hear these women, he has to be, because this is usually a result of them getting smashed by college athletes, right?
Yeah.
And they say he has to be 6'2" at least. You're probably with basketball players or football players in college. Once again, this is why you don't want the sexual revolution in liberation, for this reason. Because now when a guy is not 6'2", she's like, well, he ain't nothing. Or they'll say, there's no guys that want me. No, there's no guys that you want that want you. All the other guys are invisible. Had you not been with those guys who are 6'2", you'd have met a guy who's 5'9", 5'8", and you would have been perfectly happy. Shout out to the Asian and Latino communities. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know that someone actually had a meme of that? I think that would really help out a lot of women. I think I pray I saved it. Please tell me I saved this shit. Dear God. It was the best thing ever.
This is Trisha Helfer. She's 5'11" and she wears these massive heels all the time. So yeah, she can be intimidating.
Yeah, buddy.
5'11", 6-inch heels. That's doable.
Oh, it's more than doable. Oh shit! Look, guess what? I forgot that I saved the thing, so it was on my Twitter. Check this out.
All right.
That's great. That's for you. I did save it.
Hang on, where we got here? Can I open this?
Oh yeah. This is safe to open.
Okay.
Check this out. This is for all the women out there.
All right.
This is the red pill for women right here.
Women want a man who's 6 foot with a good job, beard, and muscles. Meanwhile, their dads look like this. Be humble like your mother.
Yep. Tell me I'm lying though, right? Be honest. The women who
nice.
say it the most, right?
Yeah.
Is that not what their dads look like? Be honest.
Yep.
You
Pretty
meet their
much.
dad, and you're like, oh, this guy, hell, pleasure to meet you. And yet they're like, he has to be 6'5". You're like, your mom is your mom is sitting here chilling with this man. She's spent her whole life with this man, living here. Life is good, right? They raised you and your brothers and sisters. And yet you're chasing a man who either doesn't exist or doesn't want you. Jeff, you just proved it. 0.11%, right? Now watch this. You said every race of man, right? You said any race of man that fit that description. What if you just changed one thing and said he has to be black or white or Latino or Asian, right?
Oh, you decrease that number exponentially.
It's now like what was it?
Yeah.
It'd be like a millionth of a percent, right? Do you see how insane this is? For those of you who don't know, go look on the Fresh and Fit podcast. I think they do a great job of highlighting how delusional they are, because these women are like, oh, he better be a baller, he better be this, and they start describing what they're looking for, and they're like, Fresh even looking at them like, this man will never commit, right? Because so Jeff, let's step back for a second.
Yeah.
If a man is that 0.11% man, right? So he is 6 foot, whatever.
He don't need your ass.
He makes $150,000 a year. He has no children. He's not obese. Okay, that means he's so rare. Every woman wants him, right? Have Leo DiCaprio. Have George Clooney, right? So if all the women want the one guy, and women have sexual liberation and the birth control pill, right? And there's dating apps. Jeff, tell me what a guy who fits that description is going to do. Is he going to commit?
Hell no.
Hell no. So when women ask me this stupid question, Drex, don't you want to settle down? Why? If the only thing you offer is this, because you chicks can't cook it. Look, I've talked about this, Jeff. Most men that you will meet today can cook better than the women. They can keep a house better than the woman. They earn the money. So they look at the chick like, what do you offer me? And the chick's kind of look like, nothing. But see, nobody, they call you a misogynist for saying that, right?
Sure.
It's just the truth. Most guys can cook better. The best chefs in the world are what? Men or women? Top chefs.
Men.
They're all men. Even the bakers. You would think, well, man, remember, women, and there's more female bakers in general, like, your aunts, your grandmas, all that stuff. You look at that. Who's the best? Damn, it's a dude again. Everything. It doesn't matter what it is. The best soldier, the best basketball player, the best,
Well, and I think
Google?
chef and baker is, I mean, that's not a genetic thing. That's someone who has said, I am sacrificing my family life, my home life, my hours to my profession. He's not the one that goes, oh, I want to have this leave. I want to have 6 months off to have a baby. Oh, I don't want to work weekends, evenings, nights. He's the one that says, I'm sorry, family, I got to do this. He sacrificed himself.
Absolutely. I sent you something else. What I sent you, that was, I had to finally find the male feminist thing.
Okay.
That's a shout out to Rubia for the generalization. I saw Rubia said her friend actually.
I don't even know what that means, and I don't want to know it. Secretly wants to be my lady racket. No, I don't. I don't want to be anybody's lady racket. I want my own lady racket. And again, not Brandon. Let's go. 304 is a female who's been through a lot of chickens and baldos.
Oh man, it's wild though, man. But like you see, I was making that comment about the tall ladies. I saw Rubia had put something in the chat, and I really appreciated that she put that. I guess she knows a friend of hers who got married. I think she said, correct me if I'm wrong, Rubia. Did you say she's 6 foot or 6'2"? I think 6 foot, right? 6 foot, and she wears heels, right? The thing is, and she said it best, right? Shout out to Rubia for this. She said, the guys who were intimidated by her, that's not the guy she ended up with. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The guy who looks at you and goes like this, I value that. That is sexy. Because a lot of these tall women are so insecure. And it's like, either he's a shorter dude with crazy confidence, or he's a taller dude with crazy confidence. He's like, I want that. I want the tall chick. I don't look. If I could, go back in time, I never was that. I was not the tall guy. A lot of tall guys love the short women. Like that's their thing.
Yeah.
I have openly said that is not my thing. Now, will I settle for that? Sure. I mean, I'm a guy, right? I mean, that chick is 5'2", and she's like, hey, yes or no? Damn, you look good. Sure.
Everybody's the same height laying down.
Laying down, all you chicks are the same. Right? So that's the thing. Wait, the ball wasn't banned. Where the hell is the ball?
Been banned.
Here's what's crazy. Jeff, do you know I used to have it right? It used to be sitting right here, right?
Yeah.
I packed it in my bag when I was traveling, but I didn't have time to use it. So it's actually in my. Hold on, where's the bag at? I think it's in the room. Yeah, the bag is right over there. So yeah, the baldo is definitely here. And look, when you're gonna
7
get
hours in, the slip is the baldo real quick.
Oh, these guys, hold on, give me one fucking second while you read the next chat.
All right, let's see. Also from Brandon Lesko, we got Brandon Lesko and not Brandon Lesko here. How do we get to play at least part of the Hot Crazy Matrix video? Oh, some other time. I think our outro here is going to be the baldo, because before we came on, I was talking with Drex about video games and things, and how the worst thing was when I hear the 4 a.m. garbage cart, the street sweeper drive past my window and realize, holy shit, I've been up all night. Well, the street sweeper just drove past my window. It's 4 a.m. and I have to be awake in 3 hours. Oh, God. Yeah, so there's that. Now you're making Drex work. He's coming back. But I guess on the way out here, while we won't waste a lot of time wrapping it up a little bit later. But hey, we've got 601 likes. Everybody, if you haven't liked the video yet, like it. If you haven't subscribed to the Migtown podcast, go do it now. Get some more of Rex. Give him give him a fair shake. If you've stuck through this long, you're safe. You're in. And hopefully this has been a stream to let people know that not everybody is as scary and bad as they first seem. It's a generalization thing, Rubio. Maybe this. I hope this stream here with Drex has realized that he's not the male chauvinist, woman hater. He doesn't join the Little Rascals Woman Haters Club. It's a thing. It's a life. It's a respect thing. It's knowing your worth. Making sure that women know their worth. And what are you doing? Drex like bouncing off things. What are you doing? Welcome back. All right, Farron, are you still here? Yep, Farron's still here. Farron gets to see the baldo live.
Oh, she doesn't know?
She's still here. No, we got off on a sidetrack a couple of weeks ago, and we watched a lot of the promotional videos. And
oh, I'm so happy for her.
Yeah, we visited the site, watched the.
I think Farron is married. Isn't she she's on the West Coast or something, right? I think I remember seeing her on one of Nick's streams during the Depp trial, right?
Yeah, Farron is sort of in your neck of the woods, in Chicago currently. She says used to be on the West Coast, East Coast.
I remember she said something about like a major city. But yeah, look, I got with me Farron. Shout out to our girl Farron Balance.
She was sufficiently horrified at the. Just at its existence, looking at the pictures. Then we went on Nick's stream a couple of days after that, and we watched all of the testimonials with the British guys, and of course they were all Brits.
They're always British, British or German, right? I mean, look, I think every day for all my white people who go out to explore things that no one else is going to explore, right? Because Crocodile Hunter could only be an Australian guy, right? You ever think about that?
Yeah.
You've been around black people. Black people ain't doing none of that shit, right?
They're not going swimming and fucking with alligators.
Yeah, look at you like, man, bro, we are not getting in that water, man. Like, crikey, look at him, mate. Man, you look at you. Look, tell any black dude you know to jump in a damn crocodile infested water. Look at you like, man, you got me fucked up. However, the one group of people who will do that it's always there. That's why you know that show Ridiculousness, when you see all these like crazy videos of people trying crazy stunts. It's a white dude. Because
90% of the time.
It's because black
99%
dudes
of
will
the
look at something and be like, nah, fam, I'm good. But that's just how it is. You know, it's just how it shakes. But like, I'm sitting here with these rings. Hold on, I got to have one text real quick. It's about work. As I prepare this baldo extravaganza, I do got the ring. So as you guys know,
Jesus Christ on a cross! What's the size of that thing?
No. So this ring is better than the engagement ring, the suffering, and the marriage ring. This is the baldo ring, and you're gonna have to squeeze this on. Look, you see how that squeezes? You gotta. They give you two of them though, right? See, so you get two, depending on what your size is, right? You gotta go ahead and slide those up, right?
Now, according to the testimonial, shaving and oiling is important.
Oh yeah. You got to make sure that you are manscaped, right, and glistening. Hey, did you like the little spit shine that they had, where it goes like this and it goes ding? It's like a little spit shine to it. Let me see.
Oh Lord.
Let me see.
There's no way I'm still monetized. I gotta check this out.
All right. So, without further ado, I had to brush off a piece of that lint.
Oh, I don't care what you brushed a piece off the dill. I don't want to hear about it.
No. Remember, it hasn't been used yet. So,
so you say.
So for all the ladies out there, right? So this is a shout out. This is a special shout out to my girl Rubia, Embers Fox.
Yep, we are limited in our ads.
One and only to Fair and Balance. Farron, do not worry. I know this seems boring to you. Gray is boring for me. However, the only other color was pink, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. So, when I found my calling in life, I found the baldo. And so what you need to do, ladies, is that you see this right here? So as the baldo sits here, you have your balls in here, right? So you slide this up.
How much does that stretch? Oh, not enough.
No. Because it has to have them squeezed.
Yeah.
They got to be hard, right? So the dude. So I want you ladies to imagine this, right? So the dude is inside, whether he's going in.
Farron. She's sending hearts.
So the plan is the plummets. Look, we know these are the washers, right? These are the washers. So they modified the washer into a sex toy. So what you got to do is you got to take the baldo, right? You take that baldo. Your left and right ball go in here, right? So when you pull it up, right? So when you're manscaped, you pull it up, and you get the rings down to make sure that you keep them in, right? And when you keep these in,
like is it the Maasai women that have like all the rings on their necks?
Yeah. We're doing something brand new, man. And so when your balls are stuck in that position, right? They're cinched, right? You have this. So Farron, I want you to think about this, right? You're a lady, and you wanted DP, right? Double penetration, but you don't want to cheat on your man, right? You're not that kind of girl, but you want the experience. When he has this baldo, he gives you the pleasure of two men, right? Regardless of what hole you want this to go in, is irrelevant. What matters is that he has the ability to give you the pleasure you seek. Double the pleasure, in fact, right? So as long as he has a working penis, get him a pill if he needs it, and then he puts his balls in this, seals his balls with these rings as needed. Maybe you need.
How tiny is the guy? No, the dick doesn't go in that. No. That's the ball sack. The dick stands above it. It gives you two dicks.
Do you see this? Does that? Well, who is this? The real.
That doesn't say the dicto. This does not say the dicto.
This says the baldo. Wait, hold on. Do we have something that can stick? Wait, let me see if I have something that can simulate balls. I got money, panties, nothing. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, I'll tell you what I can do. I can use these to pretend these are balls. So look. Hold up. I'm about to hold up. This motherfucker right here. So your balls are in the baldo, right? You see that? And then, damn, I would stand up. That if I stood up, that would demonetize. So
Scare the children away.
So you got your balls in here, right? And they're cinched. And she says, yeah, Daddy, I want double vag. Well, you imagine your member is here because your balls are hanging, right? And you just go ahead and slide that baldo in, and it's going in with the DP. Or maybe you're into something a little kinkier that night, and she wants anal and vaginal, right? And you go ahead and you slide that in, regardless of what hole you need. So you got 2 Ds. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look at this.
Yeah, I'm done looking at that. Next. Ah, dear.
This is beautiful, man. Look, this is an educational stream.
It is.
Look, man, y'all better get this baldo, man. Y'all are playing games. Wait, did you send the link in the chat? The baldo link?
I did not, but it's I believe it was just something like baldo.uk or something. Baldo, it's baldo.com.
Yeah, look, man, it's real simple.
Yeah.
Oh God, man. The chat is hilarious, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh no, so yeah, Stray Cat. You gotta remember though, because it's putting balls in. Here's what you gotta remember. Look at the space. It doesn't matter how big they are. They're forced to fit.
And as Farron and I discovered in our research, apparently it gives you something called a ballgasm.
Yeah. Look, you get a ballgasm. Now, I saw Stray Cat say something, right? Stray Cat Sway. That's Stray Cat. Let's be honest. Have you ever wanted to hear your man say, "Oh shit, maybe that came deep. That was deep."
Mom, can you pick me up?
That was a ballgasm. Look, man. I tell people this because, like, here's the thing. When you come to a certain point in life, bad decisions don't even sound as bad as they should, right?
No,
Jeff, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know when you're
Yeah.
sitting there and someone says something like I'll give you an example. You're over in Korea. Let's say someone invites you to go to Pattaya on Walking Street, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're in Thailand. At some point, someone's going to ask you to watch the show, right?
Yeah. Watching women corrupt the morals of donkeys.
Yeah, you start seeing animals. You start seeing
Ping
them
pong balls, yeah.
bottles, and and you start going, I shouldn't. But what led you to go down that route? It was the morbid curiosity, right? You went, well, I mean, I only live once, right? And when you get in there, and you're like, I didn't know I needed that, but I needed that. Just like a ballgasm.
I always wanted to see a dog fight until I saw my first dog fight.
Oh, that's not good.
And then I'm like, yeah, I didn't want to see a dog fight. So I'm pretty sure that anything to do with the baldo would be like watching the first dog fight.
But here's the thing, though. In a dog fight, you see flesh ripped apart and animals hurt. In this, I mean, shit, you see flesh ripped apart.
And just yourself hurt. You know.
You can still end up seeing the same thing.
Yeah.
If you didn't properly manscape and that shit chafes and it gets... Can you imagine a baldo gets stuck?
That's why I was asking how much it stretches. It just looks bad.
Yeah, like, here's the thing.
It does not look comfortable.
I promised myself I wouldn't even try it until it was time, right? So that's why this still hasn't been used. Yeah. I didn't want to be the dude because I am that guy. I have to, I have to really hone in and resort back to the Lord Jesus, right? And I have to keep myself a level of sane, because if I don't, I'll do something like this. I'll look at the baldo and go like this. Damn, let me go shave my balls real quick. And then let me go spit shine my balls real quick, right? And I'll sit there and have an idea and be like, I just got to put this on. Do you know why this is a problem? Jeff, if I have to put on the baldo, I would rather it be in a sexual situation. Do you know why that is? Because I'd be off of work. You see what I'm saying? What you don't want to happen, right, is to be like this. Yeah, man, I gotta go to work. I gotta do something. Like, you have something to do, right? Yeah. And you're like, let me just try this on because I'm gonna use it later. You try this shit on and pull up a ring or two, and you get stuck. Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, man. Because here's the thing: this is not easy to cut off of a human, right? If you think about, imagine you got stuck They
Is it
need to
like
get-
silicone or?
Yeah, it's like a silicone polymer kind of.
Okay.
So like, this part doesn't squeeze much at all because, of course, it
All
needs to penetrate.
Okay.
But the rest of it is pretty flexible. But some put ball asphyxiation.
Farron says, I think if I ever saw a man walk out with this contraption around their balls, I'd be crying in laughter. Some low-hanging dick with 2 peach grapes coming out of the side. I am deceased.
Look, Farron, you better stop that, okay? You better stop challenging me. Damn it. Challenge accepted. Look, if it wasn't for the fact that we were into the 7th hour, I would just go ahead and demonetize the stream and do the stand-up. And
Yeah.
look, Jeff, you need to have a like. Okay, would you agree that like without laughs in the bedroom, it's not really worth it?
Oh, no. No,
You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, you know, when
Yeah.
when it's, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this is the reason why like the whole paying a professional just never quite worked for me, because I was like, it takes away that element, right?
There are times when sex just needs to end, not in an orgasm, just in side-splitting laughter.
Yeah, it's actually hilarious. Like, it'd be something like you say or do.
Yeah.
I remember I was actually in Colombia, right? And Miss Colombia, to this day, she always gives me shit, right? She calls it, I think she calls it the insertion face, right?
Okay.
And I wasn't ready for it, right? And I was like, you know, because you know how these chicks are. They brag they're tired, or they brag about their vag. Every guy's just going, yeah, I heard this before. In the same way that women get tired of hearing about dudes talking about how big they are, right? They're like, yeah, I've heard this before. But when it lives up to the hype, it's like this. We were in the hot tub, right? And I was like this. Now, you know, you hear all the stories, right? You're not supposed to do X, Y, and Z. Hot tubs.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't get the memo. I just do what I do. Doesn't matter what country, right?
You survived a hot tub in Thailand or in Colombia. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I can just see you walking through like a CDC chamber, like psh,
Yeah, man.
decontaminating.
Yeah, I sat there and something just told me it ain't gonna be like that. Oh, and I ended up having and she caught it. She caught it, right?
Yeah.
And I tried to cover it up, be like, oh yeah. Just kind of like move my head or whatever, right? But because she caught it, you know, women never let anything go, right?
Yeah.
So she will always, at random times, bring them like, oh God, okay, you just let it go. All right, I admit, you know what I'm saying? It was good. You know, what do you want me to say, right? And I think back to like what Theron is saying, right? A guy walking out naked with the baldo. And I mean, I'm going to take it a step further.
No, don't.
I hereby swear, me, Drex, I swear to fair and balance. You will not only get, I might have to have Theron for the baldo review because I'm going to do a review video, right? I will even go a step further. I might have to, in my next appearance at a swing club, walk out with the baldo. I'm going to do it just for her. I might even wear like a fair and balanced like t-shirt or something. You know what I'm saying? Like if you need legal advice after some shit I'm about to do tonight, you hit up my girl fair and balanced, right? Look, I'm trying to have a baldo revolution, Jeff. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't you want to have a world where guys have ballgasms? Yeah. I hope you told your son. Son, but is that thing CDC approved? It's because here's the thing: when you do something absurd, you can't help but laugh, and it lightens the mood. And by lightening the mood, people get loose, right? Literally. And so you wind up in these scenarios where, like I said, you got to remember the only reason why I have the baldo is because I have a Discord full of degenerates like Koopa who's still slaying goblins, right? And someone said, "Yo, Drex, you hear about the baldo? What the hell are you talking about?" So I had never heard of this thing, right? And then I watched the video and I was laughing hysterically, right? That video is God tier.
Yeah.
And see, there are lesser people in the world who watch that video and say, that was funny. That's just not for me. That's too weird. And then there's me. And I couldn't get the baldo out of my mind because they said, I never had a ballgasm and I never had one. And so I started thinking about like my life choices, right? And I was like, well, I mean, I'm 39. I could die tomorrow. But what if I die without a ballgasm? I mean, like, don't you want to be like whether you go to the lake of fire or the helly gate, the pearly gates? Don't you want to be able to say, you know, no one else here had a ballgasm, but I did, right? Like, you could.
I'm pretty much guaranteeing nobody in heaven's had a ballgasm.
Yeah, but like, that's the thing. Like
in hell, he's like, you sit down.
Yeah, but I mean, like you have dreams and aspirations, and then this comes into your life, right? Like you look at it, and
you look like Jeff's about to unsubscribe.
oh, these guys are killing me. These guys are killing me. And it's crazy because, like, you know, when someone says, you know, you remember that Monty Python movie, right? I think that was like was it the Gift of Life or the Way of Life or whatever?
The Meaning of Life.
The Meaning of Life, yeah.
Yeah.
My man literally smashed and fell right into his deathbed, right?
Yep.
Jeff, don't you aspire to be that guy? Like, look, I have a good heart. I got, you know, my organs are right. My BMI is right. But if for some reason I end up being some fluke and there was some untreated condition I never knew I had because they couldn't catch it at my physical, I want to be the guy who dies with the baldo on. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want them to donate my body to science. You know what I'm saying? Like, baldo I was going to say in hand, but in balls, right? And I want them to cup the balls. Because, I mean, you know when you go in for a physical?
Yeah.
You know, you go into a physical, right? And they test for a hernia, which we all know they're not. They just want to grab balls.
Yeah, I had a colonoscopy a week and a half ago. So
yeah, I heard about that. How was that, man? Did that suck as bad?
Oh, it was fine until I woke up in the middle of it. Then it was decidedly less pleasant.
Wait, what? I thought. How long is it supposed to take?
Well, I have this thing. My family, my mother's side of the family, we don't take anesthesia very well. Nobody ever believes us when we tell them that. And have you ever had a colonoscopy?
Of course not.
Well,
my dad keeps on saying. So here's the thing. My dad keeps on doing the whole like, oh, you gotta get your colonoscopy because colon cancer kills black people more than blah 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 and blah 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 blah. And
well, you'll be 50 and due soon enough. But yeah, they clean you out. You take some pills and you literally just piss out of your ass for 12 hours. And so you're clean. Your colon will never be cleaner than it is at that point in your life. They put you out. They jam the camera up, but they also have to inflate your colon. And it's like, imagine the worst gas pains you've ever had times about 5. And just that pain woke me up. And I'm like, I'm awake. And they're like, yeah, we just can't give you unlimited quantities of this. Sorry, it won't be very long. It may only have been 5 minutes, but it probably felt like about 12 hours. And yeah, there is absolutely zero chance that there's a gay bone in my body. There was nothing even remotely pleasure. I just wanted to go home with my clothes on and just hunker down in the shower and cry. That's all I wanted to do. Yeah. So yeah, we've been to the doctor for those things. Team of nurses took care of me.
that sounds terrible.
It was. It legitimately was. And
That-
it's like, oh, if I see you in 2 years, I'm like, ah.
Look, man. Now, I'm not saying it's better to die of colon cancer, but
Probably not.
if I had to die of colon cancer, I'd rather die of colon cancer with the baldo, with you by my deathbed saying, Drex, had you just gotten your butt spit in and been
Yeah.
put out with this anesthesia, you'd be alive. And like, it was worth it. And I was like, I would give you this as my gift. I'd be on my deathbed like, take it.
I can pretty much imagine how that feels. We'll just leave it there.
I think about butt probes. You heard about the guy, the patient who yeeted his doctor because he orgasmed? He busted a nut during the colonoscopy, man. And he had to delete the doctor, man. Because he's like, I'm not gay. Like, this is no lie, man. I'm not. And of course, it was in Florida, right? Of course it's in Florida, right? Yeah, the dude went in, right? And I guess the colonoscopy was too successful. he busted, and he was like, the doctor
It's like the Jenny Jones murder. You gotta take it to. Oh, poor doctor.
Yeah, he's got to go, man. Like, I mean, let me ask you this though: if that were you, right? You go into the doctor, and they're like, "Yeah, we got to go ahead and do this." You're kind of like, "I know, man," and all of a
Get
sudden,
that butt.
Carmen's horrible. But if you're in that boat, right? Like how do you react to that? You're like, ah, and the doctor's like, but bro, I haven't even gone in yet, like all the way. And you're like sitting there like, yeah, I'm gonna need a towel. And how do you psychologically get over that, man? Because
psychologically that wouldn't happen, but it was when I had my vasectomy. That's the most researched medical procedure I've ever had in my life.
Oh yeah.
I spent tons of time reading. Of course, it's like, all right, what if I get an erection during the procedure? And so you have to Google articles, and the one from this doctor from the Mayo Clinic or something. He's like, I've done 25,000 of these procedures, and that's never happened once. Trust me, that's the last thing on your mind when we're doing this procedure. Like, okay, that's good to know.
Well, you know, though, that's the crazy
thing. I made
the
mistake. I got my vasectomy done at the largest hospital here. It's the Beck University, the NJ University Hospital here. I mean, it's a full operation because you can get it done at a local little clinic, but I'm like, hey, I'll spend the $300 and get it done in a legit hospital in a surgical theater. Oh yeah, Korean healthcare is a lot so
cheaper
cheap.
Than child support, fam.
Oh yeah. Damn. And so they've got me strapped to this crucifix table, with the stuff dripping into my arms to put me asleep. And they take down the bottom of the hospital gown and just kind of leave me there in all my anesthetized glory in this operating theater. And then in walks a team of intern female doctors.
Oh no.
That's when that's when the light went on. I went, oh yeah, this is a university teaching hospital.
Oh no.
Fuck. And then of course the only thing so I just said, it's really cold in here, doctor. It's just really cold in here.
Oh no.
Yeah, and we can put me out now.
God. Yeah. So I had this conversation with somebody recently, and I said, look, man, when it comes to this stuff, I remember growing up getting a physical. I said, it has to be a dude, man. And someone's like, well, dude, Drex, you want a dude cupping your balls? I'm like, dude, here's the problem. When you're growing up, you want a chick to, have her hand on your balls, but not that chick. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Not the nurse. Yeah. It's just like that made me uncomfortable, right? Because it was like, at least a dude. This is no lie, man.
The dude gets it.
He gets it. He knows how horrible it is for you and him. And I remember, I'll never forget this, man. It was when I went in it was seventh grade physical, right? When I was entering junior high. And he's like, got to do this. I think it might have been the first time, right? Yeah. And I was warned about this. Remember, that was like the big, change from boyhood to, as you get older. It's like, that was like it was a big deal. Remember that? Like, they like grab your balls. And I was like,
and turn your head and cough.
Yeah, and I just remember
Dr. Jelly Finger.
Yeah, I was not okay with it, right? And he's like, I got to do this every, even you're a football fan, right? Like even the big Vikings guys. I just remember thinking like, dude, fuck you, man. Yeah. Like I don't care if you do this to the Vikings, the Timberwolves, the whoever, right? I'm just like, dude, I just the Lynx, right? I'm sure they got some male players on there. I just didn't feel comfortable with it. I'm like, this is not. I'll tell you what I think bothered me the most. You say that you're checking for a hernia. We have all this technology, all these cameras, all these things to check every little thing about your body, right? This is the only way you can do it. There's no other technology.
Well, that's now there's apparently a little camera capsule that you can swallow and it just films its way down. I'm like, why aren't we using this?
Yeah, no, really, why aren't we using that?
Yeah, apparently it hasn't worked its way to Korea yet.
Look,
I will keep that in mind.
I will use that, man.
I want the Star Trek shit where McCoy just walks in and goes, yeah,
and
everything was wrong with you.
Anything is, it's like I just
Just tricorder my bitch.
I don't like all the touch. You know what I'm saying? Like I love touch, right?
Yeah.
I just want it to be the right touch from the right chick or chicks at the right time.
Yeah.
It's never the right time when I'm in a cold...
Dress up as a nurse, but don't actually be one.
Yeah, don't be one. Yeah, because when a chick plays nurse, I'm like, I like this.
Yeah.
I can get behind this, literally. I can get behind that, right? But when you're actually in there, it's like, it's not a sexy environment. It's sterile. No. It's cold. It's
very cold.
It's just a cold, like lonely looking office. You're like, oh, this place doesn't look any fun. There's nothing fun about being in the hospital, right?
Yeah.
It's
It
expensive.
smells like iodine and gauze.
Yeah, it's like it's just that environment. Like, it's very muted, right? Like there's no stimulus, right? There's no sound. You're just kind of like, So when someone comes in to do anything to you, it's just like, this feels really awkward, fam. But
well,
like when I was in Vegas, I mean, I was overlooking the strip, and she was in the nurse outfit. Man, that was great.
Yeah,
that was great. Polo towels, man.
Well, this 2-hour stream is 7 hours and 18
Wait, it's supposed to be a
minutes.
2-hour stream?
Yeah. I was thinking 3 at the outside.
Oh my God! Look, we will shut down the stream so I can go eat. So I haven't eaten anything other than this crappy oatmeal I had earlier.
Yeah, well, the garbage truck I said is the signal of doom went by 30 minutes ago.
Oh, I forgot the time zone.
Yeah, it's 4:24 a.m. I get to be awake in 2 hours.
Damn.
I'm sorry I took 7 hours of your time, but I appreciate you giving 7 hours of your time.
Look, man, I'm a trooper. Well, it's my day off today.
Bastard. It's not my day.
Right? Don't worry.
Someone earlier said just call in Drex.
Oh yeah, look, man.
I'm Drex today.
Yeah, you just let them know. Look, man, I'll go ahead and help. What is it? You're dealing with like language in Korea and everything. Yeah, I can do that. Don't worry about it. I got you covered.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, well, the managing partner of the law firm, his 2 daughters are out with COVID. So I'm saying,
oh, that sucks.
I'll say I think I've got COVID too. Don't know where I got it, boss.
Right?
Oh,
you show your
Lord.
boss the baldo?
Yeah, no.
What he's? Oh, that's too bad.
That would not. Yeah, that would not be a good thing.
No, you can blame it all on me. You'd be like this. You won't even believe what this crazy ass dude was talking about, man. Here's the thing. I can take the heat, right? Like, I tell everybody, look, pawn it all up on me like this. This was not my idea. There were some crazy people in the chat who demanded in the 7th hour to see the baldo.
Thankfully, I've never needed much sleep. I've never been a big thing. 4 or 5 hours a night's good for me.
That's all I can actually muster, dude. I can't stay asleep is my problem. I'll go to sleep and I always wake up. The only time I actually get real sleep is usually on vacation, like real vacation, right? On my day off, dude, I'm still awake. I'm like, why am I awake, right?
Yeah.
No reason. I'll just wake up and be like,
I'll wake up at 6 and go, oh yeah, I don't really need to be awake, and then go back to sleep for a few more hours. But the end number here is we gained 20 subscribers. That's a net 20 gain of 20.
Oh, yes, look, dude.
We lost about 15 to begin with, and then we've ended up with a net gain of exactly 20. Do you have tinnitus? Actually, I do. My tinnitus kicks in every now and then. Why? Is that like a thing? Is that like a thing? If you don't sleep, you have tinnitus? That's really weird if that is, because yeah, I do have a mild tinnitus.
You know what kills me though is that, look, Jeff, this happens with Andrew. Andrew and I have actually made like backstage promises, right? They were like, all right, dude, we're gonna like keep this into like this time frame. I shit you not. We will literally sit there and be like, dude, I don't know what keeps happening. Like,
it's interesting conversation is what
you know what I think is the biggest deal though, is that they're always, these guys, you, Andrew, you guys who are over there, this is the best part about it. You guys are getting me during my prime. When you see me on Nick's show, especially if you'll always know if I'm there on the first night because I look like a zombie. It's because I went through an entire day, grabbed my daughter, drove all the way out in the middle of nowhere, and then so I'm just spent, right? So that's why on day 2 I usually look a lot better. You guys get me during the prime, like during the day. By the time I'm at Nick's, his stream is at what, 11 p.m. I'm like, dude, Nick, I'm exhausted. I've gone through all, and driving is what kills me more. Like, if you just took away the drive, like, if Nick just like lived right around the corner, I'd be perfectly okay, right? I'd just grab my daughter, go over to Nick's house, and we'd be cool, right? It's the drive. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes of nothing. if you want to see me just get tired, just have me travel. I'm just like, oh God, dude, my energy. I said, and then of course I don't get to rest because the moment I get there, Uncle Drexel, and then so then it's like Nick's like, hey, you ready for the show? I'm like, just give me a minute. Like, just give me time. I'm so tired. Yeah, it's been a blast. Oh God, this is great, man.
We
I
definitely need to do it again.
I never knew. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Look, now, Jeff, I wouldn't do this for just anybody, but when the baldo gets used, I might have to have like a panel discussion, right?
Okay.
And I actually promised him, a certain woman, to come on from the woman's point of view, because I know Fair and Balanced and Rubia and some of you other ladies, I know you ladies are not the only ones that want to get to the nitty gritty and nutty of the baldo. So I want to hear like because the woman's gonna be the one explaining this is how the baldo feels. I mean, Farron wants to know how I looked or how any man looks when he walks out into the room, right? Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's a candle lit or anything. He walks out and his balls are stuck in this fucking gray contraption, right? I mean, I think Farron wants to know, how did it look? Did she laugh? Did wifey look at that and think, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. How did I marry this man? I think women need to know this so that they can prepare themselves. Like, would it have been less or more funny if he had a pink baldo instead of a gray one, right? Because if you were the pink baldo, you gotta have the gray.
Yeah, go with the
gray. I don't know who's buying pink baldos. I'm like, they should have put in like some other color, but we know.
I do. Furries.
It's always the furries, always. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna invite you to that stream because I want you there to unsubscribe as I'm presenting all of this information about a ballgasm. Like, look, Jeff, I'm doing this for the people. Like, I didn't even get this for myself. I was told about this shortly after I was sent the ball cream that didn't work. And after that, I said,
it never works.
Never. Yeah, for all you guys out there, ball creams don't work, fam.
Nair is still a good old standard.
Yep. Yeah. Anytime someone tells you, oh, this just gets it right off. No, it doesn't. Especially for black people hair, right? We got the Jerry curl pubes.
Don't forget the push-ups and the eye drops, Drex.
Wait, I sent you that video, right?
Yeah, you sent that while I was on vacation. Well, I was in the middle of camping and you sent me that. And then I made the mistake of listening to the furry ones after, and I told you that like ruined my vacation into the furry stream. But no, the push-ups and the eye drop, that was hilarious. And I was going to talk to you about that, but we can't do that. But
damn.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to let these ladies know. I'm going to let these ladies know for next time. Yeah. It's very disturbing when you're trying to be in the middle of a gangbang and a dude is asking you, hey fam, you need some water? And you're like, bro, I'm good, fam. Like, really, I'm good. And then my man has to go, you have to get eye drops? Look, Jeff, you don't know what that does to your psyche, right? Look, here's the thing. You don't know what it did to my psyche when I left the bathroom.
I just don't understand.
And I can hear you can hear like the sound of like motion, like shh. But I'm like, I couldn't see him.
Yeah.
The sight of her, right? Because she looks like Mandy Muse. So anyone who's ever, all my porn aficionados, I want you guys to imagine Mandy Muse. That's what Miss Laura looks like. So Mandy Muse is sitting there, ready, and I can hear the sound of a person. But I'm like, but when I went into the bathroom, he was in the room. But now I come out of the bathroom, he's not in the room. But where is he? And he's in a pitch black kitchen doing push-ups in a gangbang. I'm like, fam, I don't know who raised you, but this is not okay. There are rules to this. You see what I'm saying?
Which is why I'm going to challenge you. A 2-man, 1-woman situation or 3-man, 1 that's you say you can't have the 2 women, 1 man thing. That's where I am. I'm the 2 women, 1. I don't want to see another dick. I don't want, I just.
Oh no, hold on, Jeff. I explained this once. I had explained this. I play the long game. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So here's how the long game works. There's a question that proves if you are that guy or you aren't that guy. If a woman ever asks you, I've never had a threesome before, and I want you to dictate what it's going to be. Me and another girl and you? Or me, you, and another guy? The correct answer every single time is a straight dude, right? 2 straight dudes smashing the chick. The threesome question is a shit test to see if you care more about her pleasure or your pleasure. So the big brain play then is to get another dude. You double up with this chick, and if you don't have a dude, you get this baldo. Shout out to Fair and Balance. You balance yourself with this baldo, right? But you have another dude. When it comes to women, you have to understand how they think. When women get an experience that remember, we all talked about this, right? They're always on the hub, right? What do you think they're watching? BDSM, gangbangs, crazy stuff. When they see that, when they finally get to actually do it, let me tell you how they react to that. Oh my God, I was like overwhelmed. It was crazy. It was this and that. It made me feel this way. What are women known to do when they have a crazy experience, Jeff? What's the next thing they do?
Never do it again.
Wrong. They got to go tell
the
sisterhood. Now, when they tell the sisterhood, Jeff, which is usually other cheating wives, right? Shout out to all my cheating wives out there, you know. Don't worry, I'm never going to say your name because I want to keep y'all on the team. When they go and tell this to other cheating wives, do you know what you get hit with? Text messages.
Cheating wives.
You go like this. What the hell? Oh, that's random chick texting me, right? And then you open it up and it's some girl you've never seen before. You're like, who is this? What do you think of her? Yeah, who is this? This is my friend Amber. This is the girl from work. They will present to you a buffet of poon. This is the big brain play that was lost on a lot of dudes. I play the long game. Because here's the thing. The amount of work it took for me to go like this, to send the group text, right? Here's her pictures. Let's get it in. We're going to go ahead and smash this chick. A lot of times I'm on camera duty. Jeff, I've done so much dirt. I just like seeing other people do dirt. That's how much horrible things I've done. That's how I got a daughter. Karma. You see what I'm saying? You were a good man. You got a son. So I did all these horrible deeds, and it's like I just like seeing other people do the worst of the worst. It's like it's beautiful. It's poetic. It truly is. That's why I'm gonna be here next time to let you know about it.
All right.
At 7.5 hours, we're gonna let Jeff get some sleep. We're gonna let me get some food. Look, all of you guys, I enjoy talking to you.
All right, we still got four super chats to
let's go to super chats.
Soul in the Lich, thank you so much. Thanks, Jeff and Drex. You kept me awake 7 hours, 7.5 now. Laughing, and shout out to Dollhouse Phil and Dirt Flinging Monkey. Keep being unbreaded. Okay.
I love that. TFM's great.
Pope Rackets touched me, $5. Thank you very much. There are rubbers with tips as animal heads, and I had one that was a lion and one as a giraffe. The giraffe had me dying laughing.
Oh, damn.
Drex is now like hitting Amazon.
Well, but here's the thing though. But Jeff, do you remember when guys used to like this is the kind of like locker room talk the guys used to kind of like joke about? And like I said, this is the reason why, like I said, this is no knock to anybody, like any subs that you lost, but like these are the kind of fun, random, quirky things the guys should talk about. And it was okay.
Yeah.
Now everyone's like, oh, this is degenerate. Everything in the world is degenerate. And it's like, I'm unsubbed. Like, okay. Yeah. Like, all right, dude, whatever, man.
Well, where was that here? We just had a comment a second ago. Yes. Jack, Matt, what a stupid conversation. Disgusting. Pretty much. Can't argue with that. Next part of our stupid conversation. Brandon Lesko. If everyone on the set of The View had a baldo, the world would be a better place.
Dude, those hags need everything. They need baldo. They need the eye drops. They need everything. Their life sucks, man.
Like Whoopi going full baldo on Joey Bayar. And please unsubscribe.
Have you ever, Jeff? Have you ever gotten your Clark Kent on? Right, where you're sitting, you look at a certain body and you just have X-ray vision. You know what that looks like.
And then you just Superman that hoe.
I look at Joey Behar. I'm like, God. Whoopi. It's like, oh God.
Dominic Fuzzball wrapping it up here tonight. Damn, my vasectomy was a 30-minute outpatient procedure at Cedars in LA. Mine was about 30 minutes, but it was the part I was awake for was just eye-opening, literally.
Literally, yeah, right? Oof. That's a major oof.
All right, Drex, thank you so much for donating 7.5 hours of your life.
Hey, man.
We
I appreciate
definitely
it.
need to do it again.
I know. Look, man, it's
When
always a
when I
pleasure.
have a day off the next day.
Right? Well, people told me, I remember hearing about you when you're on Nick's show. People say, oh, Drex, you got to go and do a show with Legal Vices. And I remember Andrew goes, yeah, man, you got to do a show with them. And I remember you super chatted him. And I was like, I heard this name. I heard that. I was like, I swear I remember hearing about this guy. And someone goes, yeah, he's over in Korea too. I'm like, we have another white zaddy in Korea? I was like, this is great. Because, look, I tell Andrew this. I want you to tell all the white guys out there. Do not think, Jeff, that they are going to go to Korea or any Asian country and be like, I'm going to get my waifu. I tell them it's not like that.
And anyone that says, oh, Asian women are submissive has never been in a relationship.
You've never been with an Asian woman, I promise you.
Everything's hunky-dory until you sign that paper and she says, okay, now my mother and father are going to come and live with us. You please turn over your bank account to me.
Yep.
You don't need it anymore. I will give you your allowance.
That's what happens to the Japanese men.
Oh, it's exactly the same thing.
It was the same in Korea? Is in Japan?
Oh, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The men pretend to rule the outside and the women control the home.
That's sad, man.
All of them. Yep.
All of it. Yeah, giving these dudes an allowance with the money that they earn, which is insane.
Oh, but please come over and look for your BTS, fantasy bullshit.
Yep. I tell these dudes, right? And they call me crazy. Drex, you're making this up. How do you know? I was like, dude, I know because I know. Look, you know about these FOBs, right? These fresh off the boat chicks.
Oh, yeah.
Look, Jeff, I need to send you my DMs about these FOBs. It goes down, fam. They are over there milking simps. When you see them get these dudes, you see it over there, right? Whether it be an older guy or a younger guy, and they look like marks. You look at me like, oh, I see what happened here. She saw that dude online, and then she's like, I got him.
Now that's one of my friend's grifts. She's like, oh, she gets all this shit from different guys, and she's like, I'm never gonna touch them, but I let them think I am, and they keep giving me shit, so I keep taking shit.
Slow clap for this queen. That's a queen. Yeah. See, that's a queen move right there. I want all of you ladies out there. Look, if the economy is getting a little rough, I know gas prices are getting a little crazy. But God damn it, every one of you ladies got feet unless you're a double amputee. You get those feet looking nice. You get a pedicure, and you put those feet up. You glisten some oil on them like this. You just drizzle that oil or some honey, and you go ahead and you get these foot pics cracking on OnlyFans because these desperate, thirsty simps will go ahead and pay. Shout out to Amaranth, right? Making like, what, 33 million? Shout out to her. Yeah, milk them. Milk simp, because simps are not people. I don't want people to think they are. They are subhuman filth that should be milked dry for everything they have. So, yeah, use them.
That's her attitude.
Yeah.
They're dumb enough to give me shit knowing that they ain't getting anything.
They ain't getting nothing.
Right. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I tell you. Look, I tell these ladies out here, these ladies are queens.
And that's why that's one thing that was the most attractive. That's what attracted her about me. She said that's what attracted her to me, which I didn't understand why you told me no and said you didn't care. She just could not wrap her mind around it that someone told her basically to fuck off.
Yeah,
it ain't gonna work on me.
It works every time, man. Remember I told you, I said, what I said, Jeff, my biggest supporters, right? The chicks that I get along with best, were rabid feminine. I will show you some chicks when I say I'll have to show you some of these DMs, right? Hardcore. And when I'm around, all of that, gone. Mm-hmm. That whole shtick is gone. It's like, dude, when you show up in there, you're like this, I'm not playing that game. We're playing what I want to fucking play. This is what goes down. That's it. And they're like, okay. They are so used to dudes doing what, Jeff? Kissing their ass.
Oh, yeah.
Simping.
No, that's exactly what she says.
You're
the only person that's ever just looked at me like I'm from Mars.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me get this straight. You want me to just like buy you random stuff because you said I want this. Okay, go work for it. Go do something for it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Go ask one of your other dudes to
Go ask one of those dudes. Look, they were shocked when I said milk simps. They were like, wait, I was like,
Do
look,
it. They
I
deserve
know
to be
what you
drained of
ladies are
everything.
doing. You're milking simps. You won't milk me, but I respect the hustle. I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
Look, I will even give you advice on how to better milk simps. I view them as the subhuman filth that you view them as.
And I'll let you buy me dinner to thank me for it.
That's right. Oh my God, Drex, I took your advice. Let me treat your black ass to dinner tonight. You damn Skippy, ladies. Love all of y'all. Love Rubia. Theron, you keep this image in your mind. Screen grab that. Screen grab that, Theron. I know exactly what you need. You go ahead and you tell your man to get that baldo. Go ahead and get it done. Everybody else, men, ladies, trannies, everybody. Who did I forget? Men, women, trans, Apache attack helicopters, staplers. I mean, everyone identifies as everything these days, right? Yeah. Furries. I mean, I love them all, man. So yeah, thanks for having me on the show, though, y'all.
Oh yeah, seriously, thanks for doing it. Anytime you want me there to do the review, just let me know.
Oh yeah, you know it, man.
I'll be there for the review.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great, man. Yeah, it's because I got to do some shows. I got to bring on the swinger chick next. I'm gonna bring on Duke from Ghetto Gaggers again. We got to do another show. We're gonna get real degenerate as summer winds down and we get into now the Thought Girl summer
Halloween.
is over. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and I got some freaky tales coming up, a freaky tales segment. We're gonna get real degenerate, and then get serious, right? Because I still got to do the unicorn stream. You know, I got to balance, right? Yeah. I gotta have the good wholesome show and then degeneracy. You know,
get over there to that Migtown podcast. Hit subscribe. Even you, Ruby, you've been here for hours. There was content you liked, even if you like to hate it. Get on over there, broaden your horizons. Everybody needs a dose of something that they agree with.
I would tell Rubia
need a dose even more of things they don't agree with.
I would tell Rubia. Here's a great place to start. Rubia, the homegirl, go to the 12 days of Thoughtmas, right? Where we talk about the.
That's a good stream.
The 12 days of Thoughtmas.
A good start.
On day 5, right? This would have been 2020, right? Day 5. I have my girl, my beloved J Love on, right? And she explains what goes down on these cruise ships. That's a great way to start for our girl.
Imagine being in the laundry room of one of those places.
Oh man, it goes down, fam. It goes down. But yeah, like I said, thanks for having me. Get yourself to work. Get some form of sleep, man. I apologize for keeping you for almost 8 hours.
Yeah, caffeine. We've got caffeine coming.
I hope
Mods,
so.
Thank you guys for doing this for so long. And for those of you, there's people that have been here from the beginning. I don't know what the hell's wrong with all of you. But thanks for doing it. We came out at exactly 20 ahead on the sub count.
Nice.
So, hey, we didn't have the great exodus that I thought. Every time I think we're going to have a great exodus, I end up with more subscribers. So I think I'm doing it right. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for Drex's time. And we'll all get together again sometime soon. Y'all take care. Be back tomorrow for where we're going to get back into that video of the Arkansas police beatdown and a 30-minute video of bail bondsmen being fucking jackasses.
Oh.
Yeah, and so until then, hey, keep it cool. Remember, enjoy all your legal vices.
Indeed. Stay toxic, kings.